Granny's Family Classics presents White Nights and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Read by Granny. Part 2. A Faint Heart. A story. Under the same roof in the same flat on the same fourth story lived two young men, colleagues in the service, Arkady Ivanovich Nefedevich and Vasya Shumkov. The author, of course, feels the necessity of explaining to the reader why one is given his full title while the other's name is abbreviated, if only that such a mode of expression may not be regarded as unseemly and rather familiar. But, to do so, it would first be necessary to explain and describe the rank and years and calling and duty in the service, and even, indeed, the characters of the persons concerned. And since there are so many writers who begin in that way, the author of the proposed story, solely in order to be unlike them, that is, some people will perhaps say, entirely on account of his boundless vanity, decides to begin straight away with action. Having completed this introduction, he begins. Towards 6 o'clock on New Year's Eve, Shumkov returned home. Arkady Ivanovich, who was lying on the bed, woke up and looked at his friend with half-closed eyes. He saw that Vasya had on his very best trousers and a very clean shirt front. That, of course, struck him. Where had Vasya to go like that? And he had not dined at home either. Meanwhile, Shumkov had lighted a candle, and Arkady Ivanovich guessed immediately that his friend was intending to wake him accidentally. Vasya did, in fact, clear his throat twice, walk twice up and down the room, and at last, quite accidentally, let the pipe, which he had begun filling in the corner by the stove, slip out of his hands. Arkady Ivanovich laughed to himself. "Vasya, give over pretending," he said. "Arkasha, you're not asleep?" "I really cannot say for certain. It seems to me I am not." "Oh, Arkasha, how are you, dear boy?" "Well, brother." "Well, brother? You don't know what I have to tell you." "I certainly don't know. Come here." As though expecting this, Vasya went up to him at once, not at all anticipating, however, treachery from Arkady Ivanovich. The other seized him very adroitly by the arms, turned him over, held him down, and began, as it is called, strangling his victim, and apparently this proceeding afforded the light-hearted Arkady Ivanovich great satisfaction. "Caught!" he cried. "Caught! Arkasha, Arkasha, what are you about? Let me go. For goodness sake, let me go. I shall crumple my dress coat." "As though that mattered. What do you want with a dress coat? Why were you so confiding as to put yourself in my hands? Tell me, where have you been? Where have you dined? Arkasha, for goodness sake, let me go. Where have you dined? Why, it's about that I want to tell you." "Tell away then. But first let me go." "Not a bit of it. I won't let you go till you tell me." "Arkasha, Arkasha, but do you understand? I can't. It is utterly impossible," cried Vasya, helplessly wriggling out of his friend's powerful clutches. "You know there are subjects." "How subjects?" "Why, subjects that you can't talk about in such a position without losing your dignity. It's utterly impossible. It would make it ridiculous, and this is not a ridiculous matter. It is important." Here, he's going in for being important. That's a new idea. You tell me so as to make me laugh. That's how you must tell me. I don't want anything important, or else you are no true friend of mine. Do you call yourself a friend? Arkasha, I really can't. Well, I don't want to hear. Well, Arkasha, began Vashya, lying across the bed and doing his utmost to put all the dignity possible into his words. Arkasha, if you like, I will tell you, only… Well, what? Well, I am engaged to be married. Without uttering another word, Arkady Ivanovich took Vashya up in his arms like a baby, though the latter was by no means short, but rather long and thin, and began dexterously carrying him up and down the room, pretending that he was hushing him to sleep. I'll put you in your swaddling clothes, Master Bridegroom, he kept saying. But seeing that Vashya lay in his arms, not stirring or uttering a word, he thought better of it at once, and reflecting that the joke had gone too far, set him down in the middle of the room and kissed him on the cheek in the most genuine and friendly way. Vashya, you are not angry? Otkava, is it? Come, it's New Year's Eve. Oh, I'm all right. But why are you such a madman, such a scatterbrain? How many times I have told you. Arkasha, it's really not funny at all. Oh, well, you're not angry? Oh, I'm all right. Am I ever angry with anyone? But you have wounded me, do you understand? But how have I wounded you? In what way? I come to you as to a friend with a full heart to pour out my soul to you, to tell you of my happiness. What happiness? Why don't you speak? Oh, well, I am going to get married, Vashya answered with vexation, for he really was a little exasperated. You're going to get married. So you really mean it? Arkasha cried at the top of his voice. No, but what's this? He talks like this and his tears are flowing. Vashya, my little Vashya, don't, my little son. Is it true, really? And Arkady Ivanovich flew to hug him again. Well, do you see how it is now, said Vashya. You are kind, of course, you're a friend, I know that. I come to you with such joy, such rapture, and all of a sudden I have to disclose all the joy of my heart, all my rapture struggling across the bed in an undignified way. You understand, Arkasha, Vashya went on, half laughing. You see, it made it seem comic, and in a sense I did not belong to myself at that minute. I could not let this be slighted. What's more, if you had asked me her name, I swear I would sooner you killed me than have answered you. But, Vashya, why did you not speak? You should have told me all about it sooner, and I would not have played the fool, cried Arkady Ivanovich in genuine despair. Come, that's enough, that's enough. Of course, that's how it is. You know what it all comes from my having a good heart. What vexes me is that I could not tell you as I wanted to, making you glad and happy, telling you nicely and initiating you into my secret properly. Really, Arkasha, I love you so much that I believe if it were not for you, I shouldn't be getting married, and, in fact, I shouldn't be living in this world at all. Arkady Ivanovich, who was excessively sentimental, cried and laughed at once as he listened to Vashya. Vashya did the same. Both flew to embrace one another again and forgot the past. How is it? How is it? Tell me all about it. Vashya, I am astonished, excuse me, brother, but I am utterly astonished. It's a perfect thunderbolt, by Jove. Nonsense, nonsense, brother. You've made it up. You've really made it up. You are telling fibs. cried Arkady Ivanovich, and he actually looked into Vasya's face with genuine uncertainty, but seeing in it the radiant confirmation of a positive intention of being married as soon as possible, threw himself on the bed and began rolling from side to side in ecstasy till the walls shook. "Vasya, sit here," he said at last, sitting down on the bed. "I really don't know, brother, where to begin." They looked at one another in joyful excitement. "Who is she, Vasya?" "The Artemiads," Vasya pronounced, in a voice weak with emotion. "No." "Well, I did buzz into your ears about them at first, and then I shut up and you noticed nothing. Ah, Arkasha, if you knew how hard it was to keep it from you, but I was afraid to speak. I thought it would all go wrong, and you know I was in love. Arkasha, my God. You see, this was the trouble," he began, pausing continually from agitation. "She had a suitor a year ago, but he was suddenly ordered somewhere. I knew him. He was a fellow, bless him. Well, he did not write at all. He simply vanished. They waited and waited, wondering what it meant. For months ago he suddenly came back married and has never set foot within their doors. It was coarse, shabby, and they had no one to stand up for them. She cried and cried, poor girl, and I fell in love with her. Indeed, I had been in love with her long before. All the time, I began comforting her and was always going there. Well, and I really don't know how it has all come about, only she came to love me. A week ago I could not restrain myself. I cried, I sobbed, and told her everything. Well, that I love her, everything in fact. I am ready to love you too, Vasily Petrovich, only I am a poor girl. Don't make a mock of me. I don't dare to love anyone. Well, brother, you understand. On that we got engaged on the spot. I kept thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking. I said to her, "How are we to tell your mother?" She said, "It will be hard. Wait a little. She's afraid, and now maybe she would not let you have me. She keeps crying too." Without telling her, I blurted it out to her mother today. Lizenka fell on her knees before her. I did the same. Well, she gave us her blessing. Arkasha, my dear fellow, we will live together. No, I won't part from you, for anything. Vasya, look at you as I may, I can't believe it. I don't believe it, I swear. I keep feeling as though. Listen, how can you be engaged to be married? How is it I to know, Do you know, Vasya, I will confess it to you now. I was thinking of getting married myself, but now since you're going to be married, it is just as good. Be happy. Brother, I feel so light-hearted now. There is such sweetness in my soul, said Vasya, getting up and pacing about the room excitably. Don't you feel the same? We shall be poor, of course, but we shall be happy, and you know it is not a wild fancy. Our happiness is not a fairy tale. We shall be happy in reality. Vasya, listen. What? Said Vasya, standing before Arkady Ivanovich. The idea occurs to me. I am really afraid to say it to you. Forgive me, and settle my doubts. What are you going to live on? You know I am delighted that you are going to be married. Of course, I am delighted, and I don't know what to do with myself, but what are you going to live on? Oh, good heavens. What a fellow you are, Arkasha, said Vasya, looking at Nefedevich in profound astonishment. What do you mean? Even her old mother, even she did not think of that for 2 minutes when I put it all clearly before her. You had better ask what they are living on. They have 500 rubles a year between the 3 of them, the pension which is all they have since the father died. She and her old mother and her little brother, whose schooling is paid for out of that income too. That is how they live. It's you and I are the capitalists. Some good years it works out to as much as 700 for me. I say, Vashya, excuse me, I really, I am only thinking how to prevent things going wrong. How do you mean 700? It's only 300. 300. And Yulian Mastakovich? Have you forgotten him? Yulian Mastakovich? But you know that's uncertain, brother. That's not the same thing as 300 rubles of secure salary, where every ruble is a friend you can trust. Yulian Mastakovich, of course, he's a great man. In fact, I respect him. I understand him, though he is so far above us. And by Jove, I love him because he likes you and gives you something for your work, though he might not pay you but simply order a clerk to work for him. But you will agree, Vasya. Let me tell you, too, I am not talking nonsense. I admit in all Petersburg you won't find a handwriting like your handwriting. I am ready to allow that to you, Nefedevich concluded, not without enthusiasm. But, God forbid, you may displease him all at once. You may not satisfy him. Your work with him may stop. He may take another clerk. All sorts of things may happen, in fact. Yulian Mastakovich may be here today and gone tomorrow. Well, Arkasha, the ceiling might fall on our heads this minute. Oh, of course, I mean nothing. But listen, hear what I have got to say. I don't see how he can part with me. No. Hear what I have to say. Hear what I have to say. You see, I perform all my duties punctually. You know how kind he is, Arkasha. He gave me 50 rubles in silver today. Did he really, Vasya? A bonus for you. Bonus, indeed. It was out of his own pocket. He said, "Why, you have had no money for 5 months, brother. Take some if you want it." Thank you. I am satisfied with you. Yes, really? Yes, you don't work for me for nothing, said he. He did, indeed. That's what he said. It brought tears into my eyes. Arkasha. Good heavens, yes. I say, Vasya, have you finished copying those papers? No. I haven't finished them yet. Boss, yeah. My angel, what have you been doing? Listen, Arkasha. It doesn't matter. They are not wanted for another 2 days. I have time enough. How is it you have not done them? That's all right. That's all right. You look so horror-stricken that you turn me inside out and make my heart ache. You are always going on at me like this. He's forever crying out, "Oh, oh, ow." Only consider, what does it matter? Why, I shall finish it. Of course I shall finish it. What if he don't finish it? Cried Arkady, jumping up. And he has made you a present today, and you going to be married. Tut, tut, tut. It's all right, cried Shumkov. I shall sit down directly. I shall sit down this minute. How did you come to leave it, Vasya? Oh, Arkasha, how could I sit down to work? Have I been in a fit state? Why, even at the office I could scarcely sit still. I could scarcely bear the beating of my heart. Oh, Oh, now I shall work all night, and I shall work all tomorrow night, and the night after, too, and I shall finish it. Is there a great deal left? Don't hinder me, for goodness sake, don't hinder me. Hold your tongue. Arkady Ivanovich went on tiptoe to the bed and sat down, then suddenly wanted to get up, but was obliged to sit down again, remembering that he might interrupt him, though he could not sit still for excitement. It was evident that the news had thoroughly upset him, and the first thrill of delight had not yet passed off. He glanced at Shumkov. The latter glanced at him, smiled, and shook his finger at him. Then, frowning severely, as though all his energy and the success of his work depended upon it, fixed his eyes on the papers. It seemed that he, too, could not yet master his emotion. He kept changing his pen, fidgeting in his chair, rearranging things and setting to work again, but his hand trembled and refused to move. Arkasha, I've talked to them about you, he cried suddenly, as though he had just remembered it. Yes, cried Arkasha. I was just wanting to ask you that. Well, I'll tell you everything afterwards. Of course, it is my own fault, but it quite went out of my head that I didn't mean to say anything till I had written 4 pages, but I thought of you and of them. I really can't write, brother. I keep thinking about you. Vasya smiled. A silence followed. Phew, what a horrid pen, cried Shumkov, flinging it on the table in vexation. He took another. Vasya, listen, 1 word. Well, make haste, and for the last time. Have you a great deal left to do? Ah, brother, Vasya frowned, as though there could be nothing more terrible and murderous in the whole world than such a question. A lot, a fearful lot. Do you know, I have an idea. What? Oh, never mind. Go on writing. Why, what? It's past 6, Vasya. Here Neferovitch smiled and winked slyly at Vasya, though with a certain timidity, not knowing how Vasya would take it. Well, what is it? Said Vasya, throwing down his pen, looking him straight in the face and actually turning pale with excitement. Do you know what? For goodness sake, what is it? I tell you what, you are excited. You won't get much done. Stop. I have it, listen, said Neferovitch, jumping up from the bed in delight, preventing Vasya from speaking and doing his utmost to ward off all objections. First of all, you must get calm. You must pull yourself together, mustn't you? Arkasha, cried Vasya, jumping up from his chair. I will work all night. I will really. Of course. You won't go to bed till morning. I won't go to bed. I won't go to bed at all. No, that won't do. You must sleep. Go to bed at 5. I will call you at 8. Tomorrow is a holiday. You can sit and scribble away all day long. Then the night, but have you a great deal left to do? Yes, look. Vasya, quivering with excitement and suspense, showed the manuscript. Look. I say, brother, that's not much. My dear fellow, there's some more of it, said Vasya, looking very timidly at Neferovitch, as though the decision whether he was to go or not depended upon the latter. How much? 2 signatures. Well, what's that? Come, I tell you what. We shall have time to finish it. By Jove, We shall. Arkasha. Vasya, listen. Tonight, on New Year's Eve, everyone is at home with his family. You and I are the only ones without a home or relations. Oh, Vasya. Nefedevich clutched Vasya and hugged him in his leonine arms. Arkasha, it's settled. Vasya, boy, I only want to say this. You see, Vasya, listen, bandy legs, listen. Arkady stopped, with his mouth open, because he could not speak for delight. Vasya held him by the shoulders, gazed into his face and moved his lips, as though he wanted to speak for him. Well, he brought out at last. Introduce me to them today. Arkady, let us go to tea there. I tell you what. We won't even stay to see in the new year. We'll come away earlier, cried Vasya, with genuine inspiration. That is, we'll go for 2 hours, neither more nor less. And then separation till I have finished. Vasya, boy. Arkady. 3 minutes later, Arkady was dressed in his best. Vasya did nothing but brush himself, because he had been in such haste to work that he had not changed his trousers. They hurried out into the street, each more pleased than the other. Their way lay from the Petersburg side to Kolomna. Arkady Ivanovich stepped out boldly and vigorously, so that from his walk alone one could see how glad he was at the good fortune of his friend, who was more and more radiant with happiness. Vasya trotted along with shorter steps, though his deportment was none the less dignified. Arkady Ivanovich, in fact, had never seen him before to such advantage. At that moment, he actually felt more respect for him, and Vasya's physical defect, of which the reader is not yet aware. Vasya was slightly deformed, which always called forth a feeling of loving sympathy in Arkady Ivanovich's kind heart, contributed to the deep tenderness the latter felt for him at this moment, a tenderness of which Vasya was in every way worthy. Arkady Ivanovich felt ready to weep with happiness, but he restrained himself. Where are you going? Where are you going, Vasya? It is nearer this way, he cried, seeing that Vasya was making in the direction of Voznesenky. Hold your tongue, Arkasha. It really is nearer, Vasya. Do you know what, Arkasha? Vasya began mysteriously, in a voice quivering with joy. I tell you what, I want to take Lizenka a little present. What sort of present? At the corner here, brother, is Madame Leroux's a wonderful shop. Well, a cap, my dear, a cap. I saw such a charming little cap today. I inquired. I was told it was the Faken Manon Lescott, a delightful thing. Cherry-colored ribbons, and if it is not dear, Arkasha, even if it is dear, I think you are superior to any of the poets, Vasya. Come along. They ran along and 2 minutes later went into the shop. They were met by a black-eyed Frenchwoman with curls, who, from the first glance at her customers, became as joyous and happy as they, even happier, if one may say so. Vasya was ready to kiss Madame Leroux in his delight. Arkasha, he said in an undertone, casting a casual glance at all the grand and beautiful things on little wooden stands on the huge table. Lovely things. What's that? What's this? This one, for instance, this little sweet, do you see? Vasya whispered, pointing to a charming cap further away, which was not the one he meant to buy, because he had already from afar descried and fixed his eyes upon the real, famous one, standing at the other end. He looked at it in such a way that one might have supposed someone was going to steal it, or as though the cap itself might take wings and fly into the air just to prevent Vazhia from obtaining it. "Look," said Arkady Ivanovich, pointing to one. "I think that's better." "Well, Arkasha, that does you credit. I begin to respect you for your taste," said Vazhia, resorting to cunning with Arkasha in the tenderness of his heart. "Your cap is charming, but come this way." "Where is there a better one, brother?" "Look this way." "That," said Arkady, doubtfully. But when Vazhia, incapable of restraining himself any longer, took it from the stand from which it seemed to fly spontaneously, as though delighted at falling at last into the hands of so good a customer, and they heard the rustle of its ribbons, ruches, and lace, an unexpected cry of delight broke from the powerful chest of Arkady Ivanovich. Even Madame Leroux, while maintaining her incontestable dignity and preeminence in matters of taste, and remaining mute from condescension, rewarded Vazhia with a smile of complete approbation, everything in her glance, gesture, and smile saying at once, "Yes, you have chosen rightly, and are worthy of the happiness which awaits you." "It has been dangling its charms in coy seclusion," cried Vazhia, transferring his tender feelings to the charming cap. "You have been hiding on purpose, you sly little pet." And he kissed it, that is the air surrounding it, for he was afraid to touch his treasure. Retiring as true worth and virtue, Arkady added enthusiastically, quoting humorously from a comic paper he had read that morning. "Well, Vazhia, hurrah, Arkasha, you are witty today. I predict you will make a sensation, as women say. Madame Leroux, Madame Leroux. What is your pleasure?" "Dear Madame Leroux." Madame Leroux looked at Arkady Ivanovich and smiled condescendingly. "You wouldn't believe how I adore you at this moment. Allow me to give you a kiss." And Vazhia kissed the shopkeeper. She certainly at that moment needed all her dignity to maintain her position with such a madcap. But I contend that the innate, spontaneous courtesy and grace with which Madame Leroux received Vazhia's enthusiasm was equally befitting. She forgave him, and how tactfully, how graciously, she knew how to behave in the circumstances. How could she have been angry with Vazhia? "Madame Leroux, how much?" "5 rubles in silver," she answered, straightening herself with a new smile. "And this one, Madame Leroux?" said Arkady Ivanovich, pointing to his choice. "That one is 8 rubles. There, you see, there, you see. Come, Madame Leroux, tell me which is nicer, more graceful, more charming, which of them suits you best." "The second is richer, but your choice say plus coquette." "Then we will take it." Madame Leroux took a sheet of very delicate paper, pinned it up, and the paper with the cap wrapped in it seemed even lighter than the paper alone. Vazhia took it carefully, almost holding his breath, bowed to Madame Leroux, said something else very polite to her, and left the shop. "I am a ladies' man. I was born to be a ladies' man," said Vazhia, laughing a little noiseless, nervous laugh and dodging the passers-by, whom he suspected of designs for crushing his precious cap. "Listen, Arkady brother," he began a minute later, and there was a note of triumph, of infinite affection in his voice. "Arkady, I am so happy, I am so happy. Vazhia, how glad I am, dear boy. No, Arkasha, no. I know that there is no limit to your affection for me, but you cannot be feeling 100th part of what I am feeling at this moment. My heart is so full, so full. Arkasha, I am not worthy of such happiness. I feel that I am conscious of it. Why has it come to me? He said, his voice full of stifled sobs. What have I done to deserve it? Tell me. Look what lots of people, what lots of tears, what sorrow, what workaday life without a holiday. Well, I am loved by a girl like that, But you will see her yourself immediately. You will appreciate her noble heart. I was born in a humble station. Now I have a grade in the service and an independent income, my salary. I was born with a physical defect. I am a little deformed. See, she loves me as I am. Yulian Mastakovich was so kind, so attentive, so gracious today. He does not often talk to me. He came up to me. Well, how goes it, Vashya? Yes, really, he called me Vashya. Are you going to have a good time for the holiday? He laughed. Well, the fact is, Your Excellency, I have work to do. But then I plucked up courage and said, and maybe I shall have a good time, too, Your Excellency. I really said it. He gave me the money on the spot, then he said a couple of words more to me. Tears came into my eyes, brother. I actually cried, and he, too, seemed touched. He patted me on the shoulder and said, Feel always, Vashya, as you feel this now. Vashya paused for an instant. Arkady Ivanovich turned away, and he, too, wiped away a tear with his fist. And Vashya went on, I have never spoken to you of this, Arkady. Arkady, you make me so happy with your affection. Without you I could not live. No. Don't say anything, Arkady. Let me squeeze your hand. Let me thank you. Again Vashya could not finish. Arkady Ivanovich longed to throw himself on Vashya's neck, but as they were crossing the road and heard almost in their ears a shrill, "Hi!" there, they ran frightened and excited to the pavement. Arkady Ivanovich was positively relieved. He set down Vashya's outburst of gratitude to the exceptional circumstances of the moment. He was vexed. He felt that he had done so little for Vashya hitherto. He felt actually ashamed of himself when Vashya began thanking him for so little. But they had all their lives before them, and Arkady Ivanovich breathed more freely. The Artemyevs had quite given up expecting them. The proof of it was that they had already sat down to tea, and the old, it seems, are sometimes more clear-sighted than the young, even when the young are so exceptional. Lizanka had very earnestly maintained, He isn't coming, Malma. I feel in my heart he is not coming," while her mother on the contrary declared that she had a feeling that he would certainly come, that he would not stay away, that he would run round, that he could have no office work now on New Year's Eve. Even as Lizanka opened the door, she did not in the least expect to see them, and greeted them breathlessly, with her heart throbbing like a captured bird's, flushing and turning as red as a cherry, a fruit which she wonderfully resembled. Good heavens, what a surprise it was! What a joyful "oh" broke from her lips. Deceiver! My darling, she cried, throwing her arms round Vashya's neck. But imagine her amazement, her sudden confusion. Just behind Vashya, as though trying to hide behind his back, stood Arkady Ivanovich, a trifle out of countenance. It must be admitted that he was awkward in the company of women, very awkward indeed. In fact, on one occasion something occurred, but of that later. You must put yourself in his place, however. There is nothing to laugh at. He was standing in the entry, and his galoshes and overcoat, and in a cap with flaps over the ears, which he would have hastened to pull off, but he had, all twisted round in a hideous way, a yellow knitted scarf, which, to make things worse, was knotted at the back. He had to disentangle all this, to take it off as quickly as possible, to show himself to more advantage, for there is no one who does not prefer to show himself to advantage. And then Vajya, vexatious, insufferable Vajya, of course always the same dear, kind Vajya, but now insufferable, ruthless Vajya. Here, he shouted, Lizenka, I have brought you my Arkady. What do you think of him? He is my best friend. Embrace him, kiss him, Lizenka. Give him a kiss in advance. Afterwards, you will know him better. You can take it back again. Well, what, I ask you, was Arkady Ivanovich to do? And he had only untwisted half of the scarf so far. I really am sometimes ashamed of Vajya's excessive enthusiasm. It is, of course, the sign of a good heart, but it's awkward, not nice. At last both went in. The mother was unutterably delighted to make Arkady Ivanovich's acquaintance. She had heard so much about him. She had. But she did not finish. A joyful, "Oh," ringing musically through the room interrupted her in the middle of a sentence. Good heavens! Lizenka was standing before the cap, which had suddenly been unfolded before her gaze. She clasped her hands with the utmost simplicity, smiling such a smile. Oh, heavens! Why had not Madame Leroux an even lovelier cap? Oh, heavens! But where could you find a lovelier cap? It was quite first-rate. Where could you get a better one? I mean it seriously. This ingratitude on the part of lovers moves me, in fact, to indignation, and even wounds me a little. Why, look at it for yourself. Reader, look, what could be more beautiful than this little love of a cap? Come, look at it. But no, my strictures are uncalled for. They had by now all agreed with me. It had been a momentary aberration, the blindness, the delirium of feeling. I am ready to forgive them. But then you must look. You must excuse me, kind reader, I am still talking about the cap. Made of tulle, light as a feather, a broad cherry-colored ribbon covered with lace passing between the tulle and the ruche, and at the back 2 wide long ribbons. They would fall down a little below the nape of the neck. All that the cap needed was to be tilted a little to the back of the head. Come look at it, I ask you after that, but I see you are not looking. You think it does not matter. You are looking in a different direction. You are looking at 2 big tears, Beta's pearls, that rose in 2 jet black eyes, quivered for one instant on the eyelashes, and then dropped on the ethereal tulle of which Madame Leroux's artistic masterpiece was composed. And again I feel vexed. Those 2 tears were scarcely a tribute to the cap. No, to my mind, such a gift should be given in cool blood, as only then can its full worth be appreciated. I am, I confess, dear reader, entirely on the side of the cap. They sat down, Vajya with Lizenka and the old mother with Arkady Ivanovich. They began to talk, and Arkady Ivanovich did himself credit. I am glad to say that for him. One would hardly, indeed, have expected it of him. After a couple of words about Vajya, he most successfully turned the conversation to Yulian Mastakovich, his patron. And he talked so cleverly that the subject was not exhausted for an hour. You ought to have seen with what dexterity, What tact! Arkady Ivanovich touched upon certain peculiarities of Yulian Mastakovich which directly or indirectly affected Vasya. The mother was fascinated, genuinely fascinated. She admitted it herself. She purposely called Vasya aside and said to him that his friend was a most excellent and charming young man, and, what was of most account, such a serious, steady young man. Vasya almost laughed aloud with delight. He remembered how the serious Arkady had tumbled him on his bed for a quarter of an hour. Then the mother signed to Vasya to follow her quietly and cautiously into the next room. It must be admitted that she treated Lizenka rather unfairly. She behaved treacherously to her daughter, in the fullness of her heart, of course, and showed Vasya on the sly the present Lizenka was preparing to give him for the new year. It was a paper case, embroidered in beads and gold in a very choice design. On one side was depicted a stag, absolutely lifelike, running swiftly, and so well done. On the other side was the portrait of a celebrated general, also an excellent likeness. I cannot describe Vasya's raptures. Meanwhile, time was not being wasted in the parlor. Lizenka went straight up to Arkady Ivanovich. She took his hand, she thanked him for something, and Arkady Ivanovich gathered that she was referring to her precious Vasya. Lizenka was, indeed, deeply touched. She had heard that Arkady Ivanovich was such a true friend of her betrothed, so loved him, so watched over him, guiding him at every step with helpful advice, that she, Lizenka, could hardly help thanking him, could not refrain from feeling grateful, and hoping that Arkady Ivanovich might like her, if only half as well as Vasya. Then she began questioning him as to whether Vasya was careful of his health, expressed some apprehensions in regard to his marked impulsiveness of character and his lack of knowledge of men and practical life. She said that she would in time watch over him religiously, that she would take care of and cherish his lot, and finally, she hoped that Arkady Ivanovich would not leave them, but would live with them. "We three shall live like one," she cried, with extremely naive enthusiasm. But it was time to go. They tried, of course, to keep them, but Vasya answered point blank that it was impossible. Arkady Ivanovich said the same. The reason was, of course, inquired into, and it came out at once that there was work to be done entrusted to Vasya by Yulian Mastakovich, urgent, necessary, dreadful work, which must be handed in on the morning of the next day but one, and that it was not only unfinished, but had been completely laid aside. The mama sighed when she heard of this, while Lizenka was positively scared, and hurried Vasya off in alarm. The last kiss lost nothing from this haste. Though brief and hurried, it was only the more warm and ardent. At last they parted, and the two friends set off home. Both began at once confiding to each other their impressions as soon as they found themselves in the street. And could they help it? Indeed, Arkady Ivanovich was in love, desperately in love, with Lizenka. And to whom could he better confide his feelings than to Vasya, the happy man himself? And so he did. He was not bashful, but confessed everything at once to Vasya. Vasya laughed heartily and was immensely delighted, and even observed that this was all that was needed to make them greater friends than ever. "You have guessed my feelings, Vasya," said Arkady Ivanovich. "Yes, I love her as I love you. She will be my good angel as well as yours, for the radiance of your happiness will be shed on me, too, and I can bask in its warmth. She will keep house for me too, Vasya. My happiness will be in her hands. Let her keep house for me, as she will for you. Yes, friendship for you is friendship for her. You are not separable from me now. Only I shall have two beings like you instead of one." Arkady paused in the fullness of his feelings, while Vashya was shaken to the depths of his being by his friend's words. The fact is, he had never expected anything of the sort from Arkady. Arkady Ivanovich was not very great at talking as a rule. He was not fond of dreaming, either. Now he gave way to the liveliest, freshest, rainbow-tinted daydreams. "How I will protect and cherish you both," he began again. "To begin with, Vashya, I will be godfather to all your children, every one of them. And secondly, Vashya, we must bestir ourselves about the future. We must buy furniture and take a lodging so that you and she and I can each have a little room to ourselves. Do you know, Vashya, I'll run about tomorrow and look at the notices on the gates. 2 rooms, we should not need more. I really believe, Vashya, I talked nonsense this morning. There will be money enough. Why? As soon as I glanced into her eyes, I calculated at once that there would be enough to live on. It will all be for her. Oh, how we will work. Now, Vashya, we might venture up to 25 rubles for rent. A lodging is everything, brother. Nice rooms. And at once a man is cheerful, and his dreams are of the brightest hues. And, besides, Lizenka will keep the purse for both of us. Not a farthing will be wasted. Do you suppose I would go to a restaurant? What do you take me for? Not on any account. And then we shall get a bonus and reward, for we shall be zealous in the service. Oh, how we shall work, like oxen toiling in the fields. Only fancy," and Arkady Ivanovich's voice was faint with pleasure. "All at once and quite unexpected, 25 or 30 rubles. Whenever there's an extra, there'll be a cap or a scarf or a pair of little stockings. She must knit me a scarf. Look what a horrid one I've got. The nasty yellow thing. It did me a bad turn a day. And you wore a nice one, Vashya, to introduce me while I had my head in a halter. Though never mind that now. And look here, I undertake all the silver. I am bound to give you some little present. That will be an honor, that will flatter my vanity. My bonuses won't fail me, surely. You don't suppose they would give them to Skorohodov? No fear, they won't be landed in that person's pocket. I'll buy you silver spoons, brother, good knives, not silver knives, but thoroughly good ones, and a waistcoat. That is a waistcoat for myself. I shall be best man, of course. Only now, brother, you must keep at it, you must keep at it. I shall stand over you with a stick, brother. Today and tomorrow and all night, I shall worry you to work. Finish, make haste and finish, brother. And then again to spend the evening, and then again both of us happy. We will go in for Lodo. We'll spend the evening there. Oh, it's jolly. Oh, the devil. How vexing it is I can't help you. I should like to take it and write it all for you. Why is it our handwriting is not alike? Yes, answered Vashya. Yes, I must make haste. I think it must be 11 o'clock. We must make haste. To work. And saying this, Vashya, who had been all the time alternately smiling and trying to interrupt with some enthusiastic rejoinder the flow of his friend's feelings, and had, in short, been showing the most cordial response, suddenly subsided, sank into silence, and almost ran along the street. It seemed as though some burdensome idea had suddenly chilled his feverish head. He seemed all at once dispirited. Arkady Ivanovich felt quite uneasy. He scarcely got an answer to his hurried questions from Vasya, who confined himself to a word or two, sometimes an irrelevant exclamation. "Why? What is the matter with you, Vasya?" he cried at last, hardly able to keep up with him. "Can you really be so uneasy?" "Oh, brother, that's enough chatter," Vasya answered, with vexation. "Don't be depressed, Vasya, come," Arkady interposed. "Why, I have known you write much more in a shorter time. What's the matter? You've simply a talent for it. You can write quickly in an emergency. They're not going to lithograph your copy. You've plenty of time. The only thing is that you are excited now and preoccupied, and the work won't go so easily." Vasya made no reply, or muttered something to himself, and they both ran home in genuine anxiety. Vasya sat down to the papers at once. Arkady Ivanovich was quiet and silent. He noiselessly undressed and went to bed, keeping his eyes fixed on Vasya. A sort of panic came over him. What is the matter with him? He thought to himself, looking at Vasya's face that grew whiter and whiter, at his feverish eyes, at the anxiety that was betrayed in every movement he made. Why, his hand is shaking. What a stupid! Why did I not advise him to sleep for a couple of hours, till he had slept off his nervous excitement anyway? Vasya had just finished a page. He raised his eyes, glanced casually at Arkady, and at once, looking down, took up his pen again. "Listen, Vasya," Arkady Ivanovich began suddenly. "Wouldn't it be best to sleep a little now? Look, you are in a regular fever." Vasya glanced at Arkady with vexation, almost with anger, and made no answer. "Listen, Vasya, you'll make yourself ill." Vasya at once changed his mind. "How would it be to have tea, Arkady?" he said. "How so?" "Why? It will do me good. I am not sleepy and not going to bed. I am going on writing. But now I should like to rest and have a cup of tea, and the worst moment will be over." "First rate, brother Vasya, delightful. Just so. I was wanting to propose it myself, and I can't think why it did not occur to me to do so. But I say, Mavra won't get up. She won't wake for anything." "True. That's no matter, though," cried Arkady Ivanovich, leaping out of bed. "I will set the samovar myself. It won't be the first time." Arkady Ivanovich ran to the kitchen and set to work to get the samovar. Vasya, meanwhile, went on writing. Arkady Ivanovich, moreover, dressed and ran out to the baker's, so that Vasya might have something to sustain him for the night. A quarter of an hour later the samovar was on the table. They began drinking tea, but conversation flagged. Vasya still seemed preoccupied. "Tomorrow," he said at last, as though he had just thought of it, "I shall have to take my congratulations for the new year." "You need not go at all." "Oh yes, brother, I must," said Vasya. "Why, I will sign the visitor's book for you everywhere." "How can you? You work tomorrow. You must work tonight till 5 o'clock in the morning, as I said, and then get to bed. Or else you'll be good for nothing tomorrow. I'll wake you at 8 o'clock, punctually." "But will it be all right, you're signing for me?" said Vasya, half assenting. "Why, what could be better? Everyone does it." "I am really afraid." Why? It's all right, with other people, but Yulian Mastakovich, he has been so kind to me, Arkasha, and when he notices it's not my own signature. Notices. Why, what a fellow you are, really, Vasya. How could he notice? Come. I can imitate your signature awfully well, and make just the same flourish to it. Upon my word I can. What nonsense! Who would notice? Vasya made no reply, but emptied his glass hurriedly. Then he shook his head doubtfully. Vasya, dear boy. If only we succeed. Vasya, what's the matter with you? You quite frighten me. Do you know, Vasya, I am not going to bed now. I am not going to sleep. Show me, have you a great deal left? Vasya gave Arkady such a look that his heart sank and his tongue failed him. Vasya, what is the matter? What are you thinking? Why do you look like that? Arkady, I really must go tomorrow to wish Yulian Mastakovich a happy new year. Well, go then, said Arkady, gazing at him open-eyed, in uneasy expectation. I say, Vasya, do write faster. I am advising you for your good. I really am. How often Yulian Mastakovich himself has said that what he likes particularly about your writing is its legibility. Why, it is all that Skoroplyan cares for, that writing should be good and distinct like a copy, so as afterwards to pocket the paper and take it home for his children to copy. He can't buy copybooks, the blockhead. Yulian Mastakovich is always saying, always insisting, legible, legible, legible. What is the matter? Vasya, I really don't know how to talk to you. It quite frightens me. You crush me with your depression. It's all right, said Vasya, and he fell back in his chair as though fainting. Arkady was alarmed. Will you have some water? Vasya. Don't, said Vasya, pressing his hand. I am all right, I only feel sad. I can't tell why. Better talk of something else. Let me forget it. Calm yourself, for goodness sake, calm yourself, Vasya. You will finish it all right, on my honor, you will. And even if you don't finish, what will it matter? You talk as though it were a crime. Arkady, said Vasya, looking at his friend with such meaning that Arkady was quite frightened, for Vasya had never been so agitated before. If I were alone, as I used to be. No, I don't mean that. I keep wanting to tell you as a friend, to confide in you. But why worry you, though? You see, Arkady, to some much is given, others do a little thing as I do. Well, if gratitude, appreciation, is expected of you, and you can't give it. Vasya, I don't understand you in the least. I have never been ungrateful, Vasya went on softly, as though speaking to himself. But if I am incapable of expressing all I feel, it seems, Arkady, as though I am really ungrateful, and that's killing me. What next? As though gratitude meant nothing more than your finishing that copy in time? Just think what you were saying, Vasya. Is that the whole expression of gratitude? Vasya sank into silence at once, and looked open-eyed at Arkady, as though his unexpected argument had settled all his doubts. He even smiled, but the same melancholy expression came back to his face at once. Arkady, taking this smile as a sign that all his uneasiness was over, and the look that succeeded it as an indication that he was determined to do better, was greatly relieved. Well, brother Arkasha, You will wake up, said Vasya. Keep an eye on me. If I fall asleep, it will be dreadful. I'll set to work now. Arkasha. What? Oh, it's nothing, I meant. Vasya settled himself and said no more. Arkady got into bed. Neither of them said one word about their friends, the Artemyevs. Perhaps both of them felt that they had been a little to blame, and that they ought not to have gone for their jaunt when they did. Arkady soon fell asleep, still worried about Vasya. To his own surprise, he woke up exactly at 8 o'clock in the morning. Vasya was asleep in his chair with a pen in his hand, pale and exhausted. The candle had burned out. Mavra was busy getting the samovar ready in the kitchen. Vasya, Vasya, Arkady cried in alarm. When did you fall asleep? Vasya opened his eyes and jumped up from his chair. Oh, he cried, I must have fallen asleep. He flew to the papers. Everything was right. All were in order. There was not a blot of ink, nor spot of grease from the candle on them. I think I must have fallen asleep about 6 o'clock, said Vasya. How cold it is in the night. Let us have tea, and I will go on again. Do you feel better? Yes, I'm all right now. A happy new year to you, brother Vasya. And to you too, brother. The same to you, dear boy. They embraced each other. Vasya's chin was quivering and his eyes were moist. Arkady Ivanovich was silent. He felt sad. They drank their tea hastily. Arkady, I've made up my mind. I am going myself to Yulian Mastakovich. Why, he wouldn't notice. But my conscience feels ill at ease, brother. But you know it's for his sake you are sitting here. It's for his sake you are wearing yourself out. Enough. Do you know what, brother, I'll go round and see. Whom? Asked Vasya. The Artemyevs. I'll take them your good wishes for the new year as well as mine. My dear fellow. Well, I'll stay here, and I see it's a good idea of yours. I shall be working here. I shan't waste my time. Wait 1 minute, I'll write a note. Yes, dear brother, dear, there's plenty of time. I've still to wash and shave, and to brush my best coat. Well, Vasya, we're going to be contented and happy. Embrace me, Vasya. Ah, if only we may, brother. Does Mr. Shumkov live here? They heard a child's voice on the stairs. Yes, my dear, yes, said Mavra, showing the visitor in. What's that? What is it? Cried Vasya, leaping up from the table and rushing to the entry. Patinka, you. Good morning. I have the honor to wish you a happy new year, Vasily Petrovich, said a pretty boy of 10 years old with curly black hair. Sister sends you her love, and so does Mama, and Sister told me to give you a kiss for her. Vasya caught the messenger up in the air and printed a long, enthusiastic kiss on his lips, which were very much like Lizanka's. Kiss him, Arkady, he said, handing Petya to him, and without touching the ground the boy was transferred to Arkady Ivanovich's powerful and eager arms. Will you have some breakfast, dear? Thank you very much. We have had it already. We got up early today. The others have gone to church. Sister was 2 hours curling my hair and pomading it, washing me and mending my trousers, for I tore them yesterday, playing with Sashko in the street. We were snowballing. Well. So, she dressed me up to come and see you, and then pomaded my head, and then gave me a regular kissing. She said, "Go to Vazia, wish him a happy new year, and ask whether they are happy, whether they had a good night, and to ask something else. Oh, yes. Whether you had finished the work he spoke of yesterday when you were there." "Oh, I've got it all written down," said the boy, reading from a slip of paper which he took out of his pocket. "Yes, they were uneasy. It will be finished. It will be. Tell her that it will be. I shall finish it, on my word of honor. And something else. Oh yes, I forgot. Sister sent a little note and a present, and I was forgetting it. My goodness. Oh, you little darling. Where is it? Where is it? That's it. Oh, look, brother, see what she writes. The darling, the precious. You know I saw there yesterday a paper case for me. It's not finished, so she says, I am sending you a lock of my hair, and the other will come later. Look, brother, look." And overwhelmed with rapture, he showed Arkady Ivanovitch a curl of luxuriant, jet-black hair. Then he kissed it fervently and put it in his breast pocket, nearest his heart. "Vazia, I shall get you a locket for that curl," Arkady Ivanovitch said resolutely at last. "And we're going to have hot veal and tomorrow brains. Mama wants to make cakes, but we're not going to have millet porridge," said the boy after a moment's thought, to wind up his budget of interesting items. "Oh, what a pretty boy," cried Arkady Ivanovitch. "Vazia, you are the happiest of mortals." The boy finished his tea, took from Vazia a note, 1,000 kisses, and went out happy and frolicsome as before. "Well, brother," began Arkady Ivanovitch, highly delighted, "you see how splendid it all is, you see. Everything is going well. Don't be downcast, don't be uneasy. Go ahead. Get it done. Vazia, get it done. I'll be home at 2 o'clock. I'll go round to them, and then to Yulian Mastakovich. Well, goodbye, brother. Goodbye. Oh, if only. Very good. You go, very good, said Vazia. Then I really won't go to Yulian Mastakovich. Goodbye. Stay, brother, stay. Tell them, well, whatever you think fit. Kiss her, and give me a full account of everything afterwards. Come, come, of course I know all about it. This happiness has upset you. This suddenness of it all. You've not been yourself since yesterday. You have not got over the excitement of yesterday. Well, it's settled. Now try and get over it, Vazia. Goodbye, goodbye. At last the friends parted. All the morning Arkady Ivanovitch was preoccupied and could think of nothing but Vazia. He knew his weak, highly nervous character. Yes, this happiness has upset him. I was right there, he said to himself. Upon my word, he has made me quite depressed, too. That man will make a tragedy of anything. What a feverish creature. Oh, I must save him. I must save him, said Arkady, not noticing that he himself was exaggerating into something serious, a slight trouble, in reality quite trivial. Only at 11 o'clock he reached the porter's lodge of Yulian Mastakovich's house, to add his modest name to the long list of illustrious persons who had written their names on a sheet of blotted and scribbled paper in the porter's lodge. What was his surprise when he saw just above his own the signature of Vazia Shumkov. It amazed him. What's the matter with him, he thought. Arkady Ivanovitch, who had just been so buoyant with hope, came out feeling upset. There was certainly going to be trouble, but how? And in what form? He reached the Artemyevs with gloomy forebodings. He seemed absent-minded from the first, and after talking a little with Lizenka, went away with tears in his eyes. He was really anxious about Bazia. He went home running, and on the Neva came full tilt upon Bazia himself. The latter, too, was uneasy. "Where are you going?" cried Arkady Ivanovitch. Bazia stopped as though he had been caught in a crime. "Oh, it's nothing, brother. I wanted to go for a walk." "You could not stand it, and have been to the Artemyevs?" "Oh, Bazia, why did you go to Yulian Mastakovich?" Bazia did not answer, but then with a wave of his hand he said, "Arkady, I don't know what is the matter with me. Come, Bazia. I know what it is. Calm yourself. You've been excited and overwrought ever since yesterday. Only think, it's not much to bear. Everybody's fond of you. Everybody's ready to do anything for you. Your work is getting on all right. You'll get it done. You will certainly get it done. I know that you have been imagining something. You have had apprehensions about something." "No, it's all right, it's all right. Do you remember, Bazia? Do you remember it was the same with you once before? Do you remember when you got your promotion, in your joy and thankfulness you were so zealous that you spoiled all your work for a week? It is just the same with you now." Yes, Arkady, but now it is different. It is not that at all." "How is it different?" "And very likely the work is not urgent at all, while you are killing yourself." It's nothing. I am all right, it's nothing." "Well, come along." "Why, are you going home, and not to them?" "Yes, brother. How could I have the face to turn up there? I have changed my mind. It was only that I could not stay on alone without you. Now you are coming back with me, I'll sit down to write again. Let us go." They walked along, and for some time were silent. Bazia was in haste. "Why don't you ask me about them?" said Arkady Ivanovitch. "Oh, yes. Well, Arkasha, what about them?" "Bazia, you are not like yourself." "Oh, I am all right. Tell me everything, Arkasha," said Bazia, in an imploring voice, as though to avoid further explanations. Arkady Ivanovitch sighed. He felt utterly at a loss, looking at Bazia. His account of their friends roused Bazia. He even grew talkative. They had dinner together. Lizenka's mother had filled Arkady Ivanovitch's pockets with little cakes, and eating them the friends grew more cheerful. After dinner Bazia promised to take a nap, so as to sit up all night. He did, in fact, lie down. In the morning, someone whom it was impossible to refuse had invited Arkady Ivanovitch to tea. The friends parted. Arkady promised to come back as soon as he could, by 8 o'clock if possible. The 3 hours of separation seemed to him like 3 years. At last he got away and rushed back to Bazia. When he went into the room, he found it in darkness. Bazia was not at home. He asked Mavra. Mavra said that he had been writing all the time and had not slept at all. Then he had paced up and down the room, and after that, an hour before, he had run out, saying he would be back in half an hour. "And when," says he, "Arkady Ivanovitch comes in, tell him, 'Old woman,' says he." Mavra told him in conclusion that I had gone out for a walk, and he repeated the order 3 or 4 times. "He is at the Artemyevs," thought Arkady Ivanovitch, and he shook his head. A minute later, he jumped up with renewed hope. "He has simply finished," he thought. That's all it is. He couldn't wait, but ran off there. But no, he would have waited for me. Let's have a peep what he has there. He lighted a candle and ran to Vasya's writing table. The work had made progress, and it looked as though there were not much left to do. Arkady Ivanovich was about to investigate further when Vasya himself walked in. "Oh, you are here?" he cried, with a start of dismay. Arkady Ivanovich was silent. He was afraid to question Vasya. The latter dropped his eyes and remained silent too, as he began sorting the papers. At last their eyes met. The look in Vasya's was so beseeching, imploring, and broken that Arkady shuddered when he saw it. His heart quivered and was full. "Vasya, my dear boy, what is it? What's wrong?" he cried, rushing to him and squeezing him in his arms. "Explain to me. I don't understand you and your depression. What is the matter with you, my poor, tormented boy? What is it? Tell me all about it, without hiding anything. It can't be only this." Vasya held him tight and could say nothing. He could scarcely breathe. "Don't, Vasya, don't." "Well, if you don't finish it, what then? I don't understand you. Tell me your trouble. You see it is for your sake I—" "Oh, dear. Oh, dear," he said, walking up and down the room and clutching at everything he came across, as though seeking at once some remedy for Vasya. "I will go to Yulian Mastakovich instead of you tomorrow. I will ask him, entreat him, to let you have another day. I will explain it all to him, anything, if it worries you so." "God forbid," cried Vasya, and turned as white as the wall. He could scarcely stand on his feet. "Vasya, Vasya." Vasya pulled himself together. His lips were quivering. He tried to say something, but could only convulsively squeeze Arkady's hand in silence. His hand was cold. Arkady stood facing him, full of anxious and miserable suspense. Vasya raised his eyes again. "Vasya, God bless you, Vasya. You wring my heart, my dear boy, my friend." Tears gushed from Vasya's eyes. He flung himself on Arkady's bosom. "I have deceived you, Arkady," he said. "I have deceived you. Forgive me, forgive me. I have been faithless to your friendship." "What is it, Vasya? What is the matter?" asked Arkady, in real alarm. "Look." And with a gesture of despair, Vasya tossed off the drawer onto the table 6 thick manuscripts, similar to the one he had copied. "What's this?" "What I have to get through by the day after tomorrow. I haven't done a quarter. Don't ask me how it has happened," Vasya went on, speaking at once of what was distressing him so terribly. "Arkady, dear friend, I don't know myself what came over me. I feel as though I were coming out of a dream. I have wasted 3 weeks doing nothing. I kept going to see her. My heart was aching. I was tormented by the uncertainty. I could not write. I did not even think about it. Only now, when happiness is at hand for me, I have come to my senses." "Vasya," began Arkady Ivanovich resolutely. "Vasya, I will save you. I understand it all. It's a serious matter. I will save you. Listen to me. I will go to Yulian Mastakovich tomorrow. Don't shake your head. No, listen. I will tell him exactly how it has all been. Let me do that. I will explain to him. I will go into everything. I will tell him how crushed you are, how you are worrying yourself." Do you know that you are killing me now? Vasya brought out, turning cold with horror. Arkady Ivanovich turned pale, but at once controlling himself, laughed. Is that all? Is that all? He said. Upon my word, Vasya, upon my word. Aren't you ashamed? Come listen. I see that I am grieving you. You see I understand you. I know what is passing in your heart. Why, we have been living together for 5 years, thank God. You are such a kind, soft-hearted fellow, but weak, unpardonably weak. Why, even Lizaveta Mikhailovna has noticed it. And you are a dreamer, and that's a bad thing, too. You may go from bad to worse, brother. I tell you I know what you want. You would like Yulian Mastakovich, for instance, to be beside himself and maybe to give a ball, too, from joy because you're going to get married. Stop, stop. You are frowning. You see that at one word from me you are offended on Yulian Mastakovich's account. I'll let him alone. You know I respect him just as much as you do. But argue as you may, you can't prevent my thinking that you would like there to be no one unhappy in the whole world when you are getting married. Yes, brother, you must admit that you would like me, for instance, your best friend, to come in for a fortune of 100,000 all of a sudden. You would like all the enemies in the world to be suddenly, for no rhyme or reason, reconciled, so that in their joy they might all embrace one another in the middle of the street, and then, perhaps, come here to call on you. Vasya, my dear boy, I am not laughing. It is true. You've said as much to me long ago, in different ways. Because you are happy, you want everyone, absolutely everyone, to become happy at once. It hurts you and troubles you to be happy alone. And so you want at once to do your utmost to be worthy of that happiness, and maybe to do some great deed to satisfy your conscience. Oh, I understand how ready you are to distress yourself for having suddenly been remiss just where you ought to have shown your zeal, your capacity, well, maybe your gratitude, as you say. It is very bitter for you to think that Yulian Mastakovich may frown and even be angry when he sees that you have not justified the expectations he had of you. It hurts you to think that you may hear reproaches from the man you look upon as your benefactor, and at such a moment, when your heart is full of joy and you don't know on whom to lavish your gratitude. Isn't that true? It is, isn't it? Arkady Ivanovich, whose voice was trembling, paused, and drew a deep breath. Vasya looked affectionately at his friend. A smile passed over his lips. His face even lighted up, as though with a gleam of hope. Well, listen then. Arkady Ivanovich began again, growing more hopeful. There's no necessity that you should forfeit Yulian Mastakovich's favor. Is there, dear boy? Is there any question of it? And since it is so, said Arkady, jumping up, I shall sacrifice myself for you. I am going tomorrow to Yulian Mastakovich, and don't oppose me. You magnify your failure too. A crime, Vasya. Yulian Mastakovich is magnanimous and merciful, and, what is more, he is not like you. He will listen to you and me, and get us out of our trouble, brother Vasya. Well, are you calmer? Vasya pressed his friend's hands with tears in his eyes. Hush, hush, Arkady, he said. The thing is settled. I haven't finished, so very well. If I haven't finished, I haven't finished, and there's no need for you to go. I will tell him all about it. I will go myself. I am calmer now. I am perfectly calm. Only you mustn't go. But listen. Vasya, my dear boy, Arkady Ivanovich cried joyfully, I judged from what you said. I am glad that you have thought better of things and have recovered yourself. But whatever may befall you, whatever happens, I am with you. Remember that. I see that it worries you to think of my speaking to Yulian Mastakovich, and I won't say a word, not a word. You shall tell him yourself. You see, you shall go tomorrow. Oh no, you'd better not go. You'll go on writing here, you see, and I'll find out about this work, whether it is very urgent or not, whether it must be done by the time or not, and if he don't finish it in time, what will come of it? Then I will run back to you. Do you see, do you see? There is still hope. Suppose the work is not urgent. It may be all right. Yulian Mastakovich may not remember, then all is saved. Vasya shook his head doubtfully, but his grateful eyes never left his friend's face. Come, that's enough. I am so weak, so tired, he said, sighing. I don't want to think about it. Let us talk of something else. I won't write either now. Do you know I'll only finish 2 short pages just to get to the end of a passage? Is it? I have long wanted to ask you. How is it you know me so well? Tears dropped from Vasya's eyes on Arkady's hand. If you knew, Vasya, how fond I am of you, you would not ask that, yes. Yes, Arkady, I don't know that, because I don't know why you are so fond of me. Yes, Arkady, do you know even your love has been killing me? Do you know ever so many times, particularly when I am thinking of you in bed, for I always think of you when I am falling asleep, I shed tears and my heart throbs at the thought. Well, at the thought that you are so fond of me, while I can do nothing to relieve my heart, can do nothing to repay you. You see, Vasya, you see what a fellow you are. Why, how upset you are now, said Arkady, whose heart ached at that moment and who remembered the scene in the street the day before. Nonsense, you want me to be calm, but I never have been so calm and happy. Do you know? Listen, I want to tell you all about it, but I am afraid of wounding you. You keep scolding me and being vexed, and I am afraid. See how I am trembling now, I don't know why. You see, this is what I want to say. I feel as though I had never known myself before. Yes, I only began to understand other people too yesterday. I did not feel or appreciate things fully, brother. My heart was hard. Listen, how has it happened that I have never done good to anyone in the world because I couldn't. I am not even pleasant to look at. But everybody does me good. You, to begin with. Do you suppose I don't see that? Only I said nothing. Hosh, Wesya. Oh, Arkasha. It's all right, Vasya interrupted, hardly able to articulate for tears. I talked to yesterday about Yulian Mastakovich, and you know yourself how stern and severe he is. Even you have come in for a reprimand from him. Yet he deigned to jest with me yesterday, to show his affection and kind-heartedness, which he prudently conceals from everyone. Come, Vasya, that only shows you deserve your good fortune. Oh, Arkasha, how I long to finish all this. No, I shall ruin my good luck. I feel that. Oh no, not through that, Vasya added, seeing that Arkady glanced at the heap of urgent work lying on the table. That's nothing. That's only paper covered with writing. It's nonsense. That matter's settled. I went to see them today, Arkasha. I did not go in. I felt depressed and sad. I simply stood at the door. She was playing the piano. I listened. You see, Arkady, he went on, dropping his voice, I did not dare to go in. I say, Vasya, what is the matter with you? You look at one so strangely. Oh, it's nothing. I feel a little sick. My legs are trembling. It's because I sat up last night. Yes. Everything looks green before my eyes. It's here. He pointed to his heart. He fainted. When he came to himself, Arkady tried to take forcible measures. He tried to compel him to go to bed. Nothing would induce Vasya to consent. He shed tears, wrung his hands, wanted to write, was absolutely set on finishing his 2 pages. To avoid exciting him, Arkady let him sit down to the work. Do you know, said Vasya, as he settled himself in his place, an idea has occurred to me. There is hope. He smiled to Arkady, and his pale face lighted up with a gleam of hope. I will take him, what is done the day after tomorrow. About the rest, I will tell a lie. I will say it has been burnt, that it has been soaked in water, that I have lost it, that, in fact, I have not finished it. I cannot lie. I will explain, do you know what? I'll explain to him all about it. I will tell him how it was that I could not. I'll tell him about my love. He has got married himself just lately. He'll understand me. I will do it all, of course, respectfully, quietly. He will see my tears and be touched by them. Yes, of course, you must go and explain to him. But there's no need of tears. Tears for what? Really, Vasya, you quite scare me. Yes, I'll go. But now let me write, Arkasha. I am not interfering with anyone. Let me write. Arkady flung himself on the bed. He had no confidence in Vasya, no confidence at all. Vasya was capable of anything, but to ask forgiveness for what? How? That was not the point. The point was that Vasya had not carried out his obligations, that Vasya felt guilty in his own eyes, felt that he was ungrateful to destiny, that Vasya was crushed, overwhelmed by happiness and thought himself unworthy of it, that, in fact, he was simply trying to find an excuse to go off his head on that point, and that he had not recovered from the unexpectedness of what had happened the day before. That's what it is, thought Arkady Ivanovich. I must save him. I must reconcile him to himself. He will be his own ruin. He thought and resolved to go at once next day to Yulian Mastakovich and to tell him all about it. Vasya was sitting writing. Arkady Ivanovich, worn out, lay down to think things over again and only woke at daybreak. Damnation! Again he cried, looking at Vasya. The latter was still sitting writing. Arkady rushed up to him, seized him, and forcibly put him to bed. Vasya was smiling. His eyes were closing with sleep. He could hardly speak. I wanted to go to bed, he said. Do you know, Arkady, I have an idea. I shall finish. I made my pen go faster. I could not have sat at it any longer. Wake me at 8 o'clock. Without finishing his sentence, he dropped asleep and slept like the dead. Mavra, said Arkady Ivanovich to Mavra, who came in with the tea. He asked to be waked in an hour. Don't wake him on any account. Let him sleep 10 hours if he can. Do you understand? I understand, sir. Don't get the dinner. Don't bring in the wood. Don't make a noise, or it will be the worse for you. If he asks for me, tell him I have gone to the office. Do you understand? I understand, bless you, sir. Let him sleep and welcome. I am glad my gentlemen should sleep well, and I take good care of their things. And about that cup that was broken, and you blamed me, your honor, it was me. It was poor pussy broke it. I ought to have kept an eye on her. SSH, you confounded thing, I said. Hush, be quiet, be quiet. Arkady Ivanovich followed Mavra out into the kitchen, asked for the key, and locked her up there. Then he went to the office. On the way he considered how he could present himself before Yulian Mastakovich and whether it would be appropriate and not impertinent. He went into the office timidly and timidly inquired whether His Excellency were there, receiving the answer that he was not and would not be. Arkady Ivanovich instantly thought of going to his flat, but reflected very prudently that if Yulian Mastakovich had not come to the office, he would certainly be busy at home. He remained. The hours seemed to him endless. Indirectly, he inquired about the work entrusted to Shumkov, but no one knew anything about this. All that was known was that Yulian Mastakovich did employ him on special jobs, but what they were, no one could say. At last it struck 3 o'clock, and Arkady Ivanovich rushed out, eager to get home. In the vestibule, he was met by a clerk, who told him that Vasily Petrovich Shumkov had come about 1 o'clock and asked, the clerk added, whether you were here, and whether Yulian Mastakovich had been here. Hearing this, Arkady Ivanovich took a sledge and hastened home beside himself with alarm. Shumkov was at home. He was walking about the room in violent excitement. Glancing at Arkady Ivanovich, he immediately controlled himself, reflected, and hastened to conceal his emotion. He sat down to his papers without a word. He seemed to avoid his friend's questions, seemed to be bothered by them, to be pondering to himself on some plan, and deciding to conceal his decision because he could not reckon further on his friend's affection. This struck Arkady, and his heart ached with a poignant and oppressive pain. He sat on the bed and began turning over the leaves of some book, the only one he had in his possession, keeping his eye on poor Vasya. But Vasya remained obstinately silent, writing, and not raising his head. So passed several hours, and Arkady's misery reached an extreme point. At last, at 11 o'clock, Vasya lifted his head and looked with a fixed, vacant stare at Arkady. Arkady waited. 2 or 3 minutes passed. Vasya did not speak. Vasya, kudi. Vasya made no answer. Vasya, he repeated, jumping up from the bed. Vasya, what is the matter with you? What is it? He cried, running up to him. Vasya raised his eyes and again looked at him with the same vacant, fixed stare. He's in a trance, thought Arkady, trembling all over with fear. He seized a bottle of water, raised Vasya, poured some water on his head, moistened his temples, rubbed his hands in his own, and Vasya came to himself. Vasya, Vasya, cried Arkady, unable to restrain his tears. Vasya, save yourself, rouse yourself, rouse yourself. He could say no more, but held him tight in his arms. A look as of some oppressive sensation passed over Vasya's face. He rubbed his forehead and clutched at his head, as though he were afraid it would burst. I don't know what is the matter with me, he added at last. I feel torn to pieces. Come, it's all right, it's all right. Give over, Arkady. Don't grieve, he repeated, looking at him with sad, exhausted eyes. Why be so anxious? Come. You comforting me, cried Arkady, whose heart was torn. Vasya, he said at last, lie down and have a little nap, won't you? Don't wear yourself out for nothing. You'll set to work better afterwards. Yes, yes, said Vasya. By all means, I'll lie down. Very good. Yes. You see, I meant to finish, but now I've changed my mind. Yes. And Arkady led him to the bed. Listen, Vasya, he said firmly, we must settle this matter finally. Tell me, what were you thinking about? Oh, said Vasya, with a flourish of his weak hand turning over on the other side. Come, Vasya, come, make up your mind. I don't want to hurt you. I can't be silent any longer. You won't sleep till you've made up your mind, I know. As you like, Vasya repeated enigmatically. He will give in, thought Arkady Ivanovitch. Attend to me, Vasya, he said. Remember what I say, and I will save you tomorrow. Tomorrow I will decide your fate. What am I saying, your fate? You have so frightened me, Vasya, that I am using your own words. Fate, indeed. It's simply nonsense, rubbish. You don't want to lose Yulian Mastakovich's favor, affection if you like. No, and you won't lose it, you will see. Arkady Ivanovitch would have said more, but Vasya interrupted him. He sat up in bed, put both arms round Arkady Ivanovitch's neck and kissed him. Enough, he said in a weak voice. Enough. Say no more about that. And again he turned his face to the wall. My goodness, thought Arkady. My goodness. What is the matter with him? He is utterly lost. What has he in his mind? He will be his own undoing. Arkady looked at him in despair. If he were to fall ill, thought Arkady, perhaps it would be better. His trouble would pass off with illness, and that might be the best way of settling the whole business. But what nonsense I am talking. Oh, my God. Meanwhile, Vasya seemed to be asleep. Arkady Ivanovitch was relieved. A good sign, he thought. He made up his mind to sit beside him all night. But Vasya was restless. He kept twitching and tossing about on the bed and opening his eyes for an instant. At last exhaustion got the upper hand. He slept like the dead. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Arkady Ivanovitch began to doze in the chair with his elbow on the table. He had a strange and agitated dream. He kept fancying that he was not asleep and that Vasya was still lying on the bed. But strange to say, he fancied that Vasya was pretending, that he was deceiving him, that he was getting up, stealthily watching him out of the corner of his eye, and was stealing up to the writing table. Arkady felt a scalding pain at his heart. He felt vexed and sad and oppressed to see Vasya not trusting him, hiding and concealing himself from him. He tried to catch hold of him, to call out, to carry him to the bed. Then Vasya kept shrieking in his arms, and he laid on the bed a lifeless corpse. He opened his eyes and woke up. Vasya was sitting before him at the table, writing. Hardly able to believe his senses, Arkady glanced at the bed. Vasya was not there. Arkady jumped up in a panic, still under the influence of his dream. Vasya did not stir. He went on writing. All at once Arkady noticed with horror that Vasya was moving a dry pen over the paper, was turning over perfectly blank pages, and hurrying to fill up the paper as though he were doing his work in a most thorough and efficient way. No, this is not a trance, thought Arkady Ivanovitch, and he trembled all over. Vasya, Vasya, speak to me, he cried, clutching him by the shoulder. But Vashya did not speak. He went on as before, scribbling with a dry pen over the paper. "At last I have made the pen go faster," he said, without looking up at Arkady. Arkady seized his hand and snatched away the pen. A moan broke from Vashya. He dropped his hand and raised his eyes to Arkady. Then, with an air of misery and exhaustion, he passed his hand over his forehead as though he wanted to shake off some leaden weight that was pressing upon his whole being, and slowly, as though lost in thought, he let his head sink on his breast. "Vashya, Vashya," cried Arkady in despair. "Vashya." A minute later Vashya looked at him. Tears stood in his large blue eyes, and his pale, mild face wore a look of infinite suffering. He whispered something. What is it?" cried Arkady, bending down to him. "What for? Why are they doing it to me?" whispered Vashya. "What for? What have I done?" "Vashya, what is it? What are you afraid of? What is it?" cried Arkady, wringing his hands in despair. "Why are they sending me for a soldier?" said Vashya, looking his friend straight in the face. "Why is it? What have I done?" Arkady's hair stood on end with horror. He refused to believe his ears. He stood over him, half dead. A minute later, he pulled himself together. "It's nothing, it's only for the minute," he said to himself, with pale face and blue, quivering lips, and he hastened to put on his outdoor things. He meant to run straight for a doctor. All at once Vashya called to him. Arkady rushed to him and clasped him in his arms like a mother whose child is being torn from her. "Arkady, Arkady, don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone, do you hear? It is my trouble. I must bear it alone." "What is it? What is it? Rouse yourself, Vashya. Rouse yourself." Vashya sighed, and slow tears trickled down his cheeks. "Why kill her? How is she to blame?" he muttered in an agonized, heartrending voice. "The sin is mine. The sin is mine." He was silent for a moment. "Farewell, my love. Farewell, my love," he whispered, shaking his luckless head. Arkady started, pulled himself together, and would have rushed for the doctor. "Let us go. It is time," cried Vashya, carried away by Arkady's last movement. "Let us go, brother, let us go. I am ready. You lead the way." He paused and looked at Arkady with a downcast and mistrustful face. "Vashya, for goodness sake, don't follow me. Wait for me here. I will come back to you directly, said Arkady Ivanovich, losing his head and snatching up his cap to run for a doctor. Vashya sat down at once. He was quiet and docile, but there was a gleam of some desperate resolution in his eye. Arkady turned back, snatched up from the table an open penknife, looked at the poor fellow for the last time, and ran out of the flat. It was 8 o'clock. It had been broad daylight for some time in the room. He found no one. He was running about for a full hour. All the doctors whose addresses he had got from the house porter, when he inquired of the latter whether there were no doctor living in the building, had gone out, either to their work or on their private affairs. There was one who saw patients. This one questioned at length and in detail the servant who announced that Nefedevich had called, asking him who it was, from whom he came, what was the matter, and concluded by saying that he could not go, that he had a great deal to do, and that patients of that kind ought to be taken to a hospital. Then Arkady, exhausted, agitated, and utterly taken aback by this turn of affairs, cursed all the doctors on earth, and rushed home in the utmost alarm about Vasya. He ran into the flat. Mavra, as though there were nothing the matter, went on scrubbing the floor, breaking up wood, and preparing to light the stove. He went into the room. There was no trace of Vasya. He had gone out. Which way? Where? Where will the poor fellow be off to? Thought Arkady, frozen with terror. He began questioning Mavra. She knew nothing, had neither seen nor heard him go out. God bless him. Nefedovich rushed off to the Artemyevs. It occurred to him for some reason that he must be there. It was 10 o'clock by the time he arrived. They did not expect him, knew nothing and had heard nothing. He stood before them frightened, distressed, and asked where was Vasya. The mother's legs gave way under her. She sank back on the sofa. Lizenka, trembling with alarm, began asking what had happened. What could he say? Arkady Ivanovich got out of it as best he could, invented some tale which of course was not believed, and fled, leaving them distressed and anxious. He flew to his department that he might not be too late there, and he let them know that steps might be taken at once. On the way it occurred to him that Vasya would be at Yulian Mastakovich's. That was more likely than anything. Arkady had thought of that first of all, even before the Artemyevs. As he drove by His Excellency's door, he thought of stopping, but at once told the driver to go straight on. He made up his mind to try and find out whether anything had happened at the office, and if he were not there to go to His Excellency, ostensibly to report on Vasya. Someone must be informed of it. As soon as he got into the waiting room, he was surrounded by fellow clerks, for the most part young men of his own standing in the service. With one voice they began asking him what had happened to Vasya. At the same time they all told him that Vasya had gone out of his mind, and thought that he was to be sent for a soldier as a punishment for having neglected his work. Arkady Ivanovich, answering them in all directions, or rather avoiding giving a direct answer to anyone, rushed into the inner room. On the way he learned that Vasya was in Yulian Mastakovich's private room, that everyone had been there, and that Esper Ivanovich had gone in there too. He was stopped on the way. One of the senior clerks asked him who he was and what he wanted. Without distinguishing the person, he said something about Vasya and went straight into the room. He heard Yulian Mastakovich's voice from within. "Where are you going?" someone asked him at the very door. Arkady Ivanovich was almost in despair. He was on the point of turning back, but through the open door he saw his poor Vasya. He pushed the door and squeezed his way into the room. Everyone seemed to be in confusion and perplexity, because Yulian Mastakovich was apparently much chagrined. All the more important personages were standing about him talking and coming to no decision. At a little distance stood Vasya. Arkady's heart sank when he looked at him. Vasya was standing, pale, with his head up, stiffly erect, like a recruit before a new officer, with his feet together and his hands held rigidly at his sides. He was looking Yulian Mastakovich straight in the face. Arkady was noticed at once, and someone who knew that they lodged together mentioned the fact to His Excellency. Arkady was led up to him. He tried to make some answer to the questions put to him, glanced at Yulian Mastakovich, and seeing on his face a look of genuine compassion, began trembling and sobbing like a child. He even did more. He snatched His Excellency's hand and held it to his eyes, wetting it with his tears, so that Yulian Mastakovich was obliged to draw it hastily away, and waving it in the air, said, "Come, my dear fellow, come. I see you have a good heart." Arkady sobbed and turned an imploring look on everyone. It seemed to him that they were all brothers of his dear Vazhya, that they were all worried and weeping about him. How has it happened? How has it happened? Asked Yulian Mastakovich. What has sent him out of his mind? Gratitude was all Arkady Ivanovich could articulate. Everyone heard his answer with amazement, and it seemed strange and incredible to everyone that a man could go out of his mind from gratitude. Arkady explained as best he could. Good heavens! What a pity, said Yulian Mastakovich at last. And the work entrusted to him was not important and not urgent in the least. It was not worthwhile for a man to kill himself over it. Well, take him away. At this point, Yulian Mastakovich turned to Arkady Ivanovich again and began questioning him once more. He begs, he said, pointing to Vazhya, that some girl should not be told of this. Who is she? His betrothed, I suppose. Arkady began to explain. Meanwhile, Vazhya seemed to be thinking of something, as though he were straining his memory to the utmost to recall some important, necessary matter, which was particularly wanted at this moment. From time to time, he looked round with a distressed face, as though hoping someone would remind him of what he had forgotten. He fastened his eyes on Arkady. All of a sudden there was a gleam of hope in his eyes. He moved with the left leg forward, took 3 steps as smartly as he could, clicking with his right boot as soldiers do when they move forward at the call from their officer. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen. I have a physical defect and am small and weak, and I am not fit for military service, Your Excellency, he said abruptly. At that, everyone in the room felt a pang at his heart, and firm as was Yulian Mastakovich's character, tears trickled from his eyes. Take him away, he said, with a wave of his hands. Present, said Vazhya in an undertone. He wheeled round to the left and marched out of the room. All who were interested in his fate followed him out. Arkady pushed his way out behind the others. They made Vazhya sit down in the waiting room till the carriage came which had been ordered to take him to the hospital. He sat down in silence and seemed in great anxiety. He nodded to anyone he recognized as though saying goodbye. He looked round towards the door every minute and prepared himself to set off when he should be told it was time. People crowded in a close circle round him. They were all shaking their heads and lamenting. Many of them were much impressed by his story, which had suddenly become known. Some discussed his illness, while others expressed their pity and high opinion of Vazhya, saying that he was such a quiet, modest young man, that he had been so promising. People described what efforts he had made to learn, how eager he was for knowledge, how he had worked to educate himself. He had risen by his own efforts from a humble position, someone observed. They spoke with emotion of His Excellency's affection for him. Some of them fell to explaining why Vazhya was possessed by the idea that he was being sent for soldier because he had not finished his work. They said that the poor fellow had so lately belonged to the class liable for military service and had only received his first grade through the good offices of Yulian Mastakovich, who had had the cleverness to discover his talent, his docility, and the rare mildness of his disposition. In fact, there was a great number of views and theories. A very short fellow clerk of Vazhya's was conspicuous as being particularly distressed. He was not very young, probably about 30. He was pale as a sheet, trembling all over and smiling queerly, perhaps because any scandalous affair or terrible scene both frightens and at the same time somewhat rejoices the outside spectator. He kept running round the circle that surrounded Vajia, and as he was so short, stood on tiptoe and caught at the button of every one, that is, of those with whom he felt entitled to take such a liberty, and kept saying that he knew how it had all happened, that it was not so simple, but a very important matter, that it couldn't be left without further inquiry, then stood on tiptoe again, whispered in someone's ear, nodded his head again 2 or 3 times, and ran round again. At last everything was over. The porter made his appearance, and an attendant from the hospital went up to Vajia and told him it was time to start. Vajia jumped up in a flutter and went with them, looking about him. He was looking about for someone. "Vajia, Vajia," cried Arkady Ivanovich, sobbing. Vajia stopped, and Arkady squeezed his way up to him. They flung themselves into each other's arms in a last bitter embrace. It was sad to see them. What monstrous calamity was wringing the tears from their eyes? What were they weeping for? What was their trouble? Why did they not understand one another? "Here, here, take it. Take care of it," said Shumkov, thrusting a paper of some kind into Arkady's hand. "They will take it away from me. Bring it me later on. Bring it, take care of it." Vajia could not finish. They called to him. He ran hurriedly downstairs, nodding to every one, saying goodbye to every one. There was despair in his face. At last he was put in the carriage and taken away. Arkady made haste to open the paper. It was Liza's curled black hair, from which Vajia had never parted. Hot tears gushed from Arkady's eyes. Oh, poor Liza. When office hours were over, he went to the Artemyevs. There is no need to describe what happened there. Even Petya, little Petya, though he could not quite understand what had happened to dear Vajia, went into a corner, hid his face in his little hands, and sobbed in the fullness of his childish heart. It was quite dusk when Arkady returned home. When he reached the Neva, he stood still for a minute and turned a keen glance up the river into the smoky, frozen thickness of the distance, which was suddenly flushed crimson with the last purple and blood-red glow of sunset, still smoldering on the misty horizon. Night lay over the city, and the wide plain of the Neva, swollen with frozen snow, was shining in the last gleams of the sun with myriads of sparks of gleaming hoarfrost. There was a frost of 20 degrees. A cloud of frozen steam hung about the overdriven horses and the hurrying people. The condensed atmosphere quivered at the slightest sound, and from all the roofs on both sides of the river, columns of smoke rose up like giants and floated across the cold sky, intertwining and untwining as they went, so that it seemed new buildings were rising up above the old, a new town was taking shape in the air. It seemed as if all that world, with all its inhabitants, strong and weak, with all their habitations, the refuges of the poor, or the gilded palaces for the comfort of the powerful of this world, was at that twilight hour like a fantastic vision of fairyland, like a dream which in its turn would vanish and pass away like vapor into the dark blue sky. A strange thought came to poor Vajia's forlorn friend. He started, and his heart seemed at that instant flooded with a hot rush of blood kindled by a powerful, overwhelming sensation he had never known before. He seemed only now to understand all the trouble, and to know why his poor Vajia had gone out of his mind, unable to bear his happiness. His lips twitched, his eyes lighted up, he turned pale, and as it were had a clear vision into something new. He became gloomy and depressed, and lost all his gaiety. His old lodging grew hateful to him. He took a new room. He did not care to visit the Artemyevs, and indeed, he could not. 2 years later, he met Lizenka in church. She was by then married. Beside her walked a wet nurse with a tiny baby. They greeted each other and for a long time avoided all mention of the past. Liza said that, thank God, she was happy that she was not badly off, that her husband was a kind man, and that she was fond of him. But suddenly in the middle of a sentence her eyes filled with tears, her voice failed, she turned away and bowed down to the church pavement to hide her grief. A Christmas tree and a wedding. A story. The other day I saw a wedding, but no, I had better tell you about the Christmas tree. The wedding was nice, I liked it very much, but the other incident was better. I don't know how it was that, looking at that wedding, I thought of that Christmas tree. This was what happened. Just 5 years ago, on New Year's Eve, I was invited to a children's party. The giver of the party was a well-known and business-like personage with connections, with a large circle of acquaintances and a good many schemes on hand, so that it may be supposed that this party was an excuse for getting the parents together and discussing various interesting matters in an innocent, casual way. I was an outsider. I had no interesting matter to contribute, and so I spent the evening rather independently. There was another gentleman present who was, I fancied, of no special rank or family, and who, like me, had simply turned up at this family festivity. He was the first to catch my eye. He was a tall, lanky man, very grave and very correctly dressed. But one could see that he was in no mood for merrymaking and family festivity. Whenever he withdrew into a corner, he left off smiling and knitted his bushy black brows. He had not a single acquaintance in the party except his host. One could see that he was fearfully bored, but that he was valiantly keeping up the part of a man perfectly happy and enjoying himself. I learned afterwards that this was a gentleman from the provinces who had a critical and perplexing piece of business in Petersburg, who had brought a letter of introduction to our host, for whom our host was, by no means con amore, using his interest, and whom he had invited, out of civility, to his children's party. He did not play cards, cigars were not offered him. Everyone avoided entering into conversation with him, most likely recognizing the bird from its feathers, and so my gentleman was forced to sit the whole evening stroking his whiskers simply to have something to do with his hands. His whiskers were certainly very fine, but he stroked them so zealously that, looking at him, one might have supposed that the whiskers were created first, and the gentleman only attached to them in order to stroke them. In addition to this individual who assisted in this way at our host's family festivity, he had 5 fat, well-fed boys. I was attracted, too, by another gentleman, but he was quite of a different sort. He was a personage. He was called Yulian Mastakovich. From the first glance one could see that he was an honored guest and stood in the same relation to our host as our host stood in relation to the gentleman who was stroking his whiskers. Our host and hostess said no end of polite things to him, waited on him hand and foot, pressed him to drink, flattered him, brought their visitors up to be introduced to him, but did not take him to be introduced to anyone else. I noticed that tears glistened in our host's eyes when he remarked about the party that he had rarely spent an evening so agreeably. I felt as it were frightened in the presence of such a personage, and so, after admiring the children, I went away into a little parlor, which was quite empty, and sat down in an arbor of flowers which filled up almost half the room. The children were all incredibly sweet, and resolutely refused to model themselves on the grown-ups, regardless of all the admonitions of their governesses and mamas. They stripped the Christmas tree to the last sweetmeat in the twinkling of an eye, and had succeeded in breaking half the playthings before they knew what was destined for which. Particularly charming was a black-eyed, curly-headed boy who kept trying to shoot me with his wooden gun. But my attention was still more attracted by his sister, a girl of 11, quiet, dreamy, pale, with big, prominent, dreamy eyes, exquisite as a little cupid. The children hurt her feelings in some way, and so she came away from them to the same empty parlor in which I was sitting, and played with her doll in the corner. The visitors respectfully pointed out her father, a wealthy contractor, and someone whispered that 300,000 rubles were already set aside for her dowry. I turned round to glance at the group who were interested in such a circumstance, and my eye fell on Yulian Mastakovich, who, with his hands behind his back and his head on one side, was listening with the greatest attention to these gentlemen's idle gossip. Afterwards, I could not help admiring the discrimination of the host and hostess in the distribution of the children's presents. The little girl, who had already a portion of 300,000 rubles, received the costliest doll. Then followed presents diminishing in value in accordance with the rank of the parents of these happy children. Finally, the child of lowest degree, a thin, freckled, red-haired little boy of 10, got nothing but a book of stories about the marvels of nature and tears of devotion, etc., without pictures or even woodcuts. He was the son of a poor widow, the governess of the children of the house, an oppressed and scared little boy. He was dressed in a short jacket of inferior nankeen. After receiving his book, he walked round the other toys for a long time. He longed to play with the other children, but did not dare. It was evident that he already felt and understood his position. I love watching children. Their first independent approaches to life are extremely interesting. I noticed that the red-haired boy was so fascinated by the costly toys of the other children, especially by a theater in which he certainly longed to take some part, that he made up his mind to sacrifice his dignity. He smiled and began playing with the other children. He gave away his apple to a fat-faced little boy who had a mass of goodies tied up in a pocket handkerchief already, and even brought himself to carry another boy on his back, simply not to be turned away from the theater, but an insolent youth gave him a heavy thump a minute later. The child did not dare to cry. Then the governess, his mother, made her appearance and told him not to interfere with the other children's playing. The boy went away to the same room in which was the little girl. She let him join her, and the two set to work very eagerly dressing the expensive doll. I had been sitting more than half an hour in the ivy arbor, listening to the little prattle of the red-haired boy and the beauty, with a dowry of 300,000, who was nursing her doll, when Yulian Mastakovich suddenly walked into the room. He had taken advantage of the general commotion following a quarrel among the children to step out of the drawing room. I had noticed him a moment before talking very cordially to the future heiress's papa, whose acquaintance he had just made, of the superiority of one branch of the service over another. Now he stood in hesitation and seemed to be reckoning something on his fingers. 300, he was whispering. 11, 12, 13, and so on. 16, 5 years. Supposing it is at 4%, 5 times 12 is 60. Yes, to that 60. Well, in 5 years we may assume it will be 400. Yes, but he won't stick to 4%, the rascal. He can get 8 or 10. Well, 500, let us say 500 at least, that's certain. Well, say a little more for frills. I shan't. His hesitation was at an end. He blew his nose and was on the point of going out of the room when he suddenly glanced at the little girl and stopped short. He did not see me behind the pots of greenery. It seemed to me that he was greatly excited. Either his calculations had affected his imagination or something else, for he rubbed his hands and could hardly stand still. This excitement reached its utmost limit when he stopped and bent another resolute glance at the future heiress. He was about to move forward, but first looked round, then moving on tiptoe, as though he felt guilty, he advanced towards the children. He approached with a little smile, bent down and kissed her on the head. The child, not expecting this attack, uttered a cry of alarm. "What are you doing here, sweet child?" he asked in a whisper, looking round and patting the girl's cheek. "We are playing." "Ah, with him?" Yulian Mastakovich looked askance at the boy. "You had better go into the drawing room, my dear," he said to him. The boy looked at him open-eyed and did not utter a word. Yulian Mastakovich looked round him again and again bent down to the little girl. "And what is this you've got, a dolly, dear child?" he asked. "Yes, a dolly," answered the child, frowning and a little shy. "A dolly, and do you know, dear child, what your dolly is made of?" "I don't know," the child answered in a whisper, hanging her head. "It's made of rags, darling." "You had better go into the drawing room to your playmates, boy," said Yulian Mastakovich, looking sternly at the boy. The boy and girl frowned and clutched at each other. They did not want to be separated. "And do you know why they gave you that doll?" asked Yulian Mastakovich, dropping his voice to a softer and softer tone. "I don't know." "Because you have been a sweet and well-behaved child all the week." At this point, Yulian Mastakovich, more excited than ever, speaking in most dulcet tones, asked at last, in a hardly audible voice choked with emotion and impatience, "And will you love me, dear little girl, when I come and see your papa and mama?" Saying this, Yulian Mastakovich tried once more to kiss the dear little girl, but the red-haired boy, seeing that the little girl was on the point of tears, clutched her hand and began whimpering from sympathy for her. Yulian Mastakovich was angry in earnest. Go away from here, go away," he said to the boy. "Go into the drawing room. Go in there to your playmates." "No, he needn't. You go away," said the little girl. Leave him alone," she said, almost crying. Someone made a sound at the door. Yulian Mastakovich instantly raised his majestic person and took alarm. But the red-haired boy was even more alarmed than Yulian Mastakovich. He abandoned the little girl and, slinking along by the wall, stole out of the parlor into the dining room. To avoid arousing suspicion, Yulian Mastakovich, too, went into the dining room. He was as red as a lobster, and, glancing into the looking-glass, seemed to be ashamed at himself. He was perhaps vexed with himself for his impetuosity and hastiness. Possibly, he was at first so much impressed by his calculations, so inspired and fascinated by them, that in spite of his seriousness and dignity, he made up his mind to behave like a boy and directly approach the object of his attentions, even though she could not be really the object of his attentions for another 5 years at least. I followed the estimable gentleman into the dining room and there beheld a strange spectacle. Yulian Mastakovich, flushed with vexation and anger, was frightening the red-haired boy who, retreating from him, did not know where to run in his terror. "Go away. What are you doing here? Go away, you scamp. Are you after the fruit here, eh? Get along, you naughty boy. Get along, you sniveler, to your playmates." The panic-stricken boy in his desperation tried creeping under the table. Then his persecutor, in a fury, took out his large batiste handkerchief and began flicking it under the table at the child, who kept perfectly quiet. It must be observed that Yulian Mastakovich was a little inclined to be fat. He was a sleek, red-faced, solidly built man, paunchy, with thick legs, what is called a fine figure of a man, round as a nut. He was perspiring, breathless, and fearfully flushed. At last he was almost rigid, so great was his indignation and perhaps, who knows, his jealousy. I burst into loud laughter. Yulian Mastakovich turned round and, in spite of all his consequence, was overcome with confusion. At that moment from the opposite door a host came in. The boy crept out from under the table and wiped his elbows and his knees. Yulian Mastakovich hastened to put to his nose the handkerchief which he was holding in his hand by one end. Our host looked at the three of us in some perplexity, but as a man who knew something of life and looked at it from a serious point of view, he at once availed himself of the chance of catching his visitor by himself. "Here, this is the boy," he said, pointing to the red-haired boy, "for whom I had the honor to solicit your influence." "Ah," said Yulian Mastakovich, who had hardly quite recovered himself. "The son of my children's governess," said our host, in a tone of a petitioner, "a poor woman, the widow of an honest civil servant, and therefore, Yulian Mastakovich, if it were possible—" "Oh, no, no." Yulian Mastakovich made haste to answer. "No, excuse me, Philip Alexievich, it's quite impossible. I've made inquiries. There's no vacancy, and if there were, there are 20 applicants who have far more claim than he. I am very sorry, very sorry." "What a pity," said our host. "He is a quiet, well-behaved boy." "A great rascal, as I notice," answered Yulian Mastakovich, with a nervous twist of his lip. "Get along, boy. Why are you standing there? Go to your playmates," he said, addressing the child. At that point, he could not contain himself, and glanced at me out of one eye. I, too, could not contain myself, and laughed straight in his face. Yulian Mastakovich turned away at once, and in a voice calculated to reach my ear, asked who was that strange young man. They whispered together and walked out of the room. I saw Yulian Mastakovich afterwards shaking his head incredulously as our host talked to him. After laughing to my heart's content, I returned to the drawing room. There the great man, surrounded by fathers and mothers of families, including the host and hostess, was saying something very warmly to a lady to whom he had just been introduced. The lady was holding by the hand the little girl with whom Yulian Mastakovich had had the scene in the parlor a little while before. Now he was launching into praises and raptures over the beauty, the talents, the grace, and the charming manners of the charming child. He was unmistakably making up to the mama. The mother listened to him almost with tears of delight. The father's lips were smiling. Our host was delighted at the general satisfaction. All the guests, in fact, were sympathetically gratified. Even the children's games were checked that they might not hinder the conversation. The whole atmosphere was saturated with reverence. I heard afterwards the mamma of the interesting child, deeply touched, begged Yulian Mastakovich, in carefully chosen phrases, to do her the special honor of bestowing upon them the precious gift of his acquaintance, and heard with what unaffected delight Yulian Mastakovich accepted the invitation, and how afterwards the guests, dispersing in different directions, moving away with the greatest propriety, poured out to one another the most touchingly flattering comments upon the contractor, his wife, his little girl, and, above all, upon Yulian Mastakovich. "Is that gentleman married?" I asked, almost aloud, of one of my acquaintances, who was standing nearest to Yulian Mastakovich. Yulian Mastakovich flung a searching and vindictive glance at me. "No," answered my acquaintance, chagrined to the bottom of his heart by the awkwardness of which I had intentionally been guilty. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. I passed lately by a certain church. I was struck by the crowd of people in carriages. I heard people talking of the wedding. It was a cloudy day. It was beginning to sleet. I made my way through the crowd at the door and saw the bridegroom. He was a sleek, well-fed, round, paunchy man, very gorgeously dressed up. He was running fussily about, giving orders. At last the news passed through the crowd that the bride was coming. I squeezed my way through the crowd and saw a marvelous beauty who could scarcely have reached her first season. But the beauty was pale and melancholy. She looked preoccupied. I even fancied that her eyes were red with recent weeping. The classic severity of every feature of her face gave a certain dignity and seriousness to her beauty. But through that sternness and dignity, through that melancholy, could be seen the look of childish innocence, something indescribably naive, fluid, youthful, which seemed mutely begging for mercy. People were saying that she was only just 16. Glancing attentively at the bridegroom, I suddenly recognized him as Yulian Mastakovich, whom I had not seen for 5 years. I looked at her. My God! I began to squeeze my way as quickly as I could out of the church. I heard people saying in the crowd that the bride was an heiress, that she had a dowry of 500,000, and a trousseau worth ever so much. It was a good stroke of business, though, I thought as I made my way into the street. Polzunkov. A story. I began to scrutinize the man closely. Even in his exterior there was something so peculiar that it compelled one, however far away one's thoughts might be, to fix one's eyes upon him and go off into the most irrepressible roar of laughter. That is what happened to me. I must observe that the little man's eyes were so mobile, or perhaps he was so sensitive to the magnetism of every eye fixed upon him, that he almost by instinct guessed that he was being observed, turned at once to the observer and anxiously analyzed his expression. His continual mobility, his turning and twisting, made him look strikingly like a dancing doll. It was strange. He seemed afraid of jeers, in spite of the fact that he was almost getting his living by being a buffoon for all the world, and exposed himself to every buffet in a moral sense, and even in a physical one, judging from the company he was in. Voluntary buffoons are not even to be pitied. But I noticed at once that this strange creature, this ridiculous man, was by no means a buffoon by profession. There was still something gentlemanly in him. His very uneasiness, his continual apprehensiveness about himself, were actually a testimony in his favor. It seemed to me that his desire to be obliging was due more to kindness of heart than to mercenary considerations. He readily allowed them to laugh their loudest at him and in the most unseemly way to his face, but at the same time, and I am ready to take my oath on it, his heart ached and was sore at the thought that his listeners were so caddishly brutal as to be capable of laughing, not at anything said or done, but at him, at his whole being, at his heart, at his head, at his appearance, at his whole body, flesh and blood. I am convinced that he felt at that moment all the foolishness of his position, but the protest died away in his heart at once, though it invariably sprang up again in the most heroic way. I am convinced that all this was due to nothing else but a kind heart, and not to fear of the inconvenience of being kicked out and being unable to borrow money from someone. This gentleman was forever borrowing money, that is, he asked for alms in that form, when after playing the fool and entertaining them at his expense he felt in a certain sense entitled to borrow money from them. But, good heavens, what a business the borrowing was! And with what a countenance he asked for the loan! I could not have imagined that on such a small space as the wrinkled, angular face of that little man-room could be found, at one and the same time, for so many different grimaces, for such strange, variously characteristic shades of feeling, such absolutely killing expressions. Everything was there, shame and an assumption of insolence, and vexation at the sudden flushing of his face, and anger and fear of failure, and entreaty to be forgiven for having dared to pester, and a sense of his own dignity, and a still greater sense of his own abjectness. All this passed over his face like lightning. For 6 whole years he had struggled along in God's world in this way, and so far had been unable to take up a fitting attitude at the interesting moment of borrowing money. I need not say that he never could grow callous and completely abject. His heart was too sensitive, too passionate. I will say more, indeed. In my opinion, he was one of the most honest and honorable men in the world, but with a little weakness of being ready to do anything abject at anyone's bidding, good-naturedly and disinterestedly, simply to oblige a fellow creature. In short, he was what is called a rag in the fullest sense of the word. The most absurd thing was that he was dressed like anyone else, neither worse nor better, tidily, even with a certain elaborateness, and actually had pretensions to respectability and personal dignity. This external equality and internal inequality, his uneasiness about himself and at the same time his continual self-depreciation, all this was strikingly incongruous and provocative of laughter and pity. If he had been convinced in his heart, and in spite of his experience it did happen to him at moments to believe this, that his audience were the most good-natured people in the world, who were simply laughing at something amusing and not at the sacrifice of his personal dignity, he would most readily have taken off his coat, put it on wrong side outwards, and have walked about the streets in that attire for the diversion of others and his own gratification. But equality he could never anyhow attain. Another trait: the queer fellow was proud, and even, by fits and starts, when it was not too risky, generous. It was worth seeing and hearing how he could sometimes, not sparing himself, consequently with pluck, almost with heroism, dispose of one of his patrons who had infuriated him to madness. But that was at moments. In short, he was a martyr in the fullest sense of the word, but the most useless and, consequently, the most comic martyr. There was a general discussion going on among the guests. All at once I saw our queer friend jump upon his chair and call out at the top of his voice, anxious for the exclusive attention of the company, "Listen! The master of the house whispered to me. He sometimes tells the most curious stories. Does he interest you? I nodded and squeezed myself into the group. The sight of a well-dressed gentleman jumping upon his chair and shouting at the top of his voice did, in fact, draw the attention of all. Many who did not know the queer fellow looked at one another in perplexity. The others roared with laughter. I knew Fyodor Dostoyevsky. I ought to know Fyodor Dostoyevsky better than anyone, cried the queer fellow from his elevation. Gentlemen, allow me to tell you something. I can tell you a good story about Fyodor Dostoyevsky. I know a story, exquisite. Tell it, Osip Mihalich, tell it. Tell it. Listen. Listum, listum. I begin, but gentlemen, this is a peculiar story. Very good, very good. It's a comic story. Very good, excellent, splendid. Get on. It is an episode in the private life of your humble. But why do you trouble yourself to announce that it's comic? And even somewhat tragic. In short, the story which it will afford you all pleasure to hear me now relate, gentlemen, the story, in consequence of which I have come into company so interesting and profitable. No puns. This story. In short, the story. Make haste and finish the introduction. The story which has its value. A fair-haired young man with mustaches pronounced in a husky voice, dropping his hand into his coat pocket and, as though by chance, pulling out a purse instead of his handkerchief. The story, my dear sirs, after which I should like to see many of you in my place. And, finally, the story, in consequence of which I have not married. Married. A wife. Polzunkov tried to get married. I confess I should like to see Madame Polzunkov. Allow me to inquire the name of the would-be Madame Polzunkov, piped a youth, making his way up to the storyteller. And so for the first chapter, gentlemen. It was just 6 years ago, in spring, the 31st of March. Note the date, gentlemen, on the eve of the 1st of April, cried a young man with ringlets. You were extraordinarily quick at guessing. It was evening. Twilight was gathering over the district town of N. The moon was about to float out, everything in proper style, in fact. And so in the very late twilight I, too, floated out of my poor lodging on the sly, after taking leave of my restricted granny, now dead. Excuse me, gentlemen, for making use of such a fashionable expression, which I heard for the last time from Nikolai Nikolaich. But my granny was indeed restricted. She was blind, dumb, deaf, stupid, everything you please. I confess I was in a tremor. I was prepared for great deeds. My heart was beating like a kitten's when some bony hand clutches it by the scruff of the neck. Excuse me, Monsieur Polzunkov. What do you want? Tell it more simply. Don't overexert yourself, please. All right, said Osip Mihalich, a little taken aback. I went to the house of Fyodor Dostoyevsky, the house that he had bought. Fyodor Dostoyevsky, as you know, is not a mere colleague, but the full-blown head of a department. I was announced and was at once shown into the study. I can see it now. The room was dark, almost dark, but candles were not brought. Behold, Fyodor Dostoyevsky walks in. There he and I were left in the darkness. Whatever happened to you? Asked an officer. What do you suppose? Asked Polzunkov, turning promptly, with a convulsively working face, to the young man with ringlets. Well, gentlemen, a strange circumstance occurred, though indeed there was nothing strange in it. It was what is called an everyday affair. I simply took out of my pocket a roll of paper, and he a roll of paper. Paper notes. Paper notes, and we exchanged. I don't mind betting that there's a flavor of bribery about it, observed a respectably dressed, closely cropped young gentleman. Bribery. Polzunkov caught him up. Oh, may I be a liberal, such as many I have seen. If you, too, when it is your lot to serve in the provinces, do not warm your hands at your country's hearth. For, as an author said, even the smoke of our native land is sweet to us. She is our mother, gentlemen, our mother Russia. We are her babes, and so we suck her. There was a roar of laughter. Only would you believe it, gentlemen, I have never taken brides, said Polzunkov, looking round at the whole company distrustfully. A prolonged burst of Homeric laughter drowned Polzunkov's words in guffaws. It really is so, gentlemen. But here he stopped, still looking round at everyone with a strange expression of face. Perhaps, who knows, at that moment the thought came into his mind that he was more honest than many of all that honorable company. Anyway, the serious expression of his face did not pass away till the general merriment was quite over. And so, Polzunkov began again when all was still. Though I never did take brides, yet that time I transgressed. I put in my pocket a bride from a bride-taker. That is, there were certain papers in my hands which, if I had cared to send to a certain person, it would have gone ill with Fyodor Nikolaich. So then he bought them from you? He did. Did he give much? He gave as much as many a man nowadays would sell his conscience for complete, with all its variations, if only he could get anything for it. But I felt as though I were scalded when I put the money in my pocket. I really don't understand what always comes over me, gentlemen, but I was more dead than alive. My lips twitched and my legs trembled. Well, I was to blame, entirely to blame. I was utterly conscience-stricken. I was ready to beg Fyodor Nikolaich's forgiveness. Well, what did he do? Did he forgive you? But I didn't ask his forgiveness. I only mean that that is how I felt. Then I have a sensitive heart, you know. I saw he was looking me straight in the face. Have you no fear of God, Osip Mihailych, said he. Well, what could I do? From a feeling of propriety, I put my head on one side, and I flung up my hands. In what way, said I, have I no fear of God, Fyodor Nikolaich? But I just said that from a feeling of propriety. I was ready to sink into the earth. After being so long a friend of our family, after being, I may say, like a son, and who knows what heaven had in store for us, Osip Mihailych, and all of a sudden to inform against me, to think of that now. What am I to think of mankind after that, Osip Mihailych? Yes, gentlemen, he did read me a lecture. Come, he said, you tell me what I am to think of mankind after that, Osip Mihailych. What is he to think? I thought. And do you know, there was a lump in my throat, and my voice was quivering, and knowing my hateful weakness, I snatched at my hat. Where are you off to, Osip Mihailych? Surely on the eve of such a day you cannot bear malice against me? What wrong have I done you? Fyodor Nikolaich, I said, Fyodor Nikolaich. In fact, I melted, Gentlemen, I melted like a sugar stick, and the roll of notes that was lying in my pocket, that, too, seemed screaming out, "You ungrateful brigand! You accursed thief!" It seemed to weigh 100 weight, if only it had weighed 100 weight. "I see," says Fyodor Nikolaievich, "I see your penitence, you know, tomorrow. Saint Mary of Egypt's day." "Well, don't weep," said Fyodor Nikolaievich. "That's enough. You've erred, and you are penitent. Come along. Maybe I may succeed in bringing you back again into the true path," says he. "Maybe my modest Penates," yes, Penates, I remember he used that expression, "the rascal," "will warm," says he, "your hardened," I will not say hardened, but erring heart. He took me by the arm, gentlemen, and led me to his family circle. A cold shiver ran down my back. I shuddered. I thought, with what eyes shall I present myself? You must know, gentlemen, what shall I say? A delicate position had arisen here. Not Madame Polzonkov? Maria Fedosyevna. Only she was not destined, you know, to bear the name you have given her. She did not attain that honor. Fyodor Nikolaich was right, you see, when he said that I was almost looked upon as a son in the house. It had been so, indeed, 6 months before, when a certain retired junker called Mihailo Maximych Dvidalov was still living. But by God's will he died, and he put off settling his affairs till death settled his business for him. Oof. Well, never mind, gentlemen, forgive me, it was a slip of the tongue. It's a bad pun, but it doesn't matter its being bad. What happened was far worse, when I was left, so to say, with nothing in prospect but a bullet through the brain, for that junker, though he would not admit me into his house, he lived in grand style, for he had always known how to feather his nest, yet perhaps correctly he believed me to be his son. Aha! Yes, that was how it was. So they began to cold shoulder me at Fyodor Nikolaich's. I noticed things, I kept quiet, but all at once, unluckily for me, or perhaps luckily, a cavalry officer galloped into our little town like snow on our head. His business, buying horses for the army, was light and active, in cavalry style, but he settled himself solidly at Fyodor Nikolaich's, as though he were laying siege to it. I approached the subject in a roundabout way, as my nasty habit is. I said one thing and another, asking him what I had done to be treated so, saying that I was almost like a son to him, and when might I expect him to behave more like a father? "Well," he began answering me, "and when he begins to speak you are in for a regular epic in 12 cantos, and all you can do is to listen, lick your lips, and throw up your hands in delight. And not a ha'porth of sense, at least there's no making out the sense. You stand puzzled like a fool. He puts you in a fog. He twists about like an eel and wriggles away from you. It's a special gift, a real gift. It's enough to frighten people even if it is no concern of theirs. I tried one thing and another, and went hither and thither. I took the lady Sans and presented her with sweets, and thought of witty things to say to her. I tried sighing and groaning. My heart aches, I said, it aches from love. And I went in for tears and secret explanations. Man is foolish, you know. I never reminded myself that I was 30, not a bit of it. I tried all my arts. It was no go. It was a failure, and I gained nothing but jeers and jibes. I was indignant. I was choking with anger. I slunk off and would not set foot in the house. I thought and made up my mind to denounce him. Well, of course, it was a shabby thing. I meant to give away a friend, I confess. I had heaps of material and splendid material. A grand case. It brought me 1,500 rubles when I changed it and my report on it for banknotes. Ah, so that was the bribe. Yes, sir, that was the bride, and it was a bribe taker who had to pay it, and I didn't do wrong, I can assure you. Well, now I will go on. He drew me, if you will kindly remember, more dead than alive into the room where they were having tea. They all met me, seeming as it were offended, that is, not exactly offended, but hurt, so hurt that it was simply. They seemed shattered, absolutely shattered, and at the same time there was a look of becoming dignity on their faces, a gravity in their expression, something fatherly, parental. The prodigal son had come back to them. That's what it had come to. They made me sit down to tea, but there was no need to do that. I felt as though a samovar was toiling in my bosom, and my feet were like ice. I was humbled, I was cowed. Marya Fominishna, his wife, addressed me familiarly from the first word. How is it you have grown so thin, my boy? I've not been very well, Marya Fominishna, I said. My wretched voice shook. And then quite suddenly, she must have been waiting for a chance to get a dig at me. The old snake, she said. I suppose your conscience felt ill at ease, Osip Mihalich, my dear. Our fatherly hospitality was a reproach to you. You have been punished for the tears I have shed. Yes, upon my word, she really said that. She had the conscience to say it. Why, that was nothing to her. She was a terror. She did nothing but sit there and pour out tea. But if you were in the market, my darling, I thought you'd shout louder than any fishwife there. That's the kind of woman she was. And then, to my undoing, the daughter, Marya Fedosyevna, came in all her innocence, a little pale and her eyes red as though she'd been weeping. I was bowled over on the spot like a fool. But it turned out afterwards that the tears were a tribute to the cavalry officer. He had made tracks for home and taken his hook for good and all, for you know it was high time for him to be off. I may as well mention the fact here. Not that his leave was up precisely, but you see, it was only later that the loving parents grasped the position and had found out all that had happened. What could they do? They hushed their trouble up, an addition to the family. Well, I could not help it. As soon as I looked at her, I was done for. I stole a glance at my hat. I wanted to get up and make off. But there was no chance of that. They took away my hat. I must confess, I did think of getting off without it. Well, I thought, but no, they latched the doors. There followed friendly jokes, winking little airs and graces. I was overcome with embarrassment, said something stupid, talked nonsense about love. My charmer sat down to the piano and with an air of wounded feeling sang the song about the hussar who leaned upon the sword. That finished me off. Well, said Fedosy Nikolaich, all is forgotten. Come to my arms. I fell just as I was, with my face on his waistcoat. My benefactor, you are a father to me, said I, and I shed floods of hot tears. Lord, have mercy on us, what a to-do there was. He cried, his good lady cried, Mashenka cried. There was a flaxen-headed creature there. She cried too. That wasn't enough. The younger children crept out of all the corners. The Lord had filled their quiver full, and they howled too. Such tears, such emotion, such joy. They found their prodigal. It was like a soldier's return to his home. Then followed refreshments, we played forfeits, and I have a pain. Where is it? In my heart. Who gave it you? My Shama blushed. The old man and I had some punch. They won me over and did for me completely. I returned to my grandmother with my head in a whirl. I was laughing all the way home. For full 2 hours I paced up and down our little room. I waked up my old granny and told her of my happiness. But did he give you any money, the brigand? He did, Granny, he did. My dear, luck has come to us all of a heap. We've only to open our hand and take it. I waked up Sovereign. Sovereign, I said, take off my boots. Sovereign pulled off my boots. Come, Sovereign, congratulate me now. Give me a kiss. I am going to get married, my lad, I am going to get married. You can get jolly drunk tomorrow. You can have a spree. My dear soul, your master is getting married. My heart was full of jokes and laughter. I was beginning to drop off to sleep, but something made me get up again. I sat and thought. Tomorrow is the 1st of April, a bright and playful day. What should I do? And I thought of something. Why, gentlemen, I got out of bed, lighted a candle, and sat down to the writing table just as I was. I was in a fever of excitement, quite carried away. You know, gentlemen, what it is when a man is quite carried away. I wallowed joyfully in the mud. My dear friends, you see what I am like. They take something from you and you give them something else as well and say, take that too. They strike you on the cheek, and in your joy you offer them your whole back. Then they try to lure you like a dog with a bun, and you embrace them with your foolish paws and fall to kissing them with all your heart and soul. Why, see what I am doing now, gentlemen. You are laughing and whispering. I see it. After I have told you all my story, you will begin to turn me into ridicule. You will begin to attack me. But yet I go on talking and talking and talking. And who tells me to? Who drives me to do it? Who is standing behind my back whispering to me? Speak, speak and tell them? And yet I do talk, I go on telling you, I try to please you as though you were my brothers, all my dearest friends. Eck. The laughter which had sprung up by degrees on all sides completely drowned at last the voice of the speaker, who really seemed worked up into a sort of ecstasy. He paused. For several minutes his eyes strayed about the company, then suddenly, as though carried away by a whirlwind, he waved his hand, burst out laughing himself, as though he really found his position amusing, and fell to telling his story again. I scarcely slept all night, gentlemen. I was scribbling all night. You see, I thought of a trick. Eck, gentlemen, the very thought of it makes me ashamed. It wouldn't have been so bad if it all had been done at night. I might have been drunk, blundered, been silly, and talked nonsense, but not a bit of it. I woke up in the morning as soon as it was light. I hadn't slept more than an hour or two, and was in the same mind. I dressed, I washed, I curled and pomaded my hair, put on my new dress coat, and went straight off to spend the holiday with Fyodor Dostoyevsky, and I kept the joke I had written in my hat. He met me again with open arms, and invited me again to his fatherly waistcoat. But I assumed an air of dignity. I had the joke I thought of the night before in my mind. I drew a step back. No, Fyodor Dostoyevsky, but will you please read this letter? And I gave it him together with my daily report. And do you know what was in it? Why, for such and such reasons the aforesaid Osip Mihalich asks to be discharged, and under my petition I signed my full rank. Just think what a notion. Good Lord, it was the cleverest thing I could think of. As today was the 1st of April, I was pretending, for the sake of a joke, that my resentment was not over, that I had changed my mind in the night and was grumpy and more offended than ever, as though to say, "My dear benefactor, I don't want to know you nor your daughter either. I put the money in my pocket yesterday, so I am secure. So here's my petition for a transfer to be discharged. I don't care to serve under such a chief as Fyodor Nikolaich. I want to go into a different office and then, maybe I'll inform." I pretended to be a regular scoundrel. I wanted to frighten them. And a nice way of frightening them, wasn't it? A pretty thing, gentlemen, wasn't it? You see, my heart had grown tender towards them since the day before, so I thought I would have a little joke at the family. I would tease the fatherly heart of Fyodor Nikolaich. As soon as he took my letter and opened it, I saw his whole countenance change. "What's the meaning of this, Osip Mihalich?" And like a little fool I said, "The 1st of April. Many happy returns of the day, Fyodor Nikolaich," just like a silly schoolboy who hides behind his grandmother's armchair and then shouts, "Oof," into her ear suddenly at the top of his voice, meaning to frighten her. Yes, I feel quite ashamed to talk about it, gentlemen. No, I won't tell you. Nonsense. What happened then? Nonsense. Tell us. Yes, do. Rose on all sides. There was an outcry and a hullabaloo, my dear friends. Such exclamations of surprise. And, "You mischievous fellow, you naughty man," and what a fright I had given them, and all so sweet that I felt ashamed and wondered how such a holy place could be profaned by a sinner like me. "Well, my dear boy," piped the mamma, "you gave me such a fright that my legs are all of a tremble still. I can hardly stand on my feet. I ran to Masha as though I were crazy. 'Mashenka,' I said, 'what will become of us? See how your friend has turned out. And I was unjust to you, my dear boy. You must forgive an old woman like me. I was taken in. Well, I thought when he got home last night, he got home late, he began thinking, and perhaps he fancied that we sent for him on purpose yesterday, that we wanted to get hold of him. I turned cold at the thought. Give over, Mashenka. Don't go on winking at me. Osip Mihalich isn't a stranger. I am your mother. I am not likely to say any harm. Thank God, I am not 20, but turned 45. Well, gentlemen, I almost flocked at her feet on the spot. Again there were tears, again there were kisses. Jokes began. Fyodor Nikolaich, too, thought he would make April fools of us. He told us the fiery bird had flown up with a letter in her diamond beak. He tried to take us in too, didn't we laugh? Weren't we touched? Fool. I feel ashamed to talk about it. Well, my good friends, the end is not far off now. One day passed, 2, 3 a week. I was regularly engaged to her. I should think so. The wedding rings were ordered. The day was fixed, only they did not want to make it public for a time. They wanted to wait for the inspector's visit to be over. I was all impatience for the inspector's arrival. My happiness depended upon him. I was in a hurry to get his visit over. And in the excitement and rejoicing, Fyodor Nikolaich threw all the work upon me, writing up the accounts, making up the reports, checking the books, balancing the totals. I found things in terrible disorder. Everything had been neglected. There were muddles and irregularities everywhere. Well, I thought I must do my best for my father-in-law. and he was ailing all the time. He was taken ill, it appears. He seemed to get worse day by day. And, indeed, I grew as thin as a rake myself. I was afraid I would break down. However, I finished the work grandly. I got things straight for him in time. Suddenly, they sent a messenger for me. I ran headlong. What could it be? I saw my fetusy Nicolach, his head bandaged up in a vinegar compress, frowning, sighing, and moaning. "My dear boy, my son," he said, "if I die, to whom shall I leave you, my darlings?" His wife trailed in with all his children. Mashenka was in tears, and I blubbered, too. "Oh no," he said. "God will be merciful. He will not visit my transgressions on you." Then he dismissed them all, told me to shut the door after them, and we were left alone, tete-a-tete. "I have a favor to ask of you." "What favor?" "Well, my dear boy, there is no rest for me even on my deathbed. I am in want." "How so?" I positively flushed crimson. I could hardly speak. "Why, I had to pay some of my own money into the treasury. I grudge nothing for the public weal, my boy. I don't grudge my life. Don't you imagine any ill. I am sad to think that slanderers have blackened my name to you. You were mistaken. My hair has gone white from grief. The inspector is coming down upon us, and Matveyev is 7,000 rubles short, and I shall have to answer for it. Who else? It will be visited upon me, my boy. Where were my eyes? And how can we get it from Matveyev? He has had trouble enough already. Why should I bring the poor fellow to ruin? Holy saints! I thought, what a just man, what a heart. And I don't want to take my daughter's money, which has been set aside for her dowry. That sum is sacred. I have money of my own, it's true, but I have lent it all to friends. How is one to collect it all in a minute?" I simply fell on my knees before him. "My benefactor," I cried, "I've wronged you. I have injured you. It was slanderers who wrote against you. Don't break my heart. Take back your money." He looked at me, and there were tears in his eyes. "That was just what I expected from you, my son. Get up. I forgave you at the time for the sake of my daughter's tears. Now my heart forgives you freely. You have healed my wounds. I bless you for all time." Well, when he blessed me, gentlemen, I scurried home as soon as I could. I got the money. "Here, father, here's the money. I've only spent 50 rubles. "Well, that's all right," he said. "But now every trifle may count. The time is short. Write a report dated some days ago that you were short of money and had taken 50 rubles on account. I'll tell the authorities you had it in advance." Well, gentlemen, what do you think? I did write that report, too. Well, what then? What happened? How did it end? As soon as I had written the report, gentlemen, this is how it ended. The next day, in the early morning, an envelope with a government seal arrived. I looked at it, and what had I got? The sack. That is, instructions to hand over my work, to deliver the accounts, and to go about my business. How so? That's just what I cried at the top of my voice. How so? Gentlemen, there was a ringing in my ears. I thought there was no special reason for it, but no, the inspector had arrived in the town. My heart sank. It's not for nothing, I thought. And just as I rushed off to Feodor Nicolach. "How is this?" I said. "What do you mean?" he said. Why, I am dismissed. Dismissed? How? Why, look at this. Well, what of it? Why, but I didn't ask for it. Yes, you did. You sent your papers on the 1st of April. I had never taken that letter back. Fyodor Dostoyevsky. I can't believe my ears. I can't believe my eyes. Is this you? It is me. Why? My God. I'm sorry, Sid. I am very sorry that you made up your mind to retire from the service so early. A young man ought to be in the service, and you've begun to be a little light-headed of late. And as for your character, set your mind at rest. I'll see to that. Your behavior has always been so exemplary. But that was a little joke, Fyodor Dostoyevsky. I didn't mean it. I just gave you the letter for your fatherly, that's all. That's all? A queer joke, sir. Does one jest with documents like that? Why, you're sometimes sent to Siberia for such jokes. Now, goodbye. I am busy. We have the inspector here, the duties of the service before everything. You can kick up your heels, but we have to sit here at work. But I'll get you a character. Oh, another thing. I've just bought a house from Matveyev. We are moving in a day or two. So I expect I shall not have the pleasure of seeing you at our new residence. Bon voyage. I ran home. We're lost, Granny. She wailed, poor dear, and then I saw the page from Fyodor Dostoyevsky's running up with a note and a bird cage, and in a cage there was a starling. In the fullness of my heart, I had given her the starling, and in the note there were the words, April 1st, and nothing more. What do you think of that, gentlemen? What happened then? What happened then? What then? I met Fyodor Dostoyevsky once. I meant to tell him to his face. He was a scoundrel. Well, but somehow I couldn't bring myself to it, gentlemen. A little hero. A story. At that time I was nearly 11. I had been sent in July to spend the holiday in a village near Moscow with a relation of mine called T, whose house was full of guests, 50 or perhaps more. I don't remember, I didn't count. The house was full of noise and gaiety. It seemed as though it were a continual holiday, which would never end. It seemed as though our host had taken a vow to squander all his vast fortune as rapidly as possible, and he did indeed succeed, not long ago, in justifying the surmise. That is, in making a clean sweep of it all to the last stick. Fresh visitors used to drive up every minute. Moscow was close by, in sight, so that those who drove away only made room for others, and the everlasting holiday went on its course. Festivities succeeded one another, and there was no end in sight to the entertainments. There were riding parties about the environs, excursions to the forest or the river, picnics, dinners in the open air, suppers on the great terrace of the house, bordered with 3 rows of gorgeous flowers that flooded with their fragrance the fresh night air, and illuminated the brilliant lights which made our ladies, who were almost every one of them pretty at all times, seem still more charming, with their faces excited by the impressions of the day, with their sparkling eyes, with their interchange of sprightly conversation, their peals of ringing laughter, dancing, music, singing. If the sky were overcast, tableaux vivants, charades, proverbs were arranged, private theatricals were got up. There were good talkers, storytellers, wits. Certain persons were prominent in the foreground. Of course, backbiting and slander ran their course, as without them the world could not get on, and millions of persons would perish of boredom, like flies. But as I was at that time 11, I was absorbed by very different interests, and either failed to observe these people or, if I noticed anything, did not see it all. It was only afterwards that some things came back to my mind. My childish eyes could only see the brilliant side of the picture, and the general animation, splendor, and bustle. All that, seen and heard for the first time, made such an impression upon me that for the first few days I was completely bewildered and my little head was in a whirl. I keep speaking of my age, and of course I was a child, nothing more than a child. Many of these lovely ladies petted me without dreaming of considering my age. But strange to say, a sensation which I did not myself understand already had possession of me. Something was already whispering in my heart, of which till then it had had no knowledge, no conception, and for some reason it began all at once to burn and throb, and often my face glowed with a sudden flush. At times I felt as it were abashed, and even resentful of the various privileges of my childish years. At other times a sort of wonder overwhelmed me, and I would go off into some corner where I could sit unseen, as though to take breath and remember something which it seemed to me I had remembered perfectly till then, and now had suddenly forgotten, something without which I could not show myself anywhere, and could not exist at all. At last it seemed to me as though I were hiding something from everyone. But nothing would have induced me to speak of it to anyone, because, small boy that I was ready to weep with shame. Soon in the midst of a vortex around me, I was conscious of a certain loneliness. There were other children, but all were either much older or younger than I. Besides, I was in no mood for them. Of course, nothing would have happened to me if I had not been in an exceptional position. In the eyes of those charming ladies, I was still the little unformed creature whom they at once liked to pet, and with whom they could play, as though he were a little doll. One of them particularly, a fascinating, fair woman, with very thick, luxuriant hair, such as I had never seen before and probably shall never see again, seemed to have taken a vow never to leave me in peace. I was confused, while she was amused by the laughter which she continually provoked from all around us by her wild, giddy pranks with me, and this apparently gave her immense enjoyment. At school, among her schoolfellows, she was probably nicknamed the Tease. She was wonderfully good-looking, and there was something in her beauty which drew one's eyes from the first moment. And certainly she had nothing in common with the ordinary modest little fair girls, white as down and soft as white mice, or pastors' daughters. She was not very tall, and was rather plump, but had soft, delicate, exquisitely cut features. There was something quick as lightning in her face, and indeed she was like fire all over, light, swift, alive. Her big open eyes seemed to flash sparks. They glittered like diamonds, and I would never exchange such blue sparkling eyes for any black ones, were they blacker than any Andalusian orb. And, indeed, my blonde was fully a match for the famous brunette, whose praises were sung by a great and well-known poet, who, in a superb poem, vowed by all Castile that he was ready to break his bones to be permitted only to touch the mantle of his divinity with the tip of his finger. Add to that my charmer was the merriest in a world, the wildest giggler, playful as a child, although she had been married for the last 5 years. There was a continual laugh upon her lips, fresh as the morning rose that, with the first ray of sunshine, opens its fragrant crimson bud with the cold dewdrops still hanging heavy upon it. I remembered that the day after my arrival, private theatricals were being got up. The drawing room was, as they say, packed to overflowing. There was not a seat empty, and as I was somehow late, I had to enjoy the performance standing. But the amusing play attracted me to move forwarder and forwarder, and unconsciously I made my way to the first row, where I stood at last leaning my elbows on the back of an armchair in which a lady was sitting. It was my blonde divinity, but we had not yet made acquaintance. And I gazed, as it happened, at her marvelous, fascinating shoulders, plump and white as milk, though it did not matter to me in the least whether I stared at a woman's exquisite shoulders or at the cap with flaming ribbons that covered the gray locks of a venerable lady in the front row. Near my blonde divinity sat a spinster lady not in her first youth, one of those who, as I chanced to observe later, always take refuge in the immediate neighborhood of young and pretty women, selecting such as are not fond of cold-shouldering young men. But that is not the point. Only this lady, noting my fixed gaze, bent down to her neighbor and with a simper whispered something in her ear. The blonde lady turned at once, and I remember that her glowing eyes so flashed upon me in the half-dark that, not prepared to meet them, I started as though I were scalded. The beauty smiled. "Do you like what they are acting?" she asked, looking into my face with a shy and mocking expression. "Yes," I answered, still gazing at her with a sort of wonder that evidently pleased her. "But why are you standing? You'll get tired. Can't you find a seat?" "That's just it, I can't," I answered, more occupied with my grievance than with the beauty's sparkling eyes, and rejoicing in earnest at having found a kind heart to whom I could confide my troubles. "I have looked everywhere, but all the chairs are taken," I added, as though complaining to her that all the chairs were taken. "Come here," she said briskly, quick to act on every decision, and, indeed, on every mad idea that flashed on her giddy brain. "Come here and sit on my knee." "On your knee?" I repeated, taken aback. I have mentioned already that I had begun to resent the privileges of childhood and to be ashamed of them in earnest. This lady, as though in derision, had gone ever so much further than the others. Moreover, I had always been a shy and bashful boy, and of late had begun to be particularly shy with women. "Why, yes, on my knee." "Why don't you want to sit on my knee?" she persisted, beginning to laugh more and more, so that at last she was simply giggling, goodness knows at what, perhaps at her freak, or perhaps at my confusion. But that was just what she wanted. I flushed, and in my confusion looked round trying to find where to escape, but seeing my intention, she managed to catch hold of my hand to prevent me from going away, and pulling it towards her, suddenly, quite unexpectedly, to my intense astonishment, squeezed it in her mischievous warm fingers, and began to pinch my fingers till they hurt so much that I had to do my very utmost not to cry out, and in my effort to control myself, made the most absurd grimaces. I was, besides, moved to the greatest amazement, perplexity, and even horror at the discovery that there were ladies so absurd and spiteful as to talk nonsense to boys, and even pinch their fingers for no earthly reason and before everybody. Probably my unhappy face reflected my bewilderment, for the mischievous creature laughed in my face, as though she were crazy, and meantime she was pinching my fingers more and more vigorously. She was highly delighted in playing such a mischievous prank and completely mystifying and embarrassing a poor boy. My position was desperate. In the first place, I was hot with shame, because almost everyone near had turned round to look at us, some in wonder, others with laughter, grasping at once that the beauty was up to some mischief. I dreadfully wanted to scream, too, for she was wringing my fingers with positive fury just because I didn't scream, while I, like a Spartan, made up my mind to endure the agony, afraid by crying out of causing a general fuss, which was more than I could face. In utter despair, I began at last struggling with her, trying with all my might to pull away my hand, but my persecutor was much stronger than I was. At last I could bear it no longer, and uttered a shriek. That was all she was waiting for. Instantly she let me go, and turned away as though nothing had happened, as though it was not she who had played the trick but someone else, exactly like some schoolboy who, as soon as the master's back is turned, plays some trick on someone near him, pinches some small weak boy, gives him a flip, a kick, or a nudge with his elbows, and instantly turns again, buries himself in his book and begins repeating his lesson, and so makes a fool of the infuriated teacher, who flies down like a hawk at the noise. But luckily for me, the general attention was distracted at the moment by the masterly acting of our host, who was playing the chief part in the performance, some comedy of scribes. Everyone began to applaud. Under cover of the noise, I stole away and hurried to the furthest end of the room, from which, concealed behind a column, I looked with horror towards the place where the treacherous beauty was sitting. She was still laughing, holding her handkerchief to her lips, and for a long time she was continually turning round, looking for me in every direction, probably regretting that our silly tussle was so soon over, and hatching some other trick to play on me. That was the beginning of our acquaintance, and from that evening she would never let me alone. She persecuted me without consideration or conscience. She became my tyrant and tormentor. The whole absurdity of her jokes with me lay in the fact that she pretended to be head over ears in love with me, and teased me before everyone. Of course, for a wild creature as I was, all this was so tiresome and vexatious that it almost reduced me to tears, and I was sometimes put in such a difficult position that I was on the point of fighting with my treacherous admirer. My naive confusion, my desperate distress, seemed to egg her on to persecute me more. She knew no mercy, while I did not know how to get away from her. The laughter which always accompanied us, and which she knew so well how to excite, roused her to fresh pranks. But at last people began to think that she went a little too far in her jests. And, indeed, as I remember now, she did take outrageous liberties with a child such as I was. But that was her character. She was a spoilt child in every respect. I heard afterwards that her husband, a very short, very fat, and very red-faced man, very rich and apparently very much occupied with business, spoiled her more than anyone. Always busy and flying round, he could not stay 2 hours in one place. Every day he drove into Moscow, sometimes twice in the day, and always, as he declared himself, on business. It would be hard to find a livelier and more good-natured face than his facetious, but always well-bred countenance. He not only loved his wife to the point of weakness, softness, he simply worshipped her like an idol. He did not restrain her in anything. She had masses of friends, male and female. In the first place, almost everybody liked her, and secondly, the feather-headed creature was not herself over-particular in the choice of her friends, though there was a much more serious foundation to her character than might be supposed from what I have just said about her. But of all her friends, she liked best of all one young lady, a distant relation, who was also of our party now. There existed between them a tender and subtle affection, one of those attachments which sometimes spring up at the meeting of two dispositions often the very opposite of each other, of which one is deeper, purer, and more austere, while the other, with lofty humility and generous self-criticism, lovingly gives way to the other, conscious of the friend's superiority and cherishing the friendship as a happiness. Then begins that tender and noble subtlety in the relations of such characters, love and infinite indulgence on the one side, on the other love and respect, a respect approaching all, approaching anxiety as to the impression made on the friend so highly prized, and an eager, jealous desire to get closer and closer to that friend's heart in every step in life. These two friends were of the same age, but there was an immense difference between them in everything, in looks to begin with. Madame M. was also very handsome, but there was something special in her beauty that strikingly distinguished her from the crowd of pretty women. There was something in her face that at once drew the affection of all to her, or rather, which aroused a generous and lofty feeling of kindliness in every one who met her. There are such happy faces. At her side everyone grew as it were better, freer, more cordial, and yet her big mournful eyes, full of fire and vigor, had a timid and anxious look, as though every minute dreading something antagonistic and menacing, and this strange timidity at times cast so mournful a shade over her mild, gentle features which were called the serene faces of Italian Madonnas, that looking at her one soon became oneself sad, as though for some trouble of one's own. The pale, thin face, in which, through the irreproachable beauty of the pure, regular lines and the mournful severity of some mute hidden grief, there often flitted the clear looks of early childhood, telling of trustful years and perhaps simple-hearted happiness in the recent past, the gentle but diffident, hesitating smile, all aroused such unaccountable sympathy for her that every heart was unconsciously stirred with a sweet and warm anxiety that powerfully interceded on her behalf, even at a distance, and made even strangers feel akin to her. But the lovely creature seemed silent and reserved, though no one could have been more attentive and loving if anyone needed sympathy. There are women who are like sisters of mercy in life. Nothing can be hidden from them, nothing, at least, that is a sore or wound of the heart. Anyone who is suffering may go boldly and hopefully to them without fear of being a burden, for few men know the infinite patience of love, compassion, and forgiveness that may be found in some women's hearts. Perfect treasures of sympathy, consolation, and hope are laid up in these pure hearts, so often full of suffering of their own, for a heart which loves much grieves much, though their wounds are carefully hidden from the curious eye, for deep sadness is most often mute and concealed. They are not dismayed by the depth of the wound, nor by its foulness and its stench. Anyone who comes to them is deserving of help. They are, as it were, born for heroism. Madame M. was tall, supple, and graceful, but rather thin. All her movements seemed somehow irregular, at times slow, smooth, and even dignified, at times childishly hasty, and yet, at the same time, there was a sort of timid humility in her gestures, something tremulous and defenseless, though it neither desired nor asked for protection. I have mentioned already that the outrageous teasing of the treacherous fair lady abashed me, flabbergasted me, and wounded me to the quick. But there was for that another secret, strange and foolish reason, which I concealed, at which I shuddered as at a skeleton. At the very thought of it, brooding, utterly alone and overwhelmed, in some dark mysterious corner to which the inquisitorial mocking eye of the blue-eyed rogue could not penetrate, I almost gasped with confusion, shame, and fear. In short, I was in love. That perhaps is nonsense. That could hardly have been. But why was it, of all the faces surrounding me, only her face caught my attention? Why was it that it was only she whom I cared to follow with my eyes, though I certainly had no inclination in those days to watch ladies and seek their acquaintance? This happened most frequently on the evenings when we were all kept indoors by bad weather, and when, lonely, hiding in some corner of the big drawing-room, I stared about me aimlessly, unable to find anything to do, for except my teasing ladies, few people ever addressed me, and I was insufferably bored on such evenings. Then I stared at the people round me, listened to the conversation, of which I often did not understand one word, and at that time the mild eyes, the gentle smile and lovely face of Madame N, for she was the object of my passion, for some reason caught my fascinated attention, and the strange, vague, but unutterably sweet impression remained with me. Often for hours together I could not tear myself away from her. I studied every gesture, every movement she made, listened to every vibration of her rich, silvery, but rather muffled voice. But strange to say, as the result of all my observations, I felt, mixed with a sweet and timid impression, a feeling of intense curiosity. It seemed as though I were on the verge of some mystery. Nothing distressed me so much as being mocked at in the presence of Madame N. This mockery and humorous persecution, as I thought, humiliated me, and when there was a general burst of laughter at my expense, in which Madame N sometimes could not help joining, in despair, beside myself with misery, I used to tear myself from my tormentor and run away upstairs, where I remained in solitude the rest of the day, not daring to show my face in the drawing-room. I did not yet, however, understand my shame nor my agitation. The whole process went on in me unconsciously. I had hardly said 2 words to Madame N, and indeed, I should not have dared to. But one evening after an unbearable day, I turned back from an expedition with the rest of the company. I was horribly tired and made my way home across the garden. On a seat in a secluded avenue, I saw Madame N. She was sitting quite alone, as though she had purposely chosen this solitary spot. Her head was drooping and she was mechanically twisting her handkerchief. She was so lost in thought that she did not hear me till I reached her. Noticing me, she got up quickly from her seat, turned round, and I saw her hurriedly wipe her eyes with her handkerchief. She was crying, drying her eyes. She smiled to me and walked back with me to the house. I don't remember what we talked about, but she frequently set me off on one pretext or another, to pick a flower or to see who was riding in the next avenue. And when I walked away from her, she at once put her handkerchief to her eyes again and wiped away rebellious tears, which would persist in rising again and again from her heart and dropping from her poor eyes. I realized that I was very much in her way when she set me off so often, and, indeed, she saw herself that I noticed it all, but yet could not control herself, and that made my heart ache more and more for her. I raged at myself at that moment and was almost in despair, cursed myself for my awkwardness and lack of resource, and at the same time did not know how to leave her tactfully, without betraying that I had noticed her distress, but walked beside her in mournful bewilderment, almost in alarm, utterly at a loss and unable to find a single word to keep up our scanty conversation. This meeting made such an impression on me that I stealthily watched Madame M the whole evening with eager curiosity, and never took my eyes off her. But it happened that she twice caught me unawares watching her, and on the second occasion, noticing me, she gave me a smile. It was the only time she smiled that evening. The look of sadness had not left her face, which was now very pale. She spent the whole evening talking to an ill-natured and quarrelsome old lady whom nobody liked owing to her spying and backbiting habits, but of whom everyone was afraid, and consequently everyone felt obliged to be polite to her. At 10 o'clock Madame M's husband arrived. Till that moment I watched her very attentively, never taking my eyes off her mournful face. Now at the unexpected entrance of her husband, I saw her start, and her pale face turned suddenly as white as a handkerchief. It was so noticeable that other people observed it. I overheard a fragmentary conversation from which I guessed that Madame M was not quite happy. They said her husband was as jealous as an Arab, not from love, but from vanity. He was before all things a European, a modern man, who sampled the newest ideas and prided himself upon them. In appearance he was a tall, dark-haired, particularly thick-set man, with European whiskers, with a self-satisfied, red face, with teeth white as sugar, and with an irreproachably gentlemanly deportment. He was called a clever man. Such is the name given in certain circles to a peculiar species of mankind which grows fat at other people's expense, which does absolutely nothing and has no desire to do anything, and whose heart has turned into a lump of fat from everlasting slothfulness and idleness. You continually hear from such men that there is nothing they can do owing to certain very complicated and hostile circumstances, which thwart their genius, and that it was sad to see the waste of their talents. This is a fine phrase of theirs, their mot d'ordre, their watchword, a phrase which these well-fed, fat friends of ours bring out at every minute, so that it has long ago bored us as an errant artifice, an empty form of words. Some, however, of these amusing creatures, who cannot succeed in finding anything to do, though, indeed, they never seek it, try to make everyone believe that they have not a lump of fat for a heart, but on the contrary, something very deep, though what precisely the greatest surgeon would hardly venture to decide, from civility, of course. These gentlemen make their way in the world through the fact that all their instincts are bent in the direction of coarse sneering, short-sighted censure, and immense conceit. Since they have nothing else to do but note and emphasize the mistakes and weaknesses of others, and as they have precisely as much good feeling as an oyster, it is not difficult for them with such powers of self-preservation to get on with people fairly successfully. They pride themselves extremely upon that. They are, for instance, as good as persuaded that almost the whole world owes them something, that it is theirs, like an oyster which they keep in reserve, that all are fools except themselves, that every one is like an orange or a sponge, which they will squeeze as soon as they want the juice, that they are the masters everywhere, and that all this acceptable state of affairs is solely due to the fact that they are people of so much intellect and character. In their measureless conceit they do not admit any defects in themselves. They are like that species of practical rogues, innate Tartuffes and Falstaffs, who are such thorough rogues that at last they have come to believe that that is as it should be, that is, that they should spend their lives in knavishness. They have so often assured everyone that they are honest men, that they have come to believe that they are honest men, and that their roguery is honesty. They are never capable of inner judgment before their conscience, of generous self-criticism. For some things they are too fat. Their own priceless personality, their ball and Moloch, their magnificent ego is always in their foreground everywhere. All nature, the whole world for them is no more than a splendid mirror created for the little god to admire himself continually in it, and to see no one and nothing behind himself. So it is not strange that he sees everything in the world in such a hideous light. He is a phrase in readiness for everything and the acme of ingenuity on his part, the most fashionable phrase. It is just these people, indeed, who help to make the fashion, proclaiming at every crossroad an idea in which they sense success. A fine nose is just what they have for sniffing a fashionable phrase and making it their own before other people get hold of it, so that it seems to have originated with them. They have a particular store of phrases for proclaiming their profound sympathy for humanity, for defining what is the most correct and rational form of philanthropy, and continually attacking romanticism, in other words, everything fine and true, each atom of which is more precious than all their mollusk tribe. But they are too coarse to recognize the truth in an indirect, roundabout, and unfinished form, and they reject everything that is immature, still fermenting and unstable. The well-nourished man has spent all his life in merry-making, with everything provided, has done nothing himself, and does not know how hard every sort of work is, and so woe betide you if you jar upon his fat feelings by any sort of roughness. He'll never forgive you for that. He will always remember it, and will gladly avenge it. The long and short of it is, that my hero is neither more nor less than a gigantic, incredibly swollen bag, full of sentences, fashionable phrases, and labels of all sorts and kinds. However, had a speciality and was a very remarkable man. He was a wit, good talker and storyteller, and there was always a circle round him in every drawing room. That evening he was particularly successful in making an impression. He took possession of the conversation. He was in his best form, gay, pleased at something, and he compelled the attention of all. But Madame M looked all the time as though she were ill. Her face was so sad that I fancied every minute that tears would begin quivering on her long eyelashes. All this, as I have said, impressed me extremely and made me wonder. I went away with a feeling of strange curiosity and dreamed all night of M, though till then I had rarely had dreams. Next day, early in the morning, I was summoned to a rehearsal of some tableaux vivants in which I had to take part. The tableaux vivants, theatricals, and afterwards a dance were all fixed for the same evening, 5 days later, the birthday of our host's younger daughter. To this entertainment, which was almost improvised, another 100 guests were invited from Moscow and from surrounding villas, so that there was a great deal of fuss, bustle, and commotion. The rehearsal, or rather review of the costumes, was fixed so early in the morning because our manager, a well-known artist, a friend of our host's, who had consented through affection for him to undertake the arrangement of the tableaux and the training of us for them, was in haste now to get to Moscow to purchase properties and to make final preparations for the fete, as there was no time to lose. I took part in one tableau with Madame M. It was a scene from medieval life and was called The Lady of the Castle and Her Page. I felt unutterably confused on meeting Madame Nem at the rehearsal. I kept feeling that she would at once read in my eyes all the reflections, the doubts, the surmises that had arisen in my mind since the previous day. I fancied, too, that I was, as it were, to blame in regard to her for having come upon her tears the day before and hindered her grieving, so that she could hardly help looking at me askance as an unpleasant witness and unforgiven sharer of her secret. But, thank goodness, it went off without any great trouble. I was simply not noticed. I think she had no thoughts to spare for me or for the rehearsal. She was absent-minded, sad, and gloomily thoughtful. It was evident that she was worried by some great anxiety. As soon as my part was over, I ran away to change my clothes, and 10 minutes later came out on the veranda into the garden. Almost at the same time, Madame M came out by another door, and immediately afterwards coming towards us appeared her self-satisfied husband, who was returning from the garden, after just escorting into it quite a crowd of ladies and there handing them over to a competent cavalier servant. The meeting of the husband and wife was evidently unexpected. Madame M, I don't know why, grew suddenly confused, and a faint trace of vexation was betrayed in her impatient movement. The husband, who had been carelessly whistling an air and with an air of profundity stroking his whiskers, now, on meeting his wife, frowned and scrutinized her, as I remember now, with a markedly inquisitorial stare. "You are going into the garden?" he asked, noticing the parasol and book in her hand. "No, into the copse," she said, with a slight flush. "Alone?" "With him," said Madame Nem, pointing to me. "I always go a walk alone in the morning," she added, speaking in an uncertain, hesitating voice, as people do when they tell their first lie. "And I have just taken the whole party there. They have all met there together in the flower arbor to see N off. He is going away, you know. Something has gone wrong in Odessa. Your cousin," he meant the fair beauty, "is laughing and crying at the same time. There is no making her out. She says, though, that you are angry with N about something and so wouldn't go and see him off. Nonsense, of course." "She's laughing," said Madame M, coming down the veranda steps. "So this is your daily cavalier servant," added M, with a wry smile, turning his lorgnette upon me. "Page," I cried, angered by the lorgnette and the jeer, and laughing straight in his face, I jumped down the 3 steps of the veranda at one bound. "A pleasant walk," muttered M, and went on his way. Of course, I immediately joined Madame M as soon as she indicated me to her husband, and looked as though she had invited me to do so an hour before, and as though I had been accompanying her on her walks every morning for the last month. But I could not make out why she was so confused, so embarrassed, and what was in her mind when she brought herself to have recourse to her little lie. Why had she not simply said that she was going alone? I did not know how to look at her, but overwhelmed with wonder I began by degrees very naively peeping into her face. But just as an hour before at the rehearsal, she did not notice either my looks or my mute question. The same anxiety, only more intense and more distinct, was apparent in her face, in her agitation, in her walk. She was in haste, and walked more and more quickly, and kept looking uneasily down every avenue, down every path in the wood that led in the direction of the garden. and I, too, was expecting something. Suddenly, there was the sound of horses' hoofs behind us. It was the whole party of ladies and gentlemen on horseback escorting N, the gentleman who was so suddenly deserting us. Among the ladies was my fair tormentor, of whom M had told us that she was in tears. But characteristically, she was laughing like a child and was galloping briskly on a splendid bay horse. On reaching us, N took off his hat, but did not stop, nor say one word to Madame M. Soon all the cavalcade disappeared from our sight. I glanced at Madame M and almost cried out in wonder. She was standing as white as a handkerchief and big tears were gushing from her eyes. By chance our eyes met. Madame N suddenly flushed and turned away for an instant, and a distinct look of uneasiness and vexation flitted across her face. I was in the way, worse even than last time. That was clearer than day, but how was I to get away? And, as though guessing my difficulty, Madame M opened the book which she had in her hand, and coloring and evidently trying not to look at me, she said, as though she had only suddenly realized it, "Ah, it is the second part. I have made a mistake. Please bring me the first." I could not but understand. My part was over, and I could not have been more directly dismissed. I ran off with her book and did not come back. The first part lay undisturbed on the table that morning. But I was not myself. In my heart there was a sort of haunting terror. I did my utmost not to meet Madame M, but I looked with wild curiosity at the self-satisfied person of M, as though there must be something special about him now. I don't understand what was the meaning of my absurd curiosity. I only remember that I was strangely perplexed by all that I had chanced to see that morning. But the day was only just beginning, and it was fruitful in events for me. Dinner was very early that day. An expedition to a neighboring hamlet to see a village festival that was taking place there had been fixed for the evening, and so it was necessary to be in time to get ready. I had been dreaming for the last 3 days of this excursion, anticipating all sorts of delights. Almost all the company gathered together on the veranda for coffee. I cautiously followed the others and concealed myself behind the third row of chairs. I was attracted by curiosity, and yet I was very anxious not to be seen by Madame M. But as luck would have it, I was not far from my fair tormentor. Something miraculous and incredible was happening to her that day. She looked twice as handsome. I don't know how and why this happens, but such miracles are by no means rare with women. There was with us at this moment a new guest, a tall, pale-faced young man, the official admirer of our fair beauty, who had just arrived from Moscow as though on purpose to replace N, of whom rumor said that he was desperately in love with the same lady. As for the newly arrived guest, he had for a long time past been on the same terms as Benedict with Beatrice, and Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing. In short, the fair beauty was in her very best form that day. Her chatter and her jests were so full of grace, so trustfully naive, so innocently careless. She was persuaded of the general enthusiasm with such graceful self-confidence that she really was all the time the center of peculiar adoration. A throng of surprised and admiring listeners was continually round her, and she had never been so fascinating. Every word she uttered was marvelous and seductive, was caught up and handed round in the circle, and not one word, one jest, one sally was lost. I fancy no one had expected from her such taste, such brilliance, such wit. her best qualities were, as a rule, buried under the most harum-scarum willfulness, the most schoolboyish pranks, almost verging on buffoonery. They were rarely noticed, and, when they were hardly believed in, so that now her extraordinary brilliancy was accompanied by an eager whisper of amazement among all. There was, however, one peculiar and rather delicate circumstance, judging at least by the part in it played by Madame M.'s husband, which contributed to her success. The madcap ventured, and I must add to the satisfaction of almost every one, or at any rate, to the satisfaction of all the young people, to make a furious attack upon him, owing to many causes, probably of great consequence in her eyes. She carried on with him a regular cross-fire of witticisms, of mocking and sarcastic sallies, of that most elusive and treacherous kind that, smoothly wrapped up on the surface, hit the mark without giving the victim anything to lay hold of, and exhaust him in fruitless efforts to repel the attack, reducing him to fury and comic despair. I don't know for certain, but I fancy the whole proceeding was not improvised but premeditated. This desperate duel had begun earlier, at dinner. I call it desperate because M was not quick to surrender. He had to call upon all his presence of mind, all his sharp wit and rare resourcefulness, not to be completely covered with ignominy. The conflict was accompanied by the continual and irrepressible laughter of all who witnessed and took part in it. That day was for him very different from the day before. It was noticeable that Madame M. several times did her utmost to stop her indiscreet friend, who was certainly trying to depict the jealous husband in the most grotesque and absurd guise, in the guise of a Bluebeard, it must be supposed, judging from all probabilities, from what has remained in my memory, and finally from the part which I myself was destined to play in the affair. I was drawn into it in a most absurd manner, quite unexpectedly, and as ill luck would have it at that moment I was standing where I could be seen, suspecting no evil and actually forgetting the precautions I had so long practiced. Suddenly I was brought into the foreground as a sworn foe and natural rival of M, as desperately in love with his wife, of which my persecutress vowed and swore that she had proofs, saying that only that morning she had seen in the copse. But before she had time to finish I broke in at the most desperate minute. That minute was so diabolically calculated, was so treacherously prepared to lead up to its finale, its ludicrous denouement, and was brought out with such killing humor that a perfect outburst of irrepressible mirth saluted this last sally. And though even at the time I guessed that mine was not the most unpleasant part in the performance, yet I was so confused, so irritated and alarmed that, full of misery and despair, gasping with shame and tears, I dashed through 2 rows of chairs, stepped forward, and addressing my tormentor, cried, in a voice broken with tears and indignation, "Aren't you ashamed, aloud before all the ladies, to tell such a wicked lie? Like a small child before all these men. What will they say? A big girl like you and married." But I could not go on. There was a deafening roar of applause. My outburst created a perfect furor. My naive gesture, my tears, and especially the fact that I seemed to be defending M, all this provoked such fiendish laughter that even now I cannot help laughing at the mere recollection of it. I was overcome with confusion, senseless with horror, and, burning with shame, hiding my face in my hands, rushed away, knocked a tray out of the hands of a footman who was coming in at the door, and flew upstairs to my own room. I pulled out the key, which was on the outside of the door, and locked myself in. I did well, for there was a hue and cry after me. Before a minute had passed, my door was besieged by a mob of the prettiest ladies. I heard their ringing laughter, their incessant chatter, their trilling voices. They were all twittering at once, like swallows. All of them, every one of them, begged and besought me to open the door, if only for a moment, swore that no harm should come to me, only that they wanted to smother me with kisses. But what could be more horrible than this novel threat? I simply burned with shame the other side of the door, hiding my face in the pillows, and did not open, did not even respond. The ladies kept up their knocking for a long time, but I was deaf and obdurate as only a boy of 11 could be. But what could I do now? Everything was laid bare, everything had been exposed, everything I had so jealously guarded and concealed. Everlasting disgrace and shame had fallen on me. But it is true that I could not myself have said why I was frightened and what I wanted to hide. Yet I was frightened of something, and had trembled like a leaf at the thought of that something's being discovered. Only till that minute I had not known what it was, whether it was good or bad, splendid or shameful, praiseworthy or reprehensible. Now in my distress, in the misery that had been forced upon me, I learned that it was absurd and shameful. Instinctively, I felt at the same time that this verdict was false, inhuman, and coarse, but I was crushed, annihilated. Consciousness seemed checked in me and thrown into confusion. I could not stand up against that verdict, nor criticize it properly. I was befogged. I only felt that my heart had been inhumanly and shamelessly wounded, and was brimming over with impotent tears. I was irritated, but I was boiling with indignation and hate such as I had never felt before, for it was the first time in my life that I had known real sorrow, insult, and injury, and it was truly that, without any exaggeration, the first untried, unformed feeling had been so coarsely handled in me, a child. The first fragrant, virginal modesty had been so soon exposed and insulted, and the first and perhaps very real and aesthetic impression had been so outraged. Of course, there was much my persecutors did not know and did not divine in my sufferings. One circumstance, which I had not succeeded in analyzing till then, of which I had been, as it were, afraid, partly entered into it. I went on lying on my bed in despair and misery, hiding my face in my pillow, and I was alternately feverish and shivery. I was tormented by two questions. First, what had the wretched fair beauty seen? And, in fact, what could she have seen that morning in the copse between Madame M. and me? And secondly, how could I now look Madame M. in the face without dying on the spot of shame and despair? An extraordinary noise in the yard roused me at last from the state of semi-consciousness into which I had fallen. I got up and went to the window. The whole yard was packed with carriages, saddle horses, and bustling servants. It seemed that they were all setting off. Some of the gentlemen had already mounted their horses, others were taking their places in the carriages. Then I remembered the expedition to the village fete, and little by little an uneasiness came over me. I began anxiously looking for my pony in the yard, but there was no pony there, so they must have forgotten me. I could not restrain myself, and rushed headlong downstairs, thinking no more of unpleasant meetings or my recent ignominy. Terrible news awaited me. There was neither a horse nor seat in any of the carriages to spare for me. Everything had been arranged, all the seats were taken, and I was forced to give place to others. Overwhelmed by this fresh blow, I stood on the steps and looked mournfully at the long rows of coaches, carriages, and chaises, in which there was not the tiniest corner left for me, and at the smartly dressed ladies, whose horses were restlessly curvetting. One of the gentlemen was late. They were only waiting for his arrival to set off. His horse was standing at the door, champing the bit, pawing the earth with his hoofs, and at every moment starting and rearing. 2 stable boys were carefully holding him by the bridle, and everyone else apprehensively stood at a respectful distance from him. A most vexatious circumstance had occurred, which prevented my going. In addition to the fact that new visitors had arrived, filling up all the seats, 2 of the horses had fallen ill, one of them being my pony. But I was not the only person to suffer. It appeared that there was no horse for a new visitor, the pale-faced young man of whom I have spoken already. To get over this difficulty, our host had been obliged to have recourse to the extreme step of offering his fiery, unbroken stallion, adding, to satisfy his conscience, that it was impossible to ride him, and that they had long intended to sell the beast for its vicious character, if only a purchaser could be found. But, in spite of his warning, the visitor declared that he was a good horseman, and in any case ready to mount anything rather than not go. Our host said no more, but now I fancied that a sly and ambiguous smile was straying on his lips. He waited for the gentleman who had spoken so well of his own horsemanship, and stood, without mounting his horse, impatiently rubbing his hands and continually glancing towards the door. Some similar feeling seemed shared by the 2 stable boys, who were holding the stallion, almost breathless with pride at seeing themselves before the whole company in charge of a horse which might any minute kill a man for no reason whatever. Something akin to their master's sly smile gleamed, too, in their eyes, which were round with expectation, and fixed upon the door from which the bold visitor was to appear. The horse himself, too, behaved as though he were in league with our host and the stable boys. He bore himself proudly and haughtily, as though he felt that he were being watched by several dozen curious eyes, and were glorying in his evil reputation exactly as some incorrigible rogue might glory in his criminal exploits. He seemed to be defying the bold man who would venture to curb his independence. That bold man did at last make his appearance. Conscience-stricken at having kept everyone waiting, hurriedly drawing on his gloves, he came forward without looking at anything, ran down the steps, and only raised his eyes as he stretched out his hand to seize the mane of the waiting horse. But he was at once disconcerted by his frantic rearing and a warning scream from the frightened spectators. The young man stepped back and looked in perplexity at the vicious horse, which was quivering all over, snorting with anger, and rolling his bloodshot eyes ferociously, continually rearing on his hind legs and flinging up his 4 legs as though he meant to bolt into the air and carry the 2 stable boys with him. For a minute the young man stood completely nonplussed. Then, flushing slightly with some embarrassment, he raised his eyes and looked at the frightened ladies. "A very fine horse," he said, as though to himself, "and to my thinking it ought to be a great pleasure to ride him. But do you know, I think I will go," he concluded, turning to our host with the broad, good-natured smile which so suited his kind and clever face. "Yet I consider you are an excellent horseman, I assure you," answered the owner of the unapproachable horse, delighted, and he warmly and even gratefully pressed the young man's hand. "Just because from the first moment you saw the sort of brute you had to deal with," he added with dignity. "Would you believe me, though I have served 23 years in the Hussars, yet I've had the pleasure of being laid on the ground 3 times, thanks to that beast, that is, as often as I mounted the useless animal. Tancred, my boy, there's no one here fit for you. Your rider, it seems, must be some Ilya Mirametz, and he must be sitting quiet now in the village of Kapachirovo, waiting for your teeth to fall out. Come, take him away. He has frightened people enough." "It was a waste of time to bring him out," he cried, rubbing his hands complacently. It must be observed that Tancred was no sort of use to his master, and simply ate corn for nothing. Moreover, the old Hussar had lost his reputation for a knowledge of horseflesh by paying a fabulous sum for the worthless beast, which he had purchased only for his beauty. Yet he was delighted now that Tancred had kept up his reputation, had disposed of another rider, and so had drawn closer on himself fresh, senseless laurels. "So you are not going?" cried the blonde beauty, who was particularly anxious that her cavalier servant should be in attendance on this occasion. "Surely you are not frightened?" "Upon my word I am," answered the young man. "Are you in earnest?" "Why, do you want me to break my neck?" "Then make haste and get on my horse. Don't be afraid. It is very quiet. We won't delay them. They can change the saddles in a minute. I'll try to take yours. Surely Tancred can't always be so unruly." No sooner said than done. The madcap leaped out of the saddle and was standing before us as she finished the last sentence. "You don't know Tancred if you think he will allow your wretched side saddle to be put on him. Besides, I would not let you break your neck. It would be a pity," said our host, at that moment of inward gratification affecting, as his habit was, a studied brusqueness and even coarseness of speech which he thought in keeping with a jolly good fellow and an old soldier, and which he imagined to be particularly attractive to the ladies. This was one of his favorite fancies, his favorite whim, with which we were all familiar. "Well," cried Baby, "wouldn't you like to have a try?" "You wanted so much to go," said the valiant horsewoman, noticing me and pointing tauntingly at Tancred, because I had been so imprudent as to catch her eye, and she would not let me go without a biting word, that she might not have dismounted from her horse absolutely for nothing. "I expect you are not such a. We all know you are a hero and would be ashamed to be afraid, especially when you will be looked at, you fine page," she added, with a fleeting glance at Madame M., whose carriage was the nearest to the entrance. A rush of hatred and vengeance had flooded my heart when the fair Amazon had approached us with the intention of mounting Tancred. But I cannot describe what I felt at this unexpected challenge from the madcap. Everything was dark before my eyes when I saw her glance at Madame M. For an instant an idea flashed through my mind, but it was only a moment, less than a moment, like a flash of gunpowder. Perhaps it was the last straw, and I suddenly now was moved to rage as my spirit rose, so that I longed to put all my enemies to utter confusion, and to revenge myself on all of them, and before everyone, by showing the sort of person I was. Or whether by some miracle, some prompting from medieval history, of which I had known nothing till then, sent whirling through my giddy brain images of tournaments, paladins, heroes, lovely ladies, the clash of swords, shouts and the applause of the crowd, and amidst those shouts the timid cry of a frightened heart, which moves the proud soul more sweetly than victory and fame. I don't know whether all this romantic nonsense was in my head at the time, or whether, more likely, only the first dawning of the inevitable nonsense that was in store for me in the future. Anyway, I felt that my hour had come. My heart leaped and shuddered, and I don't remember how, at one bound, I was down the steps and beside Tancred. "You think I am afraid?" I cried, boldly and proudly, in such a fever that I could hardly see, breathless with excitement, and flushing till the tears scalded my cheeks. "Well, you shall see." And clutching at Tancred's mane, I put my foot in the stirrup before they had time to make a movement to stop me. But at that instant Tancred reared, jerked his head, and with a mighty bound forward wrenched himself out of the hands of the petrified stable boys, and dashed off like a hurricane, while everyone cried out in horror. Goodness knows how I got my other leg over the horse while it was in full gallop. I can't imagine, either, how I did not lose hold of the reins. Tancred bore me beyond the trellis gate, turned sharply to the right, and flew along beside the fence regardless of the road. Only at that moment I heard behind me a shout from 50 voices, and that shout was echoed in my swooning heart with such a feeling of pride and pleasure that I shall never forget that mad moment of my boyhood. All the blood rushed to my head, bewildering me and overpowering my fears. I was beside myself. There certainly was, as I remember it now, something of the knight-errant about the exploit. My nightly exploits, however, were all over in an instant, or it would have gone badly with the night. And, indeed, I do not know how I escaped as it was. I did know how to ride, I had been taught, but my pony was more like a sheep than a riding horse. No doubt I should have been thrown off Tancred if he had had time to throw me, but after galloping 50 paces he suddenly took fright at a huge stone which lay across the road and bolted back. He turned sharply, galloping at full speed, so that it is a puzzle to me even now that I was not sent spinning out of the saddle and flying like a ball for 20 feet, that I was not dashed to pieces, and that Tancred did not dislocate his leg by such a sudden turn. He rushed back to the gate, tossing his head furiously, bounding from side to side as though drunk with rage, flinging his legs at random in the air, and at every leap trying to shake me off his back as though a tiger had leaped on him and were thrusting its teeth and claws into his back. In another instant I should have flown off. I was falling, but several gentlemen flew to my rescue. 2 of them intersected the way into the open country. 2 others galloped up, closing in upon Tancred so that their horses' sides almost crushed my legs, and both of them caught him by the bridle. A few seconds later we were back at the steps. They lifted me down from the horse, pale and scarcely breathing. I was shaking like a blade of grass in the wind. It was the same with Tancred, who was standing, his hoofs as it were thrust into the earth and his whole body thrown back, puffing his fiery breath from red and streaming nostrils, twitching and quivering all over, seeming overwhelmed with wounded pride and anger at a child's being so bold with impunity. All around me I heard cries of bewilderment, surprise, and alarm. At that moment my straying eyes caught those of Madame M, who looked pale and agitated, and I can never forget that moment. In one instant my face was flooded with color, glowed and burned like fire. I don't know what happened to me, but confused and frightened by my own feelings, I timidly dropped my eyes to the ground. But my glance was noticed, it was caught, it was stolen from me. All eyes turned on Madame M, and finding herself unawares the center of attention, she, too, flushed like a child from some naive and involuntary feeling, and made an unsuccessful effort to cover her confusion by laughing. All this, of course, was very absurd looking from outside, but at that moment an extremely naive and unexpected circumstance saved me from being laughed at by everyone and gave a special color to the whole adventure. The lovely persecutor, who was the instigator of the whole escapade, and who till then had been my irreconcilable foe, suddenly rushed up to embrace and kiss me. She had hardly been able to believe her eyes when she saw me dare to accept her challenge and pick up the gauntlet she had flung at me by glancing at Madame N. She had almost died of terror and self-reproach when I had flown off on Tancred. Now, when it was all over, and particularly when she caught the glance at Madame M., my confusion and my sudden flush of color, when the romantic strain in her frivolous little head had given a new secret, unspoken significance to the moment, she was moved to such enthusiasm over my knightliness that, touched, joyful, and proud of me, she rushed up and pressed me to her bosom. She lifted the most naive, stern-looking little face, on which there quivered and gleamed 2 little crystal tears, and gazing at the crowd that thronged about her, said in a grave, earnest voice, such as they had never heard her use before, pointing to me, "Mais c'est très sérieux, messieurs, any rise pas." She did not notice that all were standing, as though fascinated, admiring her bright enthusiasm, her swift, unexpected action, her earnest little face, the simple-hearted naivete, the unexpected feeling betrayed by the tears that welled in her invariably laughter-loving eyes, were such a surprise that everyone stood before her as though electrified by her expression, her rapid, fiery words and gestures. It seemed as though no one could take his eyes off her for fear of missing that rare moment in her enthusiastic face. Even our host flushed crimson as a tulip, and people declared that they heard him confess afterwards that, to his shame, he had been in love for a whole minute with his charming guest. Well, of course, after this I was a knight, a hero. De Lorge, Taubenberg, was heard in the crowd. There was a sound of applause. "Hurrah for the rising generation," added the host. "But he is coming with us. He certainly must come with us," said the beauty. "We will find him a place. We must find him a place. He shall sit beside me, on my knee. But no, no, that's a mistake." She corrected herself, laughing, unable to restrain her mirth at our first encounter. But as she laughed, she stroked my hand tenderly, doing all she could to soften me, that I might not be offended. Of course," several voices chimed in. "He must go. He has won his place." The matter was settled in a trice. The same old maid who had brought about my acquaintance with the blonde beauty was at once besieged with entreaties from all the younger people to remain at home and let me have her seat. She was forced to consent, to her intense vexation, with a smile and a stealthy hiss of anger. Her protectress, who was her usual refuge, my former foe and new friend, called to her as she galloped off on her spirited horse, laughing like a child, that she envied her and would have been glad to stay at home herself, for it was just going to rain and we should all get soaked. And she was right in predicting rain. A regular downpour came on within an hour, and the expedition was done for. We had to take shelter for some hours in the huts of the village, and had to return home between 9 and 10 in the evening in the damp mist that followed the rain. I began to be a little feverish. At the minute when I was starting, Madame M. came up to me and expressed surprise that my neck was uncovered and that I had nothing on over my jacket. I answered that I had not had time to get my coat. She took out a pin and pinned up the turned-down collar of my shirt, took off her own neck a crimson gauze kerchief, and put it round my neck that I might not get a sore throat. She did this so hurriedly that I had not time even to thank her. But when we got home, I found her in the little drawing room with the blonde beauty and the pale-faced young man who had gained glory for horsemanship that day by refusing to ride Tancred. I went up to thank her and give back the scarf. But now, after all my adventures, I felt somehow ashamed. I wanted to make haste and get upstairs, there at my leisure to reflect and consider. I was brimming over with impressions. As I gave back the kerchief, I blushed up to my ears, as usual. "I bet he would like to keep the kerchief," said the young man, laughing. "One can see that he is sorry to part with your scarf." That's it, the fair lady put in. "What a boy." "Oh," she said, shaking her head with obvious vexation, but she stopped in time at a grave glance from Madame M, who did not want to carry the jest too far. I made haste to get away. "Well, you are a boy," said the madcap, overtaking me in the next room and affectionately taking me by both hands. "Why, you should have simply not returned the kerchief if you wanted so much to have it. You should have said you put it down somewhere and that would have been the end of it. What a simpleton. Couldn't even do that. What a funny boy." And she tapped me on the chin with her finger, laughing at my having flushed as red as a poppy. "I am your friend now, you know, am I not? Our enmity is over, isn't it? Yes or no?" I laughed and pressed her fingers without a word. "Oh, why are you so pale and shivering? Have you caught a chill?" "Yes, I don't feel well." "Ah, poor fellow. That's the result of overexcitement. Do you know what? You had better go to bed without sitting up for supper, and you will be all right in the morning. Come along." She took me upstairs, and there was no end to the care she lavished on me. Leaving me to undress, she ran downstairs, got me some tea, and brought it up herself when I was in bed. She brought me up a warm quilt as well. I was much impressed and touched by all the care and attention lavished on me, or perhaps I was affected by the whole day, the expedition and feverishness. As I said good night to her, I hugged her warmly, as though she were my dearest and nearest friend, and in my exhausted state all the emotions of the day came back to me in a rush. I almost shed tears as I nestled to her bosom. She noticed my overwrought condition, and I believe my madcap herself was a little touched. "You are a very good boy," she said, looking at me with gentle eyes. "Please don't be angry with me. You won't, will you?" In fact, we became the warmest and truest of friends. It was rather early when I woke up, but the sun was already flooding the whole room with brilliant light. I jumped out of bed feeling perfectly well and strong, as though I had had no fever the day before. Indeed, I felt now unutterably joyful. I recalled the previous day and felt that I would have given any happiness if I could at that minute have embraced my new friend, the fair-haired beauty, again, as I had the night before. But it was very early, and everyone was still asleep. Hurriedly dressing, I went out into the garden, and from there into the copse. I made my way where the leaves were thickest, where the fragrance of the trees was more resinous, and where the sun peeped in most gaily, rejoicing that it could penetrate the dense darkness of the foliage. It was a lovely morning. Going on further and further, Before I was aware of it, I had reached the further end of the copse and came out on the river Moskva. It flowed at the bottom of the hill 200 paces below. On the opposite bank of the river they were mowing. I watched whole rows of sharp sides gleam all together in the sunlight at every swing of the mower, and then vanish again like little fiery snakes going into hiding. I watched the cut grass flying on one side in dense rich sways and being laid in long straight lines. I don't know how long I spent in contemplation. At last I was roused from my reverie by hearing a horse snorting and impatiently pawing the ground 20 paces from me, in the track which ran from the high road to the manor house. I don't know whether I heard this horse as soon as the rider rode up and stopped there, or whether the sound had long been in my ears without rousing me from my dreaming. Moved by curiosity, I went into the copse, and before I had gone many steps I caught the sound of voices speaking rapidly, though in subdued tones. I went up closer, carefully parting the branches of the bushes that edged the path, and at once sprang back in amazement. I caught a glimpse of a familiar white dress, and a soft feminine voice resounded like music in my heart. It was Madame M. She was standing beside a man on horseback who, stooping down from the saddle, was hurriedly talking to her, and to my amazement I recognized him as N, the young man who had gone away the morning before, and over whose departure N had been so busy. But people had said at the time that he was going far away to somewhere in the south of Russia, and so I was very much surprised at seeing him with us again so early and alone with Madame M. She was moved and agitated as I had never seen her before, and tears were glistening on her cheeks. The young man was holding her hand and stooping down to kiss it. I had come upon them at the moment of parting. They seemed to be in haste. At last he took out of his pocket a sealed envelope, gave it to Madame and put one arm round her, still not dismounting, and gave her a long, fervent kiss. A minute later, he lashed his horse and flew past me like an arrow. Madame M. looked after him for some moments, then pensively and disconsolately turned homewards. But after going a few steps along the track, she seemed suddenly to recollect herself, hurriedly parted the bushes, and walked on through the copse. I followed her, surprised and perplexed by all that I had seen. My heart was beating violently, as though from terror. I was, as it were, benumbed and befogged. My ideas were shattered and turned upside down, but I remember I was, for some reason, very sad. I got glimpses from time to time through the green foliage of her white dress before me. I followed her mechanically, never losing sight of her, though I trembled at the thought that she might notice me. At last she came out on the little path that led to the house. After waiting half a minute I, too, emerged from the bushes. But what was my amazement when I saw lying on the red sand of the path a sealed packet, which I recognized, from the first glance, as the one that had been given to Madame M. 10 minutes before. I picked it up. On both sides the paper was blank. There was no address on it. The envelope was not large, but it was fat and heavy, as though there were 3 or more sheets of notepaper in it. What was the meaning of this envelope? No doubt it would explain the whole mystery. Perhaps in it there was said all that N. had scarcely hoped to express in their brief, hurried interview. He had not even dismounted. Whether he had been in haste or whether he had been afraid of being false to himself at the hour of parting, God only knows. I stopped, without coming out on the path, threw the envelope in the most conspicuous place on it, and kept my eyes upon it, supposing that Madame M. would notice the loss and come back and look for it. But after waiting 4 minutes, I could stand it no longer. I picked up my find again, put it in my pocket, and set off to overtake Madame M. I came upon her in the big avenue in the garden. She was walking straight towards the house with a swift and hurried step, though she was lost in thought, and her eyes were on the ground. I did not know what to do. Go up to her? Give it her? That would be as good as saying that I knew everything, that I had seen it all. I should betray myself at the first word. And how should I look at her? How would she look at me? I kept expecting that she would discover her loss and return on her tracks. Then I could, unnoticed, have flung the envelope on the path, and she would have found it. But no. We were approaching the house. She had already been noticed. As ill luck would have it, everyone had got up very early that day, because, after the unsuccessful expedition of the evening before, they had arranged something new, of which I had heard nothing. All were preparing to set off, and were having breakfast in the veranda. I waited for 10 minutes, that I might not be seen with Madame M, and, making a circuit of the garden, approached the house from the other side a long time after her. She was walking up and down the veranda with her arms folded, looking pale and agitated, and was obviously trying her utmost to suppress the agonizing, despairing misery which could be plainly discerned in her eyes, her walk, her every movement. Sometimes she went down the veranda steps and walked a few paces among the flower beds in the direction of the garden. Her eyes were impatiently, greedily, even incautiously, seeking something on the sand of the path and on the floor of the veranda. There could be no doubt she had discovered her loss and imagined she had dropped the letter somewhere here, near the house. Yes, that must be so. She was convinced of it. Someone noticed that she was pale and agitated, and others made the same remark. She was besieged with questions about her health and condolences. She had to laugh, to jest, to appear lively. From time to time she looked at her husband, who was standing at the end of the terrace talking to two ladies, and the poor woman was overcome by the same shudder, the same embarrassment, as on the day of his first arrival. Thrusting my hand into my pocket and holding the letter tight in it, I stood at a little distance from them all, praying to fate that Madame M should notice me. I longed to cheer her up, to relieve her anxiety if only by a glance, to say a word to her on the sly. But when she did chance to look at me, I dropped my eyes. I saw her distress, and I was not mistaken. To this day, I don't know her secret. I know nothing but what I saw, and what I have just described. The intrigue was not such, perhaps, as one might suppose at the first glance. Perhaps that kiss was the kiss of farewell. Perhaps it was the last slight reward for the sacrifice made to her peace and honor. Anne was going away. He was leaving her perhaps forever. Even that letter I was holding in my hand, who can tell what it contained? How can one judge? And who can condemn? And yet there is no doubt that the sudden discovery of her secret would have been terrible, would have been a fatal blow for her. I still remember her face at that minute. It could not have shown more suffering. To feel, to know, to be convinced, to expect, as though it were one's execution, that in a quarter of an hour, in a minute perhaps, all might be discovered, the letter might be found by someone, picked up, there was no address on it, it might be opened, and then? What then? What torture could be worse than what was awaiting her? She moved about among those who would be her judges. In another minute, their smiling, flattering faces would be menacing and merciless. She would read mockery, malice, and icy contempt on those faces, and then her life would be plunged in everlasting darkness, with no dawn to follow. Yes, I did not understand it then as I understand it now. I could only have vague suspicions and misgivings, and a heartache at the thought of her danger, which I could not fully understand. But whatever lay hidden in her secret, much was expiated, if expiation were needed, by those moments of anguish of which I was witness, and which I shall never forget. But then came a cheerful summons to set off. Immediately everyone was bustling about gaily. Laughter and lively chatter were heard on all sides. Within 2 minutes the veranda was deserted. Madame M. declined to join the party, acknowledging at last that she was not well. But, thank God, all the others set off. Everyone was in haste, and there was no time to worry her with commiseration, inquiries, and advice. A few remained at home. Her husband said a few words to her. She answered that she would be all right directly, that he need not be uneasy, that there was no occasion for her to lie down, that she would go into the garden alone, with me. Here she glanced at me. Nothing could be more fortunate. I flushed with pleasure, with delight. A minute later we were on the way. She walked along the same avenues and paths by which she had returned from the copse, instinctively remembering the way she had come, gazing before her with her eyes fixed on the ground, looking about intently without answering me, possibly forgetting that I was walking beside her. But when we had already reached the place where I had picked up the letter, and the path ended, Madame N. suddenly stopped, and in a voice faint and weak with misery said that she felt worse, and that she would go home. But when she reached the garden fence she stopped again, and thought a minute. A smile of despair came on her lips, and utterly worn out and exhausted, resigned, and making up her mind to the worst, she turned without a word and retraced her steps, even forgetting to tell me of her intention. My heart was torn with sympathy, and I did not know what to do. We went, or rather I led her, to the place from which an hour before I had heard the tramp of a horse and their conversation. Here, close to a shady elm tree, was a seat hewn out of one huge stone, about which grew ivy, wild jasmine, and dog rose. The whole wood was dotted with little bridges, arbors, grottos, and similar surprises. Madame N. sat down on the bench and glanced unconsciously at the marvelous view that lay open before us. A minute later she opened her book and fixed her eyes upon it without reading, without turning the pages, almost unconscious of what she was doing. It was about 9:30. The sun was already high and was floating gloriously in the deep, dark blue sky, as though melting away in its own light. The mowers were by now far away. They were scarcely visible from our side of the river. Endless ridges of mown grass crept after them in unbroken succession, and from time to time the faintly stirring breeze wafted their fragrance to us. The never-ceasing concert of those who sow not, neither do they reap, and are free as the air they cleave with their sportive wings was all about us. It seemed as though at that moment every flower, every blade of grass was exhaling the aroma of sacrifice, was saying to its creator, "Father, I am blessed and happy." I glanced at the poor woman, who alone was like one dead amidst all this joyous life. 2 big tears hung motionless on her lashes, wrung from her heart by bitter grief. It was in my power to relieve and console this poor, fainting heart, only I did not know how to approach the subject, how to take the first step. I was in agonies. 100 times I was on the point of going up to her, but every time my face glowed like fire. Suddenly, a bright idea dawned upon me. I had found a way of doing it. I revived. "Would you like me to pick you a nosegay?" I said, in such a joyful voice that Madame immediately raised her head and looked at me intently. "Yes, dear," she said at last in a weak voice, with a faint smile, at once dropping her eyes on the book again. "Or soon they will be mowing the grass here, and there will be no flowers," I cried, eagerly setting to work. I had soon picked my nosegay, a poor, simple one. I should have been ashamed to take it indoors, but how light my heart was as I picked the flowers and tied them up. The dog rose and the wild jasmine I picked closer to the seat. I knew that not far off there was a field of rye, not yet ripe. I ran there for cornflowers. I mixed them with tall ears of rye, picking out the finest and most golden. Close by I came upon a perfect nest of forget-me-nots, and my nosegay was almost complete. Farther away in the meadow there were dark blue campanulas and wild pinks, and I ran down to the very edge of the river to get yellow water lilies. At last, making my way back and going for an instant into the wood to get some bright green fan-shaped leaves of the maple to put round the nosegay, I happened to come across a whole family of pansies, close to which, luckily for me, the fragrant scent of violets betrayed the little flower hiding in the thick lush grass and still glistening with drops of dew. The nosegay was complete. I bound it round with fine long grass which twisted into a rope, and I carefully laid the letter in the center, hiding it with the flowers, but in such a way that it could be very easily noticed if the slightest attention were bestowed upon my nosegay. I carried it to Madame M. On the way it seemed to me that the letter was lying too much in view. I hid it a little more. As I got nearer, I thrust it still further in the flowers, and finally, when I was on the spot, I suddenly poked it so deeply into the center of the nosegay that it could not be noticed at all from outside. My cheeks were positively flaming. I wanted to hide my face in my hands and run away at once, but she glanced at my flowers as though she had completely forgotten that I had gathered them. Mechanically, almost without looking, she held out her hand and took my present, but at once laid it on the seat as though I had handed it to her for that purpose and dropped her eyes to her book again, seeming lost in thought. I was ready to cry at this mischance. If only my nosegay were close to her, I thought. If only she had not forgotten it. I lay down on the grass not far off, put my right arm under my head, and closed my eyes as though I were overcome by drowsiness. But I waited, keeping my eyes fixed on her. 10 minutes passed. It seemed to me that she was getting paler and paler. Fortunately, a blessed chance came to my aid. This was a big, golden bee, brought by a kindly breeze, luckily for me. It first buzzed over my head and then flew up to Madame M. She waved it off once or twice, but the bee grew more and more persistent. At last Madame M. snatched up my nosegay and waved it before my face. At that instant the letter dropped out from among the flowers and fell straight upon the open book. I started. For some time Madame M., mute with amazement, stared first at the letter and then at the flowers which she was holding in her hands, and she seemed unable to believe her eyes. All at once she flushed, started, and glanced at me, but I caught her movement and I shut my eyes tight, pretending to be asleep. Nothing would have induced me to look her straight in the face at that moment. My heart was throbbing and leaping like a bird in the grasp of some village boy. I don't remember how long I lay with my eyes shut, 2 or 3 minutes. At last I ventured to open them. Madame M was greedily reading the letter, and from her glowing cheeks, her sparkling, tearful eyes, her bright face, every feature of which was quivering with joyful emotion, I guessed that there was happiness in the letter, and all her misery was dispersed like smoke. An agonizing, sweet feeling gnawed at my heart. It was hard for me to go on pretending. I shall never forget that minute. Suddenly, a long way off, we heard voices. Madame M. Natalie. Natalie. Madame M. did not answer, but she got up quickly from the seat, came up to me, and bent over me. I felt that she was looking straight into my face. My eyelashes quivered, but I controlled myself and did not open my eyes. I tried to breathe more evenly and quietly, but my heart smothered me with its violent throbbing. Her burning breath scorched my cheeks. She bent close down to my face, as though trying to make sure. At last a kiss and tears fell on my hand, the one which was lying on my breast. Natalie, Natalie, where are you? We heard again, this time quite close. Coming, said Madame M, in her mellow, silvery voice, which was so choked and quivering with tears and so subdued that no one but I could hear that. Coming. But at that instant my heart at last betrayed me and seemed to send all my blood rushing to my face. At that instant a swift, burning kiss scalded my lips. I uttered a faint cry. I opened my eyes, but at once the same gauze kerchief fell upon them, as though she meant to screen me from the sun. An instant later she was gone. I heard nothing but the sound of rapidly retreating steps. I was alone. I pulled off her kerchief and kissed it, beside myself with rapture. For some moments I was almost frantic. Hardly able to breathe, leaning on my elbow on the grass, I stared unconsciously before me at the surrounding slopes, streaked with cornfields, at the river that flowed twisting and winding far away, as far as the eye could see, between fresh hills and villages that gleamed like dots all over the sunlit distance, at the dark blue, hardly visible forests, which seemed as though smoking at the edge of the burning sky, and a sweet stillness inspired by the triumphant peacefulness of the picture, gradually brought calm to my troubled heart. I felt more at ease and breathed more freely, but my whole soul was full of a dumb, sweet yearning, as though a veil had been drawn from my eyes, as though at a foretaste of something. My frightened heart, faintly quivering with expectation, was groping timidly and joyfully towards some conjecture, and all at once my bosom heaved, began aching as though something had pierced it, and tears, sweet tears, gushed from my eyes. I hid my face in my hands, and quivering like a blade of grass, gave myself up to the first consciousness and revelation of my heart, the first vague glimpse of my nature. My childhood was over from that moment. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. When 2 hours later I returned home, I did not find Madame M. Through some sudden chance, she had gone back to Moscow with her husband. I never saw her again. Mr. Proharchin. A story. In the darkest and humblest corner of Ustinya Fyodorovna's flat lived Semyon Ivanovich Proharchin, a well-meaning elderly man who did not drink. Since Mr. Proharchin was of a very humble grade in the service and received a salary strictly proportionate to his official capacity, Astinia Fyodorovna could not get more than 5 rubles a month from him for his lodging. Some people said that she had her own reasons for accepting him as a lodger, but be that as it may, as though in despite of all his detractors, Mr. Proharchin actually became her favorite, in an honorable and virtuous sense, of course. It must be observed that Astinia Fyodorovna, a very respectable woman, who had a special partiality for meat and coffee, and found it difficult to keep the fasts, let rooms to several other boarders who paid twice as much as Semyon Ivanovitch, yet not being quiet lodgers, but on the contrary all of them spiteful scoffers at her feminine ways and her forlorn helplessness, stood very low in her good opinion, so that if it had not been for the rent they paid, she would not have cared to let them stay, nor indeed to see them in her flat at all. Semyon Ivanovitch had become her favorite from the day when a retired, or perhaps more correctly speaking, discharged clerk, with a weakness for strong drink, was carried to his last resting place in Volkovo. Though this gentleman had only one eye, having had the other knocked out owing, in his own words, to his valiant behavior, and only one leg, the other having been broken in the same way owing to his valor, yet he had succeeded in winning all the kindly feeling of which Astinia Fyodorovna was capable, and took the fullest advantage of it, and would probably have gone on for years living as her devoted satellite and toady if he had not finally drunk himself to death in the most pitiable way. All this had happened at Pesky, where Astinia Fyodorovna only had 3 lodgers, of whom, when she moved into a new flat and set up on a larger scale, letting to about a dozen new boarders, Mr. Proharchin was the only one who remained. Whether Mr. Proharchin had certain incorrigible defects, or whether his companions were, every one of them, to blame, there seemed to be misunderstandings on both sides from the first. We must observe here that all Astinia Fyodorovna's new lodgers without exception got on together like brothers. Some of them were in the same office. Each one of them by turns lost all his money to the others at faro, preference, and bix. They all liked in a merry hour to enjoy what they called the fizzing moments of life in a crowd together. They were fond, too, at times of discussing lofty subjects, and though in the end things rarely passed off without a dispute, yet as all prejudices were banished from the whole party, the general harmony was not in the least disturbed thereby. The most remarkable among the lodgers were Mark Ivanovitch, an intelligent and well-read man, then a Plevenev, then Pripolovenko, also a nice and modest person. Then there was a certain Zinovy Prokofyevitch, whose object in life was to get into aristocratic society. Then there was Okianov, the copying clerk, who had in his time almost wrested the distinction of prime favorite from Semyon Ivanovitch. Then another copying clerk called Sudbin, the plebeian Kintarov. There were others too. But to all these people Semyon Ivanovitch was, as it were, not one of themselves. No one wished him harm, of course, for all had from the very first done Proharchin justice, and had decided in Mark Ivanovitch's words that he, Proharchin, was a good and harmless fellow, though by no means a man of the world, trustworthy and not a flatterer, who had, of course, his failings, but that if he were sometimes unhappy it was due to nothing else but lack of imagination. What is more, Mr. Proharchin, though deprived in this way of imagination, could never have made a particularly favorable impression from his figure or manners, upon which scoffers are fond of fastening, yet his figure did not put people against him. Mark Ivanovich, who was an intelligent person, formally undertook Semyon Ivanovich's defense and declared in rather happy and flowery language that Proharchin was an elderly and respectable man who had long ago passed the age of romance. And so, if Semyon Ivanovich did not know how to get on with people, it must have been entirely his own fault. The first thing they noticed was the unmistakable parsimony and niggardliness of Semyon Ivanovich. That was at once observed and noted, for Semyon Ivanovich would never lend anyone his teapot, even for a moment, and that was the more unjust as he himself hardly ever drank tea, but when he wanted anything drank, as a rule, rather a pleasant decoction of wild flowers and certain medicinal herbs, of which he always had a considerable store. His meals, too, were quite different from the other lodgers. He never, for instance, permitted himself to partake of the whole dinner, provided daily by Ustinya Fyodorovna for the other boarders. The dinner cost half a ruble. Semyon Ivanovich paid only 25 kopecks in copper and never exceeded it, and so took either a plate of soup with pie or a plate of beef. Most frequently he ate neither soup nor beef, but he partook in moderation of white bread with onion, curd, salted cucumber, or something similar, which was a great deal cheaper. And he would only go back to his half-ruble dinner when he could stand it no longer. Here the biographer confesses that nothing would have induced him to allude to such realistic and low details, positively shocking and offensive to some lovers of the heroic style, if it were not that these details exhibit one peculiarity, one characteristic, in the hero of this story, for Mr. Proharchin was by no means so poor as to be unable to have regular and sufficient meals, though he sometimes made out that he was. But he acted as he did regardless of obloquy and people's prejudices, simply to satisfy his strange whims, and from frugality and excessive carefulness. All this, however, will be much clearer later on. But we will beware of boring the reader with the description of all Semyon Ivanovich's whims, and will omit, for instance, the curious and very amusing description of his attire, and, in fact, if it were not for Ustinya Fyodorovna's own reference to it, we should hardly have alluded even to the fact that Semyon Ivanovich never could make up his mind to send his linen to the wash, or if he ever did so, it was so rarely that in the intervals one might have completely forgotten the existence of linen on Semyon Ivanovich. From the landlady's evidence it appeared that Semyon Ivanovich, bless his soul, poor lamb, for 20 years had been tucked away in his corner, without caring what folks thought, for all the days of his life on earth he was a stranger to socks, handkerchiefs, and all such things, and what is more, Ustinya Fyodorovna had seen with her own eyes, thanks to the decrepitude of the screen, that the poor dear man sometimes had had nothing to cover his bare skin. Such were the rumors in circulation after Semyon Ivanovich's death. But in his lifetime, and this was one of the most frequent occasions of dissension, he could not endure it if anyone, even somebody on friendly terms with him, poked his inquisitive nose uninvited into his corner, even through an aperture in the decrepit screen. He was a taciturn man, difficult to deal with and prone to ill health. He did not like people to give him advice. He did not care for people who put themselves forward either, and if anyone jeered at him or gave him advice unasked, he would fall foul of him at once, put him to shame, and settle his business. You are a puppy, you are a featherhead, you are not one to give advice, so there. You mind your own business, sir. You'd better count the stitches in your own socks, sir, so there. Semyon Ivanovich was a plain man, and never used the formal mode of address to anyone. He could not bear it either when someone who knew his little ways would begin from pure sport pestering him with questions, such as what he had in his little trunk. Semyon Ivanovitch had one little trunk. It stood under his bed and was guarded like the apple of his eye, and though everyone knew that there was nothing in it except old rags, 2 or 3 pairs of damaged boots, and all sorts of rubbish, yet Mr. Proharchin prized his property very highly, and they used even to hear him at one time express dissatisfaction with his old, but still sound, lock, and talk of getting a new one of a special German pattern with his secret spring and various complications. When on one occasion Zinovy Prokofyevich, carried away by the thoughtlessness of youth, gave expression to the very coarse and unseemly idea that Semyon Ivanovitch was probably hiding and treasuring something in his box to leave to his descendants, everyone who happened to be by was stupefied at the extraordinary effects of Zinovy Prokofyevich's sally. At first, Mr. Proharchin could not find suitable terms for such a crude and coarse idea. For a long time words dropped from his lips quite incoherently, and it was only after while they made out that Semyon Ivanovitch was reproaching Zinovy Prokofyevich for some shabby action in the remote past, then they realized that Semyon Ivanovitch was predicting that Zinovy Prokofyevich would never get into aristocratic society, and that the tailor to whom he owed a bill for his suits would certainly beat him, because the puppy had not paid him for so long, and finally, you, Semyon Ivanovitch added, here you want to get into the hussars, but you won't, I tell you, you'll make a fool of yourself. And I tell you what, you puppy, when your superiors know all about it they will take and make you a copying clerk, so that'll be the end of it. Do you hear, puppy? Then Semyon Ivanovitch subsided, but after lying down for 5 hours, to the intense astonishment of everyone he seemed to have reached a decision, and began suddenly reproaching and abusing the young man again, at first himself, and afterwards addressing Zinovy Prokofyevich. But the matter did not end there, and in the evening, when Mark Ivanovitch and Pripalavenko made tea and asked Okianov to drink it with them, Semyon Ivanovitch got up from his bed, purposely joined them, subscribing his 15 or 20 kopecks, and on the pretext of a sudden desire for a cup of tea began at great length going into the subject, and explaining that he was a poor man, nothing but a poor man, and that a poor man like him had nothing to save. Mr. Proharchin confessed that he was a poor man on this occasion, he said, simply because the subject had come up, that the day before yesterday he had meant to borrow a ruble from that impudent fellow, but now he should not borrow it for fear the puppy should brag, that was the fact of the matter, and that his salary was such that one could not buy enough to eat, and that finally, a poor man, as you see, he sent his sister-in-law in for 5 rubles every month, that if he did not send his sister-in-law in for 5 rubles every month his sister-in-law would die, and if his sister-in-law, who was dependent on him, were dead, he, Semyon Ivanovitch, would long ago have bought himself a new suit. And Semyon Ivanovitch went on talking in this way at great length about being a poor man, about his sister-in-law, and about rubles, and kept repeating the same thing over and over again to impress it on his audience till he got into a regular muddle and relapsed into silence. Only 3 days later, when they had all forgotten about him and no one was thinking of attacking him, he added something in conclusion to the effect that when Zinovy Prokofyevich went into the hussars the impudent fellow would have his leg cut off in the war, and then he would come with a wooden leg and say, "Semyon Ivanovitch, kind friend, give me something to eat," and then Semyon Ivanovitch would not give him something to eat, and would not look at the insolent fellow, and that's how it would be, and he could just make the best of it. All this naturally seemed very curious and at the same time fearfully amusing. Without much reflection, all the lodgers joined together for further investigation, and simply from curiosity determined to make a final onslaught on Semyon Ivanovitch en masse. And as Mr. Perharchin, too, had of late, that is, ever since he had begun living in the same flat with them, been very fond of finding out everything about them and asking inquisitive questions, probably for private reasons of his own, relations sprang up between the opposed parties without any preparation or effort on either side, as it were by chance and of itself. To get into relations Semyon Ivanovitch always had in reserve his peculiar, rather sly, and very ingenious maneuver, of which the reader has learned something already. He would get off his bed about tea time, and if he saw the others gathered together in a group to make tea, he would go up to them like a quiet, sensible, and friendly person, hand over his 20 kopecks, as he was entitled to do, and announce that he wished to join them. Then the young men would wink at one another, and so indicating that they were in league together against Semyon Ivanovitch, would begin a conversation, at first strictly proper and decorous. Then one of the wittier of the party would, apropos of nothing, fall to telling them news consisting most usually of entirely false and quite incredible details. He would say, for instance, that someone had heard His Excellency that day telling Demid Vasilievich that in his opinion married clerks were more trustworthy than unmarried, and more suitable for promotion, for they were steady, and that their capacities were considerably improved by marriage, and that therefore he, that is, the speaker, in order to improve and be better fitted for promotion, was doing his utmost to enter the bonds of matrimony as soon as possible with a certain Favronia. Or he would say that it had more than once been remarked about certain of his colleagues that they were entirely devoid of social graces and of well-bred, agreeable manners, and consequently unable to please ladies in good society, and that, therefore, to eradicate this defect it would be suitable to deduct something from their salary, and with the sums so obtained, to hire a hall, where they could learn to dance, acquire the outward signs of gentlemanliness and good breeding, courtesy, respect for their seniors, strength of will, a good and grateful heart, and various agreeable qualities. Or he would say that it was being arranged that some of the clerks, beginning with the most elderly, were to be put through an examination in all sorts of subjects to raise their standard of culture, and in that way, the speaker would add, all sorts of things would come to light, and certain gentlemen would have to lay their cards on the table. In short, thousands of similar, very absurd rumors were discussed. To keep it up, everyone believed the story at once, showed interest in it, asked questions, applied it to themselves, and some of them, assuming a despondent air, began shaking their heads and asking everyone's advice, saying what were they to do if they were to come under it. It need hardly be said that a man far less credulous and simple-hearted than Mr. Perharchin would have been puzzled and carried away by a rumor so unanimously believed. Moreover, from all appearances, it might be safely concluded that Semyon Ivanovitch was exceedingly stupid and slow to grasp any new unusual idea, and that when he heard anything new, he had always first, as it were, to chew it over and digest it, to find out the meaning, and struggling with it in bewilderment, at last perhaps to overcome it, though even then in a quite special manner peculiar to himself alone. In this way curious and hitherto unexpected qualities began to show themselves in Semyon Ivanovitch. Talk and tittle-tattle followed, and by devious ways it all reached the office at last, with additions. What increased the sensation was the fact that Mr. Proharchin, who had looked almost exactly the same from time immemorial, suddenly, apropos of nothing, wore quite a different countenance. His face was uneasy, his eyes were timid, and had a scared and rather suspicious expression. He took to walking softly, starting and listening, and, to put the finishing touch to his new characteristics, developed a passion for investigating the truth. He carried his love of truth at last to such a pitch as to venture, on 2 occasions, to inquire of Demid Vasilievich himself concerning the credibility of the strange rumors that reached him daily by dozens, and if we say nothing here of the consequence of the action of Semyon Ivanovitch, it is for no other reason but a sensitive regard for his reputation. It was in this way people came to consider him as misanthropic and regardless of the proprieties. Then they began to discover that there was a great deal that was fantastical about him, and in this they were not altogether mistaken, for it was observed on more than one occasion that Semyon Ivanovitch completely forgot himself, and sitting in his seat with his mouth open and his pen in the air, as though frozen or petrified, looked more like the shadow of a rational being than that rational being itself. It sometimes happened that some innocently gaping gentleman, on suddenly catching his straying, lusterless, questioning eyes, was scared and all of a tremor, and at once inserted into some important document either a smudge or some quite inappropriate word. The impropriety of Semyon Ivanovitch's behavior embarrassed and annoyed all really well-bred people. At last no one could feel any doubt of the eccentricity of Semyon Ivanovitch's mind, when one fine morning the rumor was all over the office that Mr. Proharchin had actually frightened Demid Vasilievich himself, for, meeting him in the corridor, Semyon Ivanovitch had been so strange and peculiar that he had forced his superior to beat a retreat. The news of Semyon Ivanovitch's behavior reached him himself at last. Hearing of it, he got up at once, made his way carefully between the chairs and tables, reached the entry, took down his overcoat with his own hand, put it on, went out, and disappeared for an indefinite period. Whether he was led into this by alarm or some other impulse we cannot say, but no trace was seen of him for a time either at home or at the office. We will not attribute Semyon Ivanovitch's fate simply to his eccentricity, yet we must observe to the reader that our hero was a very retiring man, unaccustomed to society, and had, until he made the acquaintance of the new lodgers, lived in complete unbroken solitude, and had been marked by his quietness and even a certain mysteriousness, for he had spent all the time that he lodged at Pesky lying on his bed behind the screen, without talking or having any sort of relations with anyone. Both his old fellow lodgers lived exactly as he did. They, too, were somehow mysterious people and spent 15 years lying behind their screens. The happy, drowsy hours and days trailed by, one after the other, in patriarchal stagnation, and as everything around them went its way in the same happy fashion, neither Semyon Ivanovitch nor Ustinya Fyodorovna could remember exactly when fate had brought them together. It may be 10 years, it may be 20, it may be even 25 altogether, she would say at times to her new lodgers, since he settled with me, poor dear man, bless his heart. And so it was very natural that the hero of our story, being so unaccustomed to society, was disagreeably surprised when, a year before, he, a respectable and modest man, had found himself, suddenly in the midst of a noisy and boisterous crew, consisting of a dozen young fellows, his colleagues at the office, and his new housemates. The disappearance of Semyon Ivanovitch made no little stir in the lodgings. One thing was that he was the favorite, another, that his passport, which had been in the landlady's keeping, appeared to have been accidentally mislaid. Ostinya Fyodorovna raised a howl, as was her invariable habit on all critical occasions. She spent 2 days in abusing and upbraiding the lodgers. She wailed that they had chased away her lodger like a chicken, and all those spiteful scoffers had been the ruin of him, and on the 3rd day she sent them all out to hunt for the fugitive and at all costs to bring him back, dead or alive. Towards evening Sudben first came back with the news that traces had been discovered, that he had himself seen the runaway in Tokuchi Market and other places, had followed and stood close to him, but had not dared to speak to him. He had been near him in a crowd watching a house on fire in Crooked Lane. Half an hour later Okeanov and Kantarev came in and confirmed Sudben's story, word for word. They, too, had stood near, had followed him quite close, had stood not more than 10 paces from him, but they also had not ventured to speak to him, but both observed that Semyon Ivanovitch was walking with a drunken cadger. The other lodgers were all back and together at last, and after listening attentively they made up their minds that Proharchin could not be far off and would not be long in returning, but they said that they had all known beforehand that he was about with a drunken cadger. This drunken cadger was a thoroughly bad lot, insolent and cringing, and it seemed evident that he had got round Semyon Ivanovitch in some way. He had turned up just a week before Semyon Ivanovitch's disappearance in company with Remnov, had spent a little time in the flat telling them that he had suffered in the cause of justice, that he had formerly been in the service in the provinces, that an inspector had come down on them, that he and his associates had somehow suffered in a good cause, that he had come to Petersburg and fallen at the feet of Porfiry Grigorievich, that he had been got, by interest, into a department. But through the cruel persecution of fate, he had been discharged from there too, and that afterwards through reorganization the office itself had ceased to exist, and that he had not been included in the new revised staff of clerks owing as much to direct incapacity for official work as to capacity for something else quite irrelevant. All this mixed up with his passion for justice and, of course, the trickery of his enemies. After finishing his story, in the course of which Mr. Zimoveykin more than once kissed his sullen and unshaven friend Remnov, he bowed down to all in the room in turn, not forgetting of Dosha the servant, called them all his benefactors, and explained that he was an undeserving, troublesome, mean, insolent, and stupid man, and that good people must not be hard on his pitiful plight and simplicity. After begging for their kind protection, Mr. Zimoveykin showed his livelier side, grew very cheerful, kissed Ostinya Fyodorovna's hands, in spite of her modest protests that her hand was coarse and not like a lady's, and towards evening promised to show the company his talent in a remarkable character dance. But next day his visit ended in a lamentable denouement, either because there had been too much character in the character dance, or because he had, in Ostinya Fyodorovna's own words, somehow insulted her and treated her as no lady, though she was on friendly terms with Yaroslav Ilyich himself, and if she liked might long ago have been an officer's wife. Zimoveykin had to steer for home next day. He went away, came back again, was again turned out with ignominy, then wormed his way into Semyon Ivanovitch's good graces, robbed him incidentally of his new breeches, and now it appeared he had led Semyon Ivanovitch astray. As soon as the landlady knew that Semyon Ivanovitch was alive and well, and that there was no need to hunt for his passport. She promptly left off grieving and was pacified. Meanwhile, some of the lodgers determined to give the runaway a triumphal reception. They broke the bolt and moved away the screen from Mr. Perharchen's bed, rumpled up the bed a little, took the famous box, put it at the foot of the bed, and on the bed laid the sister-in-law, that is, a dummy made up of an old kerchief, a cap and a mantle of the landlady's, such an exact counterfeit of a sister-in-law that it might have been mistaken for one. Having finished their work, they waited for Semyon Ivanovitch to return, meaning to tell him that a sister-in-law had arrived from the country and was there behind a screen. Poor thing. But they waited and waited. Already, while they waited, Mark Ivanovitch had staked and lost half a month's salary to Pripalavenko and Kantarov. Already Okinov's nose had grown red and swollen playing flips on the nose and 3 cards. Already Avdosha the servant had almost had her sleep out and had twice been on the point of getting up to fetch the wood and light the stove, and Zinovy Prokofyevitch, who kept running out every minute to see whether Semyon Ivanovitch were coming, was wet to the skin. But there was no sign of anyone yet, neither Semyon Ivanovitch nor the drunken cadger. At last everyone went to bed, leaving the sister-in-law behind the screen in readiness for any emergency, and it was not till 4 o'clock that a knock was heard at the gate. But when it did come, it was so loud that it quite made up to the expectant lodgers for all the wearisome trouble they had been through. It was he himself, Semyon Ivanovitch, Mr. Perharchen, but in such a condition that they all cried out in dismay, and no one thought about the sister-in-law. The lost man was unconscious. He was brought in, or more correctly carried in, by a sopping and tattered night cabman. To the landlady's question where the poor dear man had got so groggy, the cabman answered, "Why, he is not drunk and has not had a drop, that I can tell you for sure, but seemingly a faintness has come over him, or some sort of a fit, or maybe he's been knocked down by a blow." They began examining him, propping the culprit against the stove to do so more conveniently, and saw that it really was not a case of drunkenness, nor had he had a blow, but that something else was wrong, for Semyon Ivanovitch could not utter a word, but seemed twitching in a sort of convulsion, and only blinked, fixing his eyes in bewilderment first on one and then on another of the spectators, who were all attired in night array. Then they began questioning the cabman, asking where he had got him from. "Why, from folks out Kolomna way," he answered. "Deuce knows what they are, not exactly gentry, but merry, rollicking gentlemen. So he was like this when they gave him to me. Whether they had been fighting, or whether he was in some sort of a fit, goodness knows what it was. But they were nice, jolly gentlemen." Semyon Ivanovitch was taken, lifted high on the shoulders of 2 or 3 sturdy fellows, and carried to his bed. When Semyon Ivanovitch, on being put in bed, felt the sister-in-law and put his feet on his sacred box, he cried out at the top of his voice, squatted up almost on his heels, and trembling and shaking all over, with his hands and his body, he cleared a space as far as he could in his bed, while gazing with a tremulous but strangely resolute look at those present. He seemed as it were to protest that he would sooner die than give up the 100th part of his poor belongings to anyone. Semyon Ivanovitch lay for 2 or 3 days closely barricaded by the screen, and so cut off from all the world and all its vain anxieties. Next morning, of course, everyone had forgotten about him. Time, meanwhile, flew by as usual. Hour followed hour, and day followed day. The sick man's heavy, feverish brain was plunged in something between sleep and delirium, but he lay quietly and did not moan or complain. On the contrary, he kept still and silent and controlled himself, lying low in his bed, just as the hare lies close to the earth when it hears the hunter. At times a long, depressing stillness prevailed in the flat, a sign that the lodgers had all gone to the office, and Semyon Ivanovich, waking up, could relieve his depression by listening to the bustle in the kitchen, where the landlady was busy close by, or to the regular flop of Avdotya's downtrodden slippers as, sighing and moaning, she cleared away, rubbed and polished, tidying all the rooms in the flat. Whole hours passed by in that way, drowsy, languid, sleepy, wearisome, like the water that dripped with a regular sound from the locker into the basin in the kitchen. At last the lodgers would arrive, one by one or in groups, and Semyon Ivanovich could very conveniently hear them abusing the weather, saying they were hungry, making a noise, smoking, quarreling and making friends, playing cards, and clattering the cups as they got ready for tea. Semyon Ivanovich mechanically made an effort to get up and join them, as he had a right to do at tea, but he at once sank back into drowsiness and dreamed that he had been sitting a long time at the tea table, having tea with them and talking, and that Zinovy Prokofyevich had already seized the opportunity to introduce into the conversation some scheme concerning sisters-in-law and the moral relation of various worthy people to them. At this point Semyon Ivanovich was in haste to defend himself and reply, but the mighty formula that flew from every tongue, it has more than once been observed, cut short all his objections, and Semyon Ivanovich could do nothing better than begin dreaming again that today was the first of the month and that he was receiving money in his office. Undoing the paper rounded on the stairs, he looked about him quickly and made haste as fast as he could to subtract half of the lawful wages he had received and conceal it in his boot. Then on the spot, on the stairs, quite regardless of the fact that he was in bed and asleep, he made up his mind when he reached home to give his landlady what was due for board and lodging, then to buy certain necessities, and to show anyone in my concern, as it were casually and unintentionally, that some of his salary had been deducted, that now he had nothing left to send his sister-in-law, then to speak with commiseration of his sister-in-law, to say a great deal about her the next day, and the day after, and 10 days later to say something casually again about her poverty, that his companions might not forget. Making this determination, he observed that Andrei Efimovich, that everlastingly silent, bald little man who sat in the office 3 rooms from where Semyon Ivanovich sat, and hadn't said a word to him for 20 years, was standing on the stairs, that he, too, was counting his silver rubles and shaking his head. He said to him, "Money. If there's no money, there will be no porridge," he added grimly as he went down the stairs, and just at the door he ended, "And I have 7 children, sir." Then the little bald man, probably equally unconscious that he was acting as a phantom and not as a substantial reality, held up his hand about 30 inches from the floor, and waving it vertically, muttered that the eldest was going to school, then glancing with indignation at Semyon Ivanovich, as though it were Mr. Perharchin's fault that he was the father of 7, pulled his old hat down over his eyes, and with a whisk of his overcoat, he turned to the left and disappeared. Semyon Ivanovich was quite frightened, and though he was fully convinced of his own innocence in regard to the unpleasant accumulation of 7 under one roof, yet it seemed to appear that in fact no one else was to blame but Semyon Ivanovich. Panic-stricken, he set off running, for it seemed to him that the bald gentleman had turned back, was running after him, and meant to search him and take away all his salary, insisting upon the indisputable number 7, and resolutely denying any possible claim of any sort of sisters-in-law upon Semyon Ivanovitch. Proharchin ran and ran, gasping for breath. Beside him was running, too, an immense number of people, and all of them were jingling their money in the tailed pockets of their skimpy little dress coats. At last every one ran up. There was the noise of fire engines, and whole masses of people carried him almost on their shoulders up to that same house on fire which he had watched last time in company with the drunken cadger. The drunken cadger, alias Mr. Zimovaikin, was there now, too. He met Semyon Ivanovitch, made a fearful fuss, took him by the arm, and led him into the thickest part of the crowd. Just as then in reality, all about them was the noise and uproar of an immense crowd of people, flooding the whole of Fontainebleau embankment between the two bridges, as well as all the surrounding streets and alleys. Just as then, Semyon Ivanovitch, in company with the drunken cadger, was carried along behind a fence, where they were squeezed as though in pincers in a huge timber yard full of spectators who had gathered from the street, from Tokuchi Market, and from all the surrounding houses, taverns and restaurants. Semyon Ivanovitch saw all this and felt as he had done at the time. In the whirl of fever and delirium, all sorts of strange figures began flitting before him. He remembered some of them. One of them was a gentleman who had impressed everyone extremely, a man 7 feet high, with whiskers half a yard long, who had been standing behind Semyon Ivanovitch's back during the fire and had given him encouragement from behind, when our hero had felt something like ecstasy, and had stamped as though intending thereby to applaud the gallant work of the firemen, from which he had an excellent view from his elevated position. Another was the sturdy lad from whom our hero had received a shove by way of a lift on to another fence, when he had been disposed to climb over it, possibly to save someone. He had a glimpse, too, of the figure of the old man with a sickly face, in an old wadded dressing gown, tied round the waist, who had made his appearance before the fire in a little shop buying sugar and tobacco for his lodger, and who now, with a milk can and a quart pot in his hands, made his way through the crowd to the house in which his wife and daughter were burning together with 13.5 rubles in the corner under the bed. But most distinct of all was the poor, sinful woman of whom he had dreamed more than once during his illness. She stood before him now as she had done then, in wretched bark shoes and rags, with a crutch and a wicker basket on her back. She was shouting more loudly than the firemen or the crowd, waving her crutch in her arms, saying that her own children had turned her out and that she had lost 2 coppers in consequence. The children and the coppers and the children, were mingled together in an utterly incomprehensible muddle, from which every one withdrew baffled, after vain efforts to understand. But the woman would not desist. She kept wailing, shouting, and waving her arms, seeming to pay no attention either to the fire up to which she had been carried by the crowd from the street, or to the people about her, or to the misfortune of strangers, or even to the sparks and red-hot embers which were beginning to fall in showers on the crowd standing near. At last Mr. Proharchin felt that a feeling of terror was coming upon him, for he saw clearly that all this was not, so to say, an accident, and that he would not get off scot-free. And, indeed, upon the woodstack, close to him, was a peasant, in a torn smock that hung loose about him, with his hair and beard singed, and he began stirring up all the people against Semyon Ivanovich. The crowd pressed closer and closer. The peasant shouted, and foaming at the mouth with horror, Mr. Proharchin suddenly realized that this peasant was a cabman whom he had cheated 5 years before in the most inhuman way, slipping away from him without paying through a side gate and jerking up his heels as he ran, as though he were barefoot on hot bricks. In despair, Mr. Proharchin tried to speak, to scream, but his voice failed him. He felt that the infuriated crowd was twining round him like a many-colored snake, strangling him, crushing him. He made an incredible effort and awoke. Then he saw that he was on fire, that all his corner was on fire, that his screen was on fire, that the whole flat was on fire, together with Ustinya Fyodorovna and all her lodgers, that his bed was burning, his pillow, his quilt, his box, and last of all, his precious mattress. Semyon Ivanovich jumped up, clutched at the mattress, and ran dragging it after him. But in the landlady's room, into which, regardless of decorum, our hero ran just as he was, barefoot and in his shirt, he was seized, held tight, and triumphantly carried back behind the screen, which meanwhile was not on fire. It seemed that it was rather Semyon Ivanovich's head that was on fire, and was put back to bed. It was just as some tattered, unshaven, ill-humored organ grinder puts away in his traveling box the punch who has been making an upset, drubbing all the other puppets, selling his soul to the devil, and who at last ends his existence, till the next performance, in the same box with the devil, the Negroes, the Pierrot, and Mademoiselle Katerina with her fortunate lover, the captain. Immediately everyone, old and young, surrounded Semyon Ivanovich, standing in a row round his bed and fastening eyes full of expectation on the invalid. Meantime he had come to himself, but from shame or some other feeling, began pulling up the quilt over him, apparently wishing to hide himself under it from the attention of his sympathetic friends. At last Mark Ivanovich was the first to break silence, and as a sensible man, he began saying in a very friendly way that Semyon Ivanovich must keep calm, that it was too bad and a shame to be ill, that only little children behaved like that he must get well and go to the office. Mark Ivanovich ended by a little joke, saying that no regular salary had yet been fixed for invalids, and as he knew for a fact that their grade would be very low in the service, to his thinking anyway, their calling or condition did not promise great and substantial advantages. In fact, it was evident that they were all taking genuine interest in Semyon Ivanovich's fate and were very sympathetic. But with incomprehensible rudeness, Semyon Ivanovich persisted in lying in bed in silence and obstinately pulling the quilt higher and higher over his head. Mark Ivanovich, however, would not be gainsaid, and restraining his feelings, said something very honeyed to Semyon Ivanovich again, knowing that that was how he ought to treat a sick man. But Semyon Ivanovich would not feel this. On the contrary, he muttered something between his teeth with the most distrustful air, and suddenly began glancing askance from right to left in a hostile way, as though he would have reduced his sympathetic friends to ashes with his eyes. It was no use letting it stop there. Mark Ivanovich lost patience, and seeing that the man was offended and completely exasperated, and had simply made up his mind to be obstinate, told him straight out, without any softening suavity, that it was time to get up, that it was no use lying there, that shouting day and night about houses on fire, Sister Simla, drunken cadgers, locks, boxes, and goodness knows what, was all stupid, improper and degrading. For if Semyon Ivanovich did not want to sleep himself, he should not hinder other people, and please would he bear it in mind. This speech produced its effects, for Semyon Ivanovich, turning promptly to the orator, articulated firmly, though in a hoarse voice, "You hold your tongue, puppy. You idle speaker. You foul-mouthed man. Do you hear, young dandy? Are you a prince, eh? Do you understand what I say?" Hearing such insults, Mark Ivanovich fired up, but realizing that he had to deal with a sick man, magnanimously overcame his resentment and tried to shame him out of his humor, but was cut short in that too, for Semyon Ivanovich observed at once that he would not allow people to play with him for all that Mark Ivanovich wrote poetry. Then followed a silence of 2 minutes. At last, recovering from his amazement, Mark Ivanovich, plainly, clearly, in well-chosen language, but with firmness, declared that Semyon Ivanovich ought to understand that he was among gentlemen, and you ought to understand, sir, how to behave with gentlemen. Mark Ivanovich could on occasion speak effectively and liked to impress his hearers, but, probably from the habit of years of silence, Semyon Ivanovich talked and acted somewhat abruptly, and moreover, when he did on occasion begin a long sentence, as he got further into it, every word seemed to lead to another word, that other word to a third word, that third to a fourth, and so on, so that his mouth seemed brimming over. He began stuttering, and the crowding words took to flying out in picturesque disorder. That was why Semyon Ivanovich, who was a sensible man, sometimes talked terrible nonsense. "You are lying," he said now. "You booby, you loose fellow. You'll come to what? You'll go begging, you seditious fellow. You loafer. Take that, you poet. Why, you are still raving, aren't you, Semyon Ivanovich?" "I tell you what," answered Semyon Ivanovich, "fools rave, drunkards rave, dogs rave, but a wise man acts sensibly. I tell you, you don't know your own business, you loafer, you educated gentleman. You learned book. Here, you'll get on fire and not notice your head's burning off. What do you think of that?" "Why, you mean..." "How do you mean, burn my head off, Semyon Ivanovich?" Mark Ivanovich said no more, for everyone saw clearly that Semyon Ivanovich was not yet in his sober senses, but delirious. But the landlady could not resist remarking at this point that the house in Crooked Lane had been burnt owing to a bald wench, that there was a bald-headed wench living there, that she had lighted a candle and set fire to the lumber room, but nothing would happen in her place, and everything would be all right in the flats. "But look here, Semyon Ivanovich," cried Zinovy Prokofyevich, losing patience and interrupting the landlady. "You old fogey, you old crock, you silly fellow. Are they making jokes with you now about your sister-in-law or examinations in dancing? Is that it? Is that what you think?" "Now, I tell you what," answered our hero, sitting up in bed and making a last effort in a paroxysm of fury with his sympathetic friends. "Who's the fool? You are the fool. A dog is a fool, you joking gentleman. But I am not going to make jokes to please you, sir. Do you hear, puppy? I am not your servant, sir." Semyon Ivanovich would have said something more, but he fell back in bed helpless. His sympathetic friends were left gaping in perplexity, for they understood now what was wrong with Semyon Ivanovich and did not know how to begin. Suddenly the kitchen door creaked and opened, and the drunken cadger, alias Mr. Zimoveykin, timidly thrust in his head, cautiously sniffing round the place, as his habit was. It seemed as though he had been expected. Everyone waved to him at once to come quickly, and Zimoveykin, highly delighted, with the utmost readiness and haste jostled his way to Semyon Ivanovitch's bedside. It was evident that Zimoveykin had spent the whole night in vigil and in great exertions of some sort. The right side of his face was plastered up, his swollen eyelids were wet from his running eyes, his coat and all his clothes were torn, while the whole left side of his attire was bespattered with something extremely nasty, possibly mud from a puddle. Under his arm was somebody's violin, which he had been taking somewhere to sell. Apparently, they had not made a mistake in summoning him to their assistance, for seeing the position of affairs, he addressed the delinquent at once, and with the air of a man who knows what he is about and feels that he has the upper hand, said, "What are you thinking about? Get up, Senka. What are you doing, a clever chap like you? Be sensible, or I shall pull you out of bed if you are obstreperous. Don't be obstreperous." This brief but forcible speech surprised them all. Still more were they surprised when they noticed that Semyon Ivanovitch, hearing all this and seeing this person before him, was so flustered and reduced to such confusion and dismay that he could scarcely mutter through his teeth in a whisper the inevitable protest. "Go away, you wretch," he said. "You are a wretched creature. You are a thief. Do you hear? Do you understand? You are a great swell, my fine gentleman, you regular swell." "No, my boy," Zimoveykin answered emphatically, retaining all his presence of mind. "You're wrong there, you wise fellow, you regular Proharchin," Zimoveykin went on, parodying Semyon Ivanovitch and looking round gleefully. "Don't be obstreperous. Behave yourself, Senka. Behave yourself, or I'll give you away. I'll tell them all about it, my lad. Do you understand?" Apparently Semyon Ivanovitch did understand, for he started when he heard the conclusion of the speech, and began looking rapidly about him with an utterly desperate air. Satisfied with the effect, Mr. Zimoveykin would have continued, but Mark Ivanovitch checked his zeal, and waiting till Semyon Ivanovitch was still and almost calm again, began judiciously impressing on the uneasy invalid at great length that, to harbor ideas such as he now had in his head was, first, useless, and secondly, not only useless, but harmful, and, in fact, not so much harmful as positively immoral. And the cause of it all was that Semyon Ivanovitch was not only a bad example, but led them all into temptation. Everyone expected satisfactory results from this speech. Moreover, by now Semyon Ivanovitch was quite quiet and replied in measured terms. A quiet discussion followed. They appealed to him in a friendly way, inquiring what he was so frightened of. Semyon Ivanovitch answered, but his answers were irrelevant. They answered him, he answered them. There were one or two more observations on both sides, and then everyone rushed into discussion, for suddenly such a strange and amazing subject cropped up that they did not know how to express themselves. The argument at last led to impatience. Impatience led to shouting, and shouting even to tears, and Mark Ivanovitch went away, at last foaming at the mouth, and declaring that he had never known such a blockhead. Aplevanev spat in disgust. Okeanov was frightened. Zinovy Prokofyevitch became tearful, while Ustinya Fyodorovna positively howled, wailing that her lodger was leaving them and had gone off his head, that he would die, poor dear man, without a passport and without telling anyone, while she was alone, mourn woman, and that she would be dragged from pillar to post. In fact, they all saw clearly at last that the seed they had sown had yielded 100-fold, that the soil had been too productive, and that in their company, Semyon Ivanovitch had succeeded in overstraining his wits completely and in the most irrevocable manner. Everyone subsided into silence, for though they saw that Semyon Ivanovitch was frightened, the sympathetic friends were frightened too. "What?" cried Mark Ivanovitch. "But what are you afraid of? What have you gone off your head about? Who's thinking about you, my good sir? Have you the right to be afraid? Who are you? What are you? Nothing, sir. A round knot, sir. That is what you are. What are you making a fuss about? A woman has been run over in the street, so are you going to be run over? Some drunkard did not take care of his pocket, but is that any reason why your coat tail should be cut off? A house is burned down, so your head is to be burned off, is it? Is that it, sir, is that it?" You stupid," muttered Semyon Ivanovitch. "If your nose were cut off you would eat it up with a bit of bread and not notice it." "I may be a dandy," shouted Mark Ivanovitch, not listening. "I may be a regular dandy, but I have not to pass an examination to get married, to learn dancing. The ground is firm under me, sir. Why, my good man, haven't you room enough? Is the floor giving way under your feet, or what?" "Well, they won't ask you, will they? They'll shot one up, and that will be the end of it." "The end of it? That's what's up? What's your idea now, "Why, they kicked out the drunken cadger." "Yes, but you see that was a drunkard, and you are a man, and so am I." "Yes, I am a man. It's there all right one day, and then it's gone." "Gone? But what do you mean by it?" "Why, the office. The off ice. Yes, you blessed man, but of course the office is wanted and necessary. It is wanted, I tell you. It's wanted today, and it's wanted tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow it will not be wanted. You have heard what happened." "Why, but they'll pay you your salary for the year, you doubting Thomas, you man of little faith. They'll put you into another job on account of your age." "Salary? But what if I have spent my salary? If thieves come and take my money? And I have a sister-in-law, do you hear? A sister-in-law, you battering ram. A sister-in-law, you are a man." "Yes, I am a man. But you are a well-read gentleman and a fool, do you hear? You battering ram, you regular battering ram. That's what you are. I am not talking about your jokes, but there are jobs such that all of a sudden they are done away with. And Demid, do you hear? Demid Vasilievich says that the post will be done away with." "Ah, bless you, with your Demid. You sinner, why, you know. In a twinkling of an eye you'll be left without a post, then you'll just have to make the best of it. Why, you are simply raving, or clean off your head. Tell us plainly, what have you done? Own up if you have done something wrong. It's no use being ashamed. Are you off your head, my good man, "He's off his head. He's gone off his head," they all cried, and wrung their hands in despair, while the landlady threw both her arms round Mark Ivanovitch for fear he should tear Semyon Ivanovitch to pieces. "You heathen, you heathenish soul, you wise man," Zimoveykin besought him. "Senka, you are not a man to take offense. You are a polite, prepossessing man. You are simple, you're good, do you hear? It all comes from your goodness. Here I am a ruffian and a fool, I am a beggar, But good people haven't abandoned me, no fear. You see, they treat me with respect. I thank them and the landlady. Here, you see, I bow down to the ground to them. Here, see, I am paying what is due to you, landlady. At this point Zimoveykin swung off, with pedantic dignity, a low bow, right down to the ground. After that Semyon Ivanovitch would have gone on talking, but this time they would not let him. They all intervened, began entreating him, assuring him, comforting him, and succeeded in making Semyon Ivanovitch thoroughly ashamed of himself, and at last, in a faint voice, he asked leave to explain himself. Very well then, he said, I am prepossessing, I am quiet, I am good, faithful and devoted, to the last drop of my blood, you know. Do you hear, you puppy swill? Granted the job is going on, but you see I am poor. And what if they take it? Do you hear, you swell? Hold your tongue, and try to understand. They'll take it, and that's all about it. It's going on, brother, and then not going on, do you understand? And I shall go begging my bread, do you hear? Senka, Zimoveykin bawled frantically, drowning the general hubbub with his voice. You are seditious. I'll inform against you. What are you saying? Who are you? Are you a rebel? You sheep's head? A rowdy, stupid man they would turn off without a character. But what are you? Well, that's just it. What? Well, there it is. How do you mean? Why, I am free, he's free, and here one lies and thinks. What? What if they say I'm seditious? Say Tias? Senka, you seditious. Stay, cried Mr. Proharchin, waving his hand and interrupting the rising uproar. That's not what I mean. Try to understand, only try to understand, you sheep. I am law-abiding. I am law-abiding today. I am law-abiding tomorrow. And then all of a sudden they kick me out and call me seditious. What are you saying? Mark Ivanovitch thundered at last, jumping up from the chair on which he had sat down to rest, running up to the bed and in a frenzy shaking with vexation and fury. What do you mean? You sheep, you've nothing to call your own. Why, are you the only person in the world? Was the world made for you, do you suppose? Are you a Napoleon? What are you? Who are you? Are you a Napoleon, eh? Tell me, are you a Napoleon? But Mr. Proharchin did not answer this question. Not because he was overcome with shame at being a Napoleon and was afraid of taking upon himself such a responsibility. No, he was incapable of disputing further or saying anything. His illness had reached a crisis. Tiny teardrops gushed suddenly from his glittering, feverish, gray eyes. He hid his burning head in his bony hands that were wasted by illness, sat up in bed, and sobbing, began to say that he was quite poor, that he was a simple, unlucky man, that he was foolish and unlearned. He begged kind folks to forgive him, to take care of him, to protect him, to give him food and drink, not to leave him in want, and goodness knows what else Semyon Ivanovitch said. As he uttered this appeal, he looked about him in wild terror, as though he were expecting the ceiling to fall or the floor to give way. Everyone felt his heart soften and moved to pity as he looked at the poor fellow. The landlady, sobbing and wailing like a peasant woman at her forlorn condition, laid the invalid back in bed with her own hands. Mark Ivanovitch, seeing the uselessness of touching upon the memory of Napoleon, instantly relapsed into kindliness and came to her assistance. The others, in order to do something, suggested raspberry tea, saying that it always did good at once and that the invalid would like it very much, but Zimoveykin contradicted them all, saying there was nothing better than a good dose of chamomile or something of the sort. As for Zinovy Prokofyevich, having a good heart, he sobbed and shed tears in his remorse for having frightened Semyon Ivanovitch with all sorts of absurdities, and gathering from the invalid's last words that he was quite poor and needing assistance, he proceeded to get up the subscription for him, confining it for a time to the tenants of the flat. Everyone was sighing and moaning. Everyone felt sorry and grieved, and yet all wondered how it was a man could be so completely panic-stricken. And what was he frightened about? It would have been all very well if he had had a good post, had had a wife, a lot of children. It would have been excusable if he were being hauled up before the court on some charge or other, but he was a man utterly insignificant, with nothing but a trunk and a German lock. He had been lying more than 20 years behind his screen, saying nothing, knowing nothing of the world nor of trouble, saving his halfpence, and now at a frivolous, idle word the man had actually gone off his head, was utterly panic-stricken at the thought he might have a hard time of it. And it never occurred to him that everyone has a hard time of it. If he would only take that into consideration, Okeanov said afterwards, that we all have a hard time, then the man would have kept his head, would have given up his antics, and would have put up with things one way or another. All day long nothing was talked of but Semyon Ivanovitch. They went up to him, inquired after him, tried to comfort him, but by the evening he was beyond that. The poor fellow began to be delirious, feverish. He sank into unconsciousness, so that they almost thought of sending for a doctor. The lodgers all agreed together and undertook to watch over Semyon Ivanovitch and soothe him by turns through the night, and if anything happened to wake all the rest immediately. With the object of keeping awake, they sat down to cards, setting beside the invalid his friend, the drunken Katya, who had spent the whole day in the flat and had asked leave to stay the night. As the game was played on credit and was not at all interesting, they soon got bored. They gave up the game, then got into an argument about something, then began to be loud and noisy, finally dispersed to their various corners, went on for a long time angrily shouting and wrangling, and as all of them felt suddenly ill-humored they no longer cared to sit up, so went to sleep. Soon it was as still in the flat as in an empty cellar, and it was the more like one because it was horribly cold. The last to fall asleep was Okeanov, and it was between sleeping and waking. As he said afterwards, I fancied just before morning 2 men kept talking close by me. Okeanov said that he recognized Zimoveykin, and that Zimoveykin began waking his old friend Remnov just beside him, that they talked for a long time in a whisper. Then Zimoveykin went away and could be heard trying to unlock the door into the kitchen. The key, the landlady declared afterwards, was lying under her pillow and was lost that night. Finally, Okeanov testified he had fancied he had heard them go behind a screen to the invalid and light a candle there, and I know nothing more, he said. I fell asleep and woke up, as everybody else did, when everyone in the flat jumped out of bed at the sound behind the screen of a shriek that would have roused the dead, and it seemed to many of them that a candle went out at that moment. A great hubbub arose. Everyone's heart stood still. They rushed pell-mell at the shriek, but at that moment there was a scuffle, with shouting, swearing, and fighting. They struck a light and saw that Zimovaikin and Remnov were fighting together, that they were swearing and abusing one another, and as they turned the light on them, one of them shouted, "It's not me, it's this ruffian." And the other, who was Zimovaikin, was shouting, "Don't touch me, I've done nothing. I'll take my oath any minute." Both of them looked hardly like human beings, but for the first minute they had no attention to spare for them. The invalid was not where he had been behind the screen. They immediately parted the combatants and dragged them away, and saw that Mr. Proharchin was lying under the bed. He must, while completely unconscious, have dragged the quilt and pillow after him so that there was nothing left on the bedstead but the bare mattress. Old and greasy, he never had sheets. They pulled Semyon Ivanovitch out, stretched him on the mattress, but soon realized that there was no need to make trouble over him, that he was completely done for. His arms were stiff, and he seemed all to pieces. They stood over him. He still faintly shuddered and trembled all over, made an effort to do something with his arms, could not utter a word, but blinked his eyes as they say heads do when still warm and bleeding, after being just chopped off by the executioner. At last the body grew more and more still. The last faint convulsions died away. Mr. Proharchin had set off with his good deeds and his sins. Whether Semyon Ivanovitch had been frightened by something, whether he had had a dream, as Remnov maintained afterwards, or there had been some other mischief, nobody knew. All that can be said is that if the head clerk had made his appearance at that moment in the flat and had announced that Semyon Ivanovitch was dismissed for sedition, insubordination, and drunkenness, if some old draggle-tailed beggar woman had come in at the door, calling herself Semyon Ivanovitch's sister-in-law, or if Semyon Ivanovitch had just received 200 rubles as a reward, or if the house had caught fire and Semyon Ivanovitch's had been really burning, he would in all probability not have deigned to stir a finger in any of these eventualities. While the first stupefaction was passing over, while all present were regaining their powers of speech, were working themselves up into a fever of excitement, shouting and flying to conjectures and suppositions, while Ustenia Fyodorovna was pulling the box from under his bed, was rummaging in a fluster under the mattress, and even in Semyon Ivanovitch's boots, while they cross-questioned Remnov and Zimovaikin, Okeanov, who had hitherto been the quietest, humblest, and least original of the lodgers, suddenly plucked up all his presence of mind and displayed all his latent talents by taking up his hat and under cover of the general uproar slipping out of the flat. And just when the horrors of disorder and anarchy had reached their height in the agitated flat, till then so tranquil, the door opened and suddenly there descended upon them, like snow upon their heads, a personage of gentlemanly appearance, with a severe and displeased-looking face. Behind him Yaroslav Ilyich, behind Yaroslav Ilyich his subordinates, and the functionaries whose duty it is to be present on such occasions, and behind them all, much embarrassed, Mr. Okeanov. The severe-looking personage of gentlemanly appearance went straight up to Semyon Ivanovitch, examined him, made a wry face, shrugged his shoulders, and announced what everybody knew, that is, that the dead man was dead, only adding that the same thing had happened a day or two ago to a gentleman of consequence, highly respected, who had died suddenly in his sleep. Then the personage of gentlemanly, but displeased-looking, appearance walked away, saying that they had troubled him for nothing, and took himself off. His place was at once filled, while Remnov and Zimovaikin were handed over to the custody of the proper functionaries, by Yaroslav Ilyich, who questioned someone, adroitly took possession of the box, which the landlady was already trying to open, put the boots back in their proper place, observing that they were all in holes and no use, asked for the pillow to be put back, called up Okeanov, asked for the key of the box which was found in the pocket of the drunken cadger, and solemnly, in the presence of the proper officials, unlocked Semyon Ivanovitch's property. Everything was displayed: 2 rags, a pair of socks, half a handkerchief, an old hat, several buttons, some old soles, and the uppers of a pair of boots. That is, all sorts of odds and ends, scraps, rubbish, trash, which had a stale smell. The only thing of any value was the German lock. They called up Okeanov and cross-questioned him sternly, but Okeanov was ready to take his oath. They asked for the pillow. They examined it. It was extremely dirty, but in other respects it was like all other pillows. They attacked the mattress. They were about to lift it up, but stopped for a moment's consideration, when suddenly, and quite unexpectedly, something heavy fell with a clink on the floor. They bent down and saw on the floor a screw of paper, and in the screw some dozen rubles. Hey, said Yaroslav Ilyich, pointing to a slit in the mattress from which hair and stuffing were sticking out. They examined the slit and found that it had only just been made with a knife and was half a yard in length. They thrust hands into the gap and pulled out a kitchen knife, probably hurriedly thrust in there after slitting the mattress. Before Yaroslav Ilyich had time to pull the knife out of the slit and to say, hey, again, another screw of money fell out, and after it, one at a time, 2 half rubles, a quarter ruble, then some small change and an old-fashioned, solid 5-kopeck piece. All this was seized upon. At this point it was realized that it would not be amiss to cut up the whole mattress with scissors. They asked for scissors. Meanwhile, the guttering candle lighted up a scene that would have been extremely curious to a spectator. About a dozen lodgers were grouped round the bed in the most picturesque costumes, all unbrushed, unshaven, unwashed, sleepy-looking, just as they had gone to bed. Some were quite pale, while others had drops of sweat upon their brows. Some were shuddering, while others looked feverish. The landlady, utterly stupefied, was standing quietly with her hands folded, waiting for Yaroslav Ilyich's good pleasure. From the stove above, the heads of Avdotya, the servant, and the landlady's favorite cat looked down with frightened curiosity. The torn and broken screen lay cast on the floor. The open box displayed its uninviting contents. The quilt and pillow lay tossed at random, covered with fluff from the mattress, and on the 3-legged wooden table gleamed the steadily growing heap of silver and other coins. Only Semyon Ivanovitch preserved his composure, lying calmly on the bed and seeming to have no foreboding of his ruin. When the scissors had been brought, and Yaroslav Ilyich's assistant, wishing to be of service, shook the mattress rather impatiently to ease it from under the back of its owner, Semyon Ivanovitch, with his habitual civility, made room a little, rolling on his side with his back to the searchers. Then, at a second shake, he turned on his face, finally gave way still further, and as the last slat in the bedstead was missing, he suddenly and quite unexpectedly plunged head downward, leaving in view only 2 bony, thin, blue legs, which stuck upwards like 2 branches of a charred tree. As this was the second time that morning that Mr. Proharchin had poked his head under his bed, it at once aroused suspicion, and some of the lodgers, headed by Zinovy Prokofyevitch, crept under it, with the intention of seeing whether there were something hidden there too. But they knocked their heads together for nothing, and as Yaroslav Ilyich shouted to them, bidding them release Semyon Ivanovich at once from his unpleasant position. Two of the more sensible seized each a leg, dragged the unsuspected capitalist into the light of day, and laid him across the bed. Meanwhile the hare and flock were flying about, the heap of silver grew, and, my goodness, what a lot there was! Noble silver rubles, stout solid ruble and a half pieces, pretty half-ruble coins, plebeian quarter rubles, 20 kopeck pieces, even the unpromising old crone's small fry of 10 and 5 kopeck silver pieces, all done up in separate bits of paper in the most methodical and systematic way. There were curiosities also, 2 counters of some sort, 1 Napoleon d'Or, 1 very rare coin of some unknown kind. Some of the rubles were of the greatest antiquity. They were robbed and hacked coins of Elizabeth, German kreuzers, coins of Peter, of Catherine. There were, for instance, old 15 kopeck pieces, now very rare, pierced for wearing as earrings, all much worn, yet with the requisite number of dots. There was even copper, but all of that was green and tarnished. They found 1 red note, but no more. At last, when the dissection was quite over and the mattress case had been shaken more than once without a clink, they piled all the money on the table and set to work to count it. At the first glance one might well have been deceived and have estimated it at 1,000,000. It was such an immense heap. But it was not 1,000,000, though it did turn out to be a very considerable sum, exactly 2,497 rubles and a half, so that if Zinovy Prokofievich's subscription had been raised the day before, there would perhaps have been just 2,500 rubles. They took the money, they put a seal on the dead man's box, they listened to the landlady's complaints, and informed her when and where she ought to lodge information in regard to the dead man's little debt to her. A receipt was taken from the proper person. At that point hints were dropped in regard to the sister-in-law, but being persuaded that in a certain sense the sister-in-law was a myth, that is, a product of the defective imagination with which they had more than once reproached Semyon Ivanovich, they abandoned the idea as useless, mischievous, and disadvantageous to the good name of Mr. Proharchin, and so the matter ended. When the first shock was over, when the lodgers had recovered themselves and realized the sort of person their late companion had been, they all subsided, relapsed into silence, and began looking distrustfully at one another. Some seemed to take Semyon Ivanovich's behavior very much to heart, and even to feel affronted by it. What a fortune! So the man had saved up like this. Not losing his composure, Mark Ivanovich proceeded to explain why Semyon Ivanovich had been so suddenly panic-stricken, but they did not listen to him. Zinovy Prokofievich was very thoughtful. Okeanov had had a little to drink, the others seemed rather crestfallen, while a little man called Kantarov, with a nose like a sparrow's beak, left the flat that evening after very carefully packing up and cording all his boxes and bags, and coldly explaining to the curious that times were hard and that the terms here were beyond his means. The landlady wailed without ceasing, lamenting for Semyon Ivanovich, and cursing him for having taken advantage of her lorn state. Mark Ivanovich was asked why the dead man had not taken his money to the bank. He was too simple, my good soul. He hadn't enough imagination, answered Mark Ivanovich. Yes, and you have been too simple, too, my good woman, Okeanov put in. For 20 years the man kept himself close here in your flat, and here he's been knocked down by a feather, while you went on cooking cabbage soup and had no time to notice it. My good woman. Oh, the poor dear, the landlady went on. What need of a bank? If he brought me his pile and said to me, "Take it, Ostanyushka, poor dear, here is all I have. Keep and board me in my helplessness, so long as I am on earth," then, by the holy icon, I would have fed him, I would have given him drink, I would have looked after him. Ah, the sinner. Ah, the deceiver. He deceived me. He cheated me, a poor lone woman. They went up to the bed again. Semyon Ivanovitch was lying properly now, dressed in his best, though, indeed, it was his only suit, hiding his rigid chin behind a cravat which was tied rather awkwardly, washed, brushed, but not quite shaven, because there was no razor in the flat. The only one, which had belonged to Zinovy Prokofyevitch, had lost its edge a year ago and had been very profitably sold at Tokachi Market. The others used to go to the barber's. They had not yet had time to clear up the disorder. The broken screen lay as before, and exposing Semyon Ivanovitch's seclusion, seemed like an emblem of the fact that death tears away the veil from all our secrets, our shifty dodges and intrigues. The stuffing from the mattress lay about in heaps. The whole room, suddenly so still, might well have been compared by a poet to the ruined nest of a swallow, broken down and torn to pieces by the storm, the nestlings and their mother killed, and their warm little bed of fluff, feather and flock scattered about them. Semyon Ivanovitch, however, looked more like a conceited, thievish old cock sparrow. He kept quite quiet now, seemed to be lying low, as though he were not guilty, as though he had had nothing to do with this shameless, conscienceless, and unseemly duping and deception of all these good people. He did not heed now the sobs and wailing of his bereaved and wounded landlady. On the contrary, like a wary, callous capitalist, anxious not to waste a minute in idleness even in the coffin, he seemed to be wrapped up in some speculative calculation. There was a look of deep reflection in his face, while his lips were drawn together with a significant air, of which Semyon Ivanovitch during his lifetime had not been suspected of being capable. He seemed, as it were, to have grown shrewder. His right eye was, as it were, slyly screwed up. Semyon Ivanovitch seemed wanting to say something, to make some very important communication and explanation, and without loss of time, because things were complicated and there was not a minute to lose. And it seemed as though they could hear him. "What is it? Give over, do you hear, you stupid woman? Don't whine. Go to bed and sleep it off, my good woman, do you hear? I am dead. There's no need of a fuss now. What's the use of it, really? It's nice to lie here. Though I don't mean that, do you hear? You are a fine lady, you are a regular fine lady. Understand that. Here I am dead now, but look here, what if, that is, perhaps it can't be so, but I say, what if I'm not dead? What if I get up, do you hear? What would happen then?